Yes. Okay, you got in, Rosa. Well, that's good. It's not letting me tag you. People says you cannot tag this person. You cannot tag this person. So I'm tagging you in my next share. So make sure you guys get in. So oh, Joseph, I'm glad you made it. Uh, uh, all right, Rosa is here too. Good, good. I tagged you in my share also. So I'm wasting a lot of time tagging people on my shares because it doesn't let me tag you at the beginning though. In my shares, it's letting me tag you though. Let me see. Here, all right. Can you hear me? Can you hear my sound? Can you hear my voice? Can both of you hear my voice? Am I on? Is the sound okay? All right. Sounds like someone's okay. All right. You can hear the typing. That means you can hear my voice. All right. Let me share this to the main group too. Let me see here. Ta-da, ta-da. Now to the public. All right. All right. Let me see how we're doing here. All right. Let me try to go to the COVID-19 men over here. See what happens. Sorry to be delayed today, but it's just giving me a hard time. I cannot tag anybody still. Okay. Now here. All right. Oh, Brian just got in? Okay, let me see. See how we're doing here. All right, yeah, Brian, I see you, Brian, too. Okay, so I'm glad he got tagged. I tagged you guys anyhow, but it's saying, you cannot tag this person, you cannot tag this person. Every time I tag somebody, it was telling me that. And the message is getting so good, doesn't want it. This Facebook is doing everything in their power because what I'm doing is I'm bringing down the brick. You understand what I'm saying? The brick is coming down. The economy of this dust is not going to be no more. It will be there. Don't get me wrong. The Bible is not destroying anything. What Torah does, it destroys the grip, and the spell that this world holds over you because you're Torahless, because you do not know your identity. You lost your identity. So that's why, this world has a hold on you. And when you are the Elohim in this world, in the world of the dust, man, you are power over power. You are the Elohims. Without your energy, your talent, your abilities, nothing gets done. Nothing gets off the ground. Nothing is kept functioning. But somehow, you got amnesia. You forgot what you were. You lost your identity. So I'm here just to make sure that this world of the dust is going to become your Disneyland. The place that you're going to be there to go play and display your powers. It's no longer going to have any sway or power over you to make you feel like you're useless or nothing. You have always retained the powers over it. Just that you have been blinded, right? So this is what's coming out. And so as these things are coming out and the hold that this economy has on you is going to be broken. Because right now, you have only been mesmerized. You've been put under a spell that this world is some sort of more real than you, and therefore you can derive some meaning out of it. But this world is only driven by your thoughts. It has always been driven by your thoughts. And thought is always supreme about anything in creation. Well, we get more into that right now as we go. So let's see. So I see some more people here. All right, Rosa, Joseph, Brian, Perfecto Mundo. No sound? You guys are not able to hear me? It sounds like it's working. Let me see. Hold on a second. Okay, sounds like the sound is working. I can hear. Okay, Brian can hear me. Can you hear me, Joseph? And can you hear me now? Hey, Star, good to see you. Long time no see. Good to have you, sweetie. I'm glad you made it. All right. So we have some more people here. Okay, I'm glad you guys got my tag because it was telling me it's not gonna tag. You're not allowed to tag this person. I will try this person. Star, no, you're not allowed to tag this person. I tried Ray Colvin. You're not allowed to tag. I tried Brianna. It was not gonna let you tag anybody, but I guess it went through because I just kept on putting you guys anyhow. Well, I'm glad to see you guys. So, the sermon today is called Come to Life, All Ye Humans Being Graveyards, to the Alefbet, as you get to know your mind-blowing economy of Yhvh Elohim. That means the process or the processor of respiration powers. So we're going to continue into that and understand why you and I were made, why we are superior to everything that has been made from the dust. And in the world of the dust, of the world of the afar, we are Elohims. All of us, we are Elohims in it. Because we carry the alphabet within us. The alphabet is the powerhouse that enables us to make all the products and services and enables us to keep it running in every society. So at the end of the day, everybody that has the capacity to think, because everything is done by thought power, we'll examine that more profusely today. We'll get more deeper into that as we go by. But we're here, and I'm glad to see you guys made it. And let me start with the introduction here. Pow, pow goes the powerhouse, and the COVID-19 man has come to the liberty. Pow, pow goes the powerhouse, and the COVID-19 man has come to deliver you from the empty land, from the ones who have been silenced, to the promised land of the Alefbet, which is the original place for the soul of a man, where he can now get his jubilee and abide safe like it's never been, in the power of the Father, in the powerhouse, cause that's what word electric, liberating, in the Alefbet we're connected. Word electric, liberating, in the powerhouse we're connected. Truth in the Torah where it is, that's right. And whether you like it or not, I just don't give a damn. Cause in this thing, the end is gonna be for sure. It's got a date before the song began to score. This ain't no lie, we about to fly. Cause in the truth there's nothing that can be denied. Is the COVID-19 man is hooking you up to the Alefbet, to the powerhouse, with the waving. The COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up. Cause that's what word electric, liberating, in the Alefbet we're connected. Word electric, liberating, to no one else I'm genuflecting. Word electric, liberating, to the powerhouse I'm connected. And then I want to get your power back, cause you will find in there the powerhouse not scared. You won't be silenced, nobody can touch what you will find in there. Gets to cut the masking back of lies, the righteous now they cries, cause the COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up to the powerhouse. Leave the power show, ride this mule around. And welcome, my fellow Davarians, once again, my alphabetarians, my alphabetarians. Man, in the Alefbet, there's no end to all the capacity and all the things you can be, man. So it's good to have you. It's glad to see that you guys were able to make it in spite of giving me a hard time tagging you. But here, welcome to HTTV 28, Hadabarim Torah Volts 613. So Hadabarim Torah Volt 613. Those volts stands for Value Optimized Legal Tender Surplus. Because our legal tender surplus that we use is Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currencies. That's the currencies of the creators. Everywhere in the world, they have to use their wisdom, understanding, and knowledge to make all products and services. And so, thus our volts, a value optimized legal tender surplus. You know, that's what HDTV 28 had offering. That's the original name that I called it. You know, and that's where we enjoying today. Let me see here. And so, yeah, HDTV 28. Another way of looking at it is highest definition Torah vision. Highest definition Torah vision. Looking everything from the perspective of the one in whose image you were made. You and I were made for the image of the Alefbet, for the image of the powerhouse of all creation. And so if we made us in his image, it is his idea for us to be with him. That was his idea. It was never mine idea, your idea. It was his idea. He made us in his image for us to easily be with him and be his conduit for him to manifest himself in the here and now. So who he is, that's our true life. Who God is and what he has and what he does, that is our true life and economy. Everything that this world will tell you that you can be or can acquire and become anything in this world, that's Olam HaSheker. That's the world of lies. And I'm here to take you out of it and bring you back to your true world. If you were made in the image of the Alefbet, then the Alefbet is your life and has been your true life all along. People have tried to replace it with this world of the dust, but it's no longer going to fly. All right, so it's good to have you here. And let me go here to the introduction. Let me just take you to Ride the Mule. I don't want to go through the long commercial here. All right, let's see.
Nació de mí, de la esperanza.
Amor,
Amor, amor.
nació de Dios para los dos. Nació de la
Sentí que tus besos sangraron en mí, igual que palomas mensajeras de luz. Saber que mis besos se quedaron en ti, haciendo en tus labios la señal de la cruz. Amor, amor, amor. Nació de ti, nació de mí, de la esperanza.
The donkey, we're riding the donkey. Amor,
Amor, amor. Nació de Dios
para los dos. Nació del alma. All right, my fellow Davarians. Here we are in Yhvh's kingdom. That's why we're going on the clouds, because we're not only in the cloud technology, which is the one that sends all these messages now, but we are in the era, in which everybody has their head buried in the cloud. You know what I'm talking about? This used to be a saying when people were just wandering off, think, hey, your head is buried in the cloud. Now, literally, people have their heads buried in the cloud technology. Everything that has to do with YouTube, social media, Twitter, all those accounts on your phone, they're run by the cloud technology. And so people have placed themselves, they have yielded all their attentiveness and all their awareness to this biggest concentration camp that has ever been created. But you have willingly gone to this concentration camp where your concentration of your mind powers is in there 24/7. So some of you that are really fanatics, some of you spend 5-6 hours staying in the cloud technology, looking at your social media and all these things. So people have buried their head. So people do not live, most people do not live in the United States. You live where most of your awareness is captivated. So people may live in your land, but you're not aware of your surroundings. You're aware of what's passing down in Cloud City, USA, or Cloud City, whatever. That's how you live in Cloud City, because you're only abreast of everything that is happening in the cloud. So where your awareness is found the most, where your heart is, the most, that's what, where your mind is, where you treasure the most, that's where your heart is found. So you could be someplace, but you may not be abreast of what's going on, what happened to your family. You are abreast of what's going on with your friends in social media. You keep track of what's going on with their social life. And you have buried yourself. You have given and yielded your attentiveness to a cell phone. And a cell means you're in prison. So you've been imprisoned by the narratives that have been, thrown and thrown to you day after day, with all these narratives that do not match the real news, that we have here, HDTV. We bring you the real news here. There's no other channel. The other channel, they're telling you they're bringing you news or breaking news. The word new means they're bringing you something new that is refreshing to hear. But they don't bring you anything new. They bring you new discompositions, new deadly things, new corruptions, and that's nothing new about that. So I only bring the latest decomposition, everything that is deteriorating in society, everything that is leaving what used to be the norm and standard and is becoming a substandard, something that is, depreciating value, everything that is depreciating, everything that is corrupting, everything that is decomposing. That's what all these people bring you. From Fox onto the conservative news or any, they all bring you decomposing articles, decomposing events, corruptedness that's taking place. Nothing of that is newness. Newness means you have something new to bring, something that refreshes you, something that invigorates you, something that empowers you, and it puts you above all this world of the brick. You understand? It puts you above all this economy of the dust of the afar. That's what will be deemed to be good news. Good meaning functional news. Because the functional news are that empower you to connect to your true source of life, which is the Alefbet, in whose image you were made, and who is your true life. You understand? And it is his desire to make you in his image. It wasn't my desire, it wasn't my idea, it was his desire. And he made you like that because he wants to be with you and with me. That was his idea, not my idea. All right? So he wants to be one with us, fused with us. So we have everything. So that's what Ecclesiastes 7:29, Solomon said, this one thing I know, that God made man upright. That means he made him ready to be with him. He made him his own image for him to have fellowship with him right away. He made him perfect and upright to be a powerhouse, because Alefbet means a powerhouse, because it is the Alefbet of creation that contains all the energies that are taking care of creation here and now. So he made you fit and capable of being with him right away. But they sought many inventions. You went and seek many alternatives, to use your existence and try, and you get into amnesia. You forgot that that's the reason your true life is who the Alefbet is. Which, by the way, your true life, who God is, the Alefbet, has not suffered any corruption, has never been decomposed. It's still wonderful, it's still alive, it's still running everything, and that is your true life. But no, you want to wander after something else in this world that has captivated your attention, that has your spell written. You're bound to all these commercials and all these things that make it so appealing. And so all of your desires are captivated by that, And so you go wandering after something else to call my daddy and my mommy. Okay, you're my tatty, you're my mommy that's going to take care of me. You're going to provide me all the attention that I'm going to get in this world. You're going to give me the career that everybody's going to respect. So you attribute to this world all that has been in your father all along of the Alefbet. But I'm here, my friend, to cut the umbilical cord, witchcraft that has you attached, to this world of the brick. The world of the brick is just the world of the brick. And that is very entertaining if you know your place in it. If you know that in this place of the brick, you are an Elohim. You are the one that has granted all your powers and authorities for them to be able to enjoy everything they had. But you do not recognize that those powers are in you. You're completely yielded to them. All right, so that's the thing, my friends. So we're here to find out about all these things, right? And we're going to enjoy this. Let me see what we have here. Let me take it all the way to the top, see what we're doing. All right. Okay. I said, just need to breathe. Yes. More like breaking wind. Very good, Brian. Yeah, it's not breaking news. It's breaking wind. Give you everything that stinks. Everything that stinks up to high heaven, they're bringing you to the screen. And it says, yeah, breaking news. It's breaking wind. That's correct. I like that. Well said, well said. I like it. Okay. So, okay, my friends. So we're doing wonderful things here right now. Okay, we're finding out about heritage, and that's what we're going to be studying today. Uh, you know, we are not afraid of hard labor. At least I am not. I'm doing a work here that allows me. I mean, I have been given so many offers to move me out of this, to make me supervisor and to do all of this. But I stay in here because, and the hours that I choose are early in the morning because that's when you have less calls. Most of the calls come after like around after 1:30. That's when it gets busy. I get calls, like there's not too much rest. Like if there's a rest, there's a couple of minutes rest, and then another call comes in. But in the morning, from 5 in the morning to 1:30, that's my 8-hour shift that I choose. Nobody wants to wake up that early, but I don't mind. I go from 5 to 1:30, and the calls are far in between. Every hour I get maybe 2 calls, 3 calls at the most. So it gives me a lot of time to study Torah. That's the reason why I love my job. Just everything that is, my wedding, I'm just studying Torah. Connecting here and there, writing my book. And so there's a lot of downtime for calls. So even though they have offered me even more money to be a supervisor, because by now I've been working 14 years for the company, and so they easily want to offer me, they wanted to do something, another job, they wanted me to train and everything, but that's going to take more time. So even though they offer me more money and everything, it's okay with me. I manage my budget with what I have, and I can still give it out some money here, and whatever overtime they offer me, they give it to me, I'll take it. So you understand? I'm in the job of my dreams in the sense because I wanted to study Torah and get into all the inheritance that Torah wants to give me, and I have it now. I'm saying I secure that for myself, so I'm just enjoying what I have, and this is what I'm making you not only watch and win money, but you watch and win wisdom and understanding. You win my Chochmah-Binah-Daat. I'm giving all of that to you because that is the strength of my being, okay? And we are celebrating since June 28th. 28 is the number of strength. 28 are the 28 letters of Bereshit. 1-1, Genesis 1-1 is 28 Hebrew letters that stand for the strength of all creators. The Chochmah-Binah-Daat in action being explained right there, And as I was watching YouTube this week, I was watching about, this guy, I forgot, Douglas Thompson, I think his name. He was talking about how the model of time and space is doomed. They are looking into how everything is only what he called it interface. That everything that we look in this world, everything in the physical is only an interface that's trying to communicate. It's just like when you go to a computer and you see an icon for word processor, an icon for the Facebook. You see an icon and you press it on that. But that's not really what you're pressing. And in fact, that thing's stored inside your computer as a program with zeros and ones. So you don't see the reality of what a program is. You only see a little picture, and that picture becomes the interface. You don't see the true reality of it. So that's why they call this whole reality an interface. So they're eager to know more about it. And this guy, that was talking about it, he had a scary experience in 1986. But all of a sudden he realized, if my being, my atoms, everything is an interface, then what am I? So he tries to live in awareness every day. He says he tries to meditate because he's being very scared because he doesn't know his identity. That's an honest scientist, that he realizes that everything in this world is an interface. It's a way to trying to communicate something even deeper, that is all written in Torah language, because Torah is the programming language. It's the code by which all of creation is sustained. Okay, and we're going to look more and get deeper into that. And I thought, whoo, God is moving, man, because even all the scientists out there, they're wondering now. Like this scientist guy is like, he's done so many lectures. He's a physicist and all kinds of degrees he's got. He made books and everything. But now he's shaking because he doesn't know who he really is. Because he sees everything as an interface. And that's how it is, And that's why when I began to teach you this, and let me take you here to put you here on the screen here. Let me take you to, this is, by the way, the ATP, the Aerial Thotharian Polymorphin Practitioner, for the sake of the mare. This is what I've discovered all that we can be in the Alefbet so far. I'll bring you the latest, because this is the most elevated position that I have found in the Torah so far, for the way for which God created me to be with Him. So you understand? So you and I were not created to be like Him. That means to compete, to be like Him on our own, to figure out how I can be a God in this world, and try to figure out on my own. We were made to be with Him. It's a fellowship. It's an intimacy. It's hooking up. So the whole process of the air is to teach us that He's a God of intimacy, of constant intimacy. As a matter of fact, when the whole world of respiration, the respiration powers is the ones that sustain us on a second by second basis. And so we're going to examine that more thoroughly today, all right? So that's why it says here, the ATP, the aerial thotherine polymorphin. Aerial because you are kept alive 24/7 with every breath that you take. And you also provide life to all the plants with the carbon dioxide that you produce. That's life for the plants. So one gives life to you and you give life to the rest. And even of the oxygen that you take from the air that comes in, the 20% of it is oxygen, you only keep 5% of it and you still share it with the rest of the world. So man, you're magnificently made. So you're an aerial being, 24/7, that's what you are. And you do it, and you are not even thinking about it. You do it in your sleep, you do it all the time. You're aerial 24/7. The job of being an aerial is a 24/7 job. That does not tire you, by the way. You're eager to be a respirationaire. You're eager to respire, because without respiration, you drop dead. So you and I are eager to be respirationaires. We're eager to take every breath, and we don't want any interruptions there, right? So God made us for something, a job that is beautiful, that we want it. We want to have the respirations. We want to have those respiration powers. No argument there. We don't want to say, I don't believe in respiration. We don't even come close to coming up with a stupid idea like that. Because when you say, I don't believe in respiration, you're saying, I don't believe in the process of respiration power, which means the name of Yhvh. So you cannot say that you don't believe in that functionality, because that's the functionality that keeps you alive. And that's why God is a functionality. And that's why breath is not spelled. It's only, that's Yhvh. So it's the only initials to describe respiration powers. And that's why it's an unutterable name. You only express it in functionality. With every time that you breathe, you say in Yhvh, the process of respiration powers, okay? It's the unutterable name, the unpronounceable name. Because that's how God made it, so that, He will be keeping you alive, and so it will be like the sun shining right in your face and you don't see it. That's when it comes to air, because air is invisible. It only enhances the things that it keeps alive. Air is invisible, so you don't see air, but you see everything that it activates. You see the trees that are activated by it. You see all the people that are activated by it. So it enhances everything it touches. It's an enhancer of life. It's an enhancer of everything that's made out of carbon. It's made out of silicon. Of the dust. It enhances all of that. So it's working like behind the scenes. But it's doing everything. It's keeping you activated, and these respirations that are going in, like 22,000 pounds of respirations of air, 22,000 pounds of air that you take in. Woo! That's why I'm saying here in the middle, that's what's coming out. The A. I'm going to explain that in a minute, what it stands for. Because I'm getting all these teachings directly from the Torah. I'm studying the letters and everything, and so I'm putting the Torah above all the other places, all the other things that I have read in the past. I've read the New Testament, doesn't come close to this. I read, the Bhagavad Gita. I read, the Quran. I read the Quran twice, by the way. So you can learn little facts here and there, little things, to understand things that the other places are not saying. I read a lot of the books, the Book of Jubilees. I read a lot of the Apocrypha books, from the New Testament and the Old Testament. I read all these things, but really the Torah as it is, I know, I believe in everything that's been, I believe in the whole Tanakh. I mean, I read it all the time, But the Torah, man, woo! Torah in by itself just breaks down everything, especially nowadays, So that's why I'm calling it the A. It's like So after reading all these things, I hear narratives, hearing people, I hear a lot of people. I hear scientists, I hear scholars, I hear all these kind of people because that's the beautiful thing with my job that allows me to have time to do all of that. So, and because, there's not too busy in the morning, that's the schedule that I like, just exactly for that purpose. But A. For each book of 5 books of Torah, each one gets an A from me. A. I mean, I'm giving it the highest, A plus, okay? The highest grade they can have. But A is for the advanced, ancient, authoritative, I don't know how we're saying, or authoritative, above all, then it's the 22,014 OBP CEO's Torah. So I'm putting it above everything else because I tried everything else and nothing opened my understanding like this and brought me back to my true heritage. So that I am in this world like the brick. I'm still real as a brick to me, but it's like a Disneyland now. Everything in this world is Disneyland. Every coin, every dollar, everything, every coin of silver or gold. It's nothing like monopoly. It's all like monopoly money to me. Because at the end of the day, it is the alphabet inside of me that enables me to make everything in this world the brick. Who makes the money? Human beings with the thought world in them make it. Who makes everything that exists there, every product and service? Human beings with the alphabet that is in them. So at the end of the day, the world will insist that everything that you see is just, it's a place, is money. But everything that I see now, I don't see it as money. I don't see it. I just see it as people. Because are the people behind it with the thought world that are keeping it going. They make money. It has to be circulated. It has to be registered. It has to be, checked by people. It has to be made by people. It has to be remade by people. So at the end of the day, without people, who have a Thotarian world, has a world of the thought, and then the Mahashaba, nothing gets off the ground. So the whole world insists that I could give my accreditation to places, to buildings that are there. All the buildings that I see downtown, everything is kept because there's maintenance that's being done. There's people behind it. So everything is being done by the Mahashaba world, by the thought world inside each person that is making it and maintaining it. So this whole world will try to deceive me and make me think that there's some value and there's anything existing in of its own. But nothing has created itself. No building, no skyscraper in any town, in any city has ever made itself. There has always been a human being behind it, making it and maintaining it. So you're not going to dissuade me, otherwise you're not going to disillusion me, have me believe that there's something real out there. Behind everything made, there's a mind, there's a thought that keeps it going. So at the end of the day, it's the world of thought that is in control of everything. And you're not going to make me see anything else but people. Everything I see, there's a person behind it. And the alphabet, and behind that person, there's an alphabet guiding their wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. So at the end of the day, the powerhouse is the alphabet of creation. Understand? So that's what I see. You're not going to make me see anything else. Because I'm not mesmerized any longer. I understand what my true heritage is, and I see it the way Torah sees it. So you get the outlook. You get to see things from the perspective of your maker. So then at the end of the day, then you get to sit still, be still, and know, and that, and yada, get to know for sure that I am Elohim. Sit still, be still, and yada, get to know that I am the energies, I am the skills, I am the faculties, I am the authorities that is running everything. And you can just sit there, baby, and watch me do it. Because I'm the one doing it all alone. I work by operations of desire. All you know is that you have desire. That's all you know. You don't know how it happens. You know that you desire to move the hand and it moves, but you cannot explain it scientifically, put the formula and tell me how it's done. I get it to be done, says Elohim powers. The powers and abilities that work just listening to our desires. So this is an amazing thing. All we know is desire. We desire to do this, we desire to say this, we desire to think this way, and voila, it happens. This thing happens, within us. And you're not going to tell me that that's the most miraculous thing, that we can function in the thought world as such. And the thought world has rulership over everything. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what I'm telling you, my friends. I'm taking you back to your true heritage so nobody can fool you anymore. You were made perfectly. It says, lo, Ecclesiastes 17:1, lo, this one thing I know, that God made man upright. That means ready, ready and just to be with him. My beloved is mine and I am his. Whoa, whoa, my beloved is mine. Like it says in the Song of Solomon, because that's the book of that. That's the book of intimacy. When you know everything from A to Z, you are the master of it, and you are the Elohim of powers and faculties and skills and authorities for it. And so every workforce in the world that is consistent of human beings that are working there with certain skills that they have learned from their manuals, they are the energies for all the cities in the world. So you're not going to convince me otherwise. So money is made by people, therefore the people are the power. Everything, cars are made by people, therefore the people are the power because they have the Alefbet in them. Everything goes down the drain like that. And so I'm taking your power back, my friends, because it says, pow goes the powerhouse. And the COVID-19 man has come to deliver you from the empty land. Okay? From the land where you've been silenced to the promised land of the Alefbet, which is the original place for the soul of a man. You know a song? You know what I'm talking about? That's where I'm taking you, my friends. You're going back to the powerhouse, all right? And nobody's going to take this heritage from you. So we're going to look at this more thoroughly right now. Let me skip the bulwark here. Okay, let me finish with this one. This is a refresher from last week. Okay, we're going to go over this again. And then we're going to end with the first one that I was showing you. Okay? But this is just a refresher. So this amazing thing says, Proverbs 18:10, I like that. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. That is a powerhouse. Okay? David called it a strong tower in his time because a strong tower was like a bulwark. Like a city made with big walls and protecting everything inside. A bulwark is a strong tower. Like a castle. Okay? So castle means a strong tower, because it protects all the one people inside. It has walls, it has cannons, and everything to protect the invaders. So a bulwark is a strong tower, and also, a castle is a strong tower. But now in our modern age, the best way I can think of, because the word Aleph stands for, it's, he has the Aleph and the pe, so it's the power of the mouth, the power of the spoken word. So it's the word for power. Okay, so the best way to say it now is powerhouse, because power is the energies. In Elohim actually means powers, authorities, powers. Everything is referred to powers as plural. So I like to think of it, Alefbet, in our modern age, the best way to address the alphabet. David in the Bible called it strong tower or bulwark. I call it a powerhouse, because all the energies, everything that empowers the thought, everything comes from the alphabet. All right. So at the end of the day, that is what energizes us. That's why we are word dectric, Davarians. That's our electricity. The words are the ones that light up our mind for ideas, and that's what keeps us going. All right. So the word is electricity for us. Okay, it keeps us going, it keeps us inspired, it keeps us moving, it keeps us doing everything that we do. All right, so this is what I think. So this is the powerhouse. And interesting, I was just meditating on this week. I don't know if I ever told you this, but my father, my dad, before I came here I was working, I was in Guatemala. I was in a boarding school for 3 years. There was an evangelical school for 3 years. But prior to that, my dad had been working in Bananera. That's a little town close to the Atlantic Ocean in Puerto Barrios. And he was the man in charge of the electric plant, of the powerhouse of the whole place in there, He was the man in charge of it. He was like the main manager or the chief of that place. Like he would run everything for all the electric lines that went, from all the different little farms that were, because this was owned by the Banana Fruit Company at the time. I think, or another company owns it now, but Banana Fruit Company, the United Fruit Company had that, and he was working for them, and he studied on his own. He studied how to be an electrician and everything, and so he was doing that on his own, and then he ended up landing that job, and he was working for a while, and he was in charge of the powerhouse. So imagine that. So that's something that really happened in the past. My real father, who is now here in the United States with me and brought us all here, he used to be for years, he used to be the man in charge of the powerhouse where I grew up in Bananera. Imagine that. So now I am knowing the powerhouse of my real dad, for the soul, the Alefbet, that's the powerhouse, and I am with him, and I'm in charge now also of running, this powerhouse, because I'm empowering everybody that's hearing me within my hearing range to understand what the heritage is. Now we're so far above this world. You have no idea, my friends. This whole science, the so-called science of this physical world, has deprived you. All right? And this is what I'm getting down. I'm getting ahead of myself, but let me just finish it. So this is the powerhouse. So this is what we are. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. That's our brand name. We work for the Alefbet. We work for the source of all things that have come into this world. Everything comes from an alphabet. So the alphabet is the founder and father of everything that has ever been made. Because behind everything made, in a manual, there's an alphabet that has been used to write the manual of anything that has ever been made. So the manual is a father and founder of everything. That's why I call it the powerhouse. Because everything made comes from words, on letters and words. Okay, so then we go to the first 28 letters in Genesis 1:1. It's right below here. Genesis 1:1, 28 letters. I believe it's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 words. Okay? 7 is the number of perfection for God. And he has 28 letters, and 28 letters, HDTV, 28. 28 is the number for Koach, or Kojak. It's for the number for strength. Okay? And so when you have these things that is being revealed there, so here the world has translated it, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. Okay? But like I explained before, God addresses 2 people, okay, in this world. The people that are going to use their senses to enjoy the world that he created. So if you just use your eyesight and all your senses to enjoy the fresh air, to take in all the view where you lived, to take in all the good things, to just feel good because of what you're looking at. So these are the people that this first part will apply. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. That gives you a picture of things, okay? So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So that addresses the people that use their head to look at things. And to use the resh, just to iron, because iron is eye. So to use your head, which is the rush, just to use your eye, the eye is the prince of all senses, because it's the main one, that we use most of the time. So when you use your head just to sense things, or just to perceive what's in your environment, that is what God calls Ra, which means evil. And people say, what is so evil about looking and enjoying Acapulco, enjoying all that I'm seeing, enjoying the mountains, enjoying the butterflies? What is so evil about that? You may say, what is so evil about that, right? It seems like there's nothing wrong with that. But what God calls it evil is because he is the alphabet, he is the alphabet that makes everything. And when you make something, you got to be putting your head to write down the blueprints. Write down, the schematics. Write down the measurements. So you got to use your head, to strengthen the things, that you're watching. Okay, you got to use your head for that, or to strengthen everything that's been activated. So if you are an owner of something, if you own something, you make something, you got to use your head to strengthen the things that are activated. Okay, because that means when you create something, that you are a person that you use your head and you make something, then you got to use your head to strengthen or fortify the thing that you have activated. You have brought something to life. So you're interested in making sure that it continues to work and it continues to function. So in order to do that, every company gives you a manual, because every company has a product and service, that they have made. Nice little TVs, nice little computers, nice little iPhones. But they don't hire you just to look at it. Don't you like the iPhone? You look at all the features that it has, 4 cameras in the back. Look at all of these things. So they don't hire you just to look at it and enjoy how nice it looks. They hire you to look at the schematics, to fortify the activity that is in this phone, so it will never die on people. It will always function. So that's what you do. And that's when you're like that, then you're being useful to the alphabet. Because the alphabet is the one that keeps track of everything, of all the blueprints and everything, to strengthen the activity of what he has made. And guess what? That's why God seeing, the word seeing, or to see something, is the rush. I believe that the rush, Aleph, Hey. Okay? So it's to use the head to fortify. Aleph means to strengthen and fortify. The Hey means what's activated. So use your head to fortify all the activated things. So that's what the Bible calls seeing. So that's the word seeing in Hebrew. It sounds like evil too. It's the same pronunciation. It's just that evil is just the rush and the iron, and this is Ra, and the other one, the seeing, because you got to see that it's good, you got to see that it functions. That is the Ra also, but it's Resh, Aleph, and the Hey. Okay, so that's how you that's how you work with that. You see, so it's pronounced the same, but the letters tell you what the functionality is. So if you're seeing things from God's point of view, if you're seeing functionality, then that is good. That's what's called tub, functional. But if you're just using your head just to see something, then you cannot work for the alphabet, because at the end of the day, the alphabet is interested in you following blueprints, following schematics, following measurements to make sure that things function. See, that's why just by looking at things and enjoying the view, for you still dysfunctional to the alphabet. The alphabet cannot use you to that. He has to train you to be like him. He has to train you to love to see, schematics, to see blueprints, to follow measurements. And then you're able to keep things activated that he made. You see? Then you're good. But if you just to enjoy the senses, just to take the view in, that's where evil starts. You don't have to be killing somebody. You just got, you just got to just try to live just to enjoy and taking in all the thing and enjoy everything like that. Just to be like that. Just to enjoy leisure activities, just not to fix anything, but just to have all the time in your world, just to enjoy and indulge your senses in everything that things can do for you. That's an evil way of it. You're not useful to the alphabet then. And no company hires you to do that for their products. There's not a single company that has a product that they have made and they just hire you. I have yet to heard of one that hires somebody, just sit all day there and that's it, and just watch the products and enjoy how beautiful they look. And that will be your job, and I'll pay you for that. The hell no. That's not ever going to happen. Because you got to see things from the boss perspective. You got to use your head to observe and to strengthen the activated products and services. And that's when you're tub. That's when you're functional. So understand, Ra is you're dysfunctional for the alphabet. He cannot use you if you just want to enjoy your senses with the products that are made. So that's where evil starts in the Bible. It's not the bad thing that people although that is evil too, because then you're not just not being useless to the alphabet. He cannot make things with you, but then you are accelerating the demise and the destruction of things. That's just being Rasha. But even Rasha, Rasha is just being so in tune with something that you identify with it so that you can get it right away. Like when somebody gives a commercial and gets you all enthused, the newest Lamborghini, the newest, Tesla that has come in and tells you all the new features, and you can't wait to go get it and enjoy it. You're really attached to that. That's when you become a Rasha. When you feel it and you're thinking and you're craving it for it, and you really can't wait to go grab it and enjoy it and drive it down the road, and burn rubber and whatever. That's when you become a Rasha, when you're engaged in your feelings and you want to enjoy it right away. That's a professional watcher. So when you engage all your feelings and you really want something, that's a Rasha. That's a wicked person. Okay, so you don't have to do anything. You just got to really engage your desires to really go just consume it, use it and abuse it and get the next upgrade. And the whole world is run by Rasha. By people that are just driven by that because commercials, that's how they train them. So the whole world is run like that. So understand that this is what God wants. So God wants you to see things His way. And then, therefore, you will do tub. You will do what is good and functional. Okay, so in this first verse, the 28 letters of the 304,805 letters, the first 28 are for you to describe the process of Chochmah-Binah-Daat. In those 7 words, the first word, it points to Chochmah. And you can open that understanding when you read the book of Proverbs, written by Solomon, the wisest man on earth. he dedicated the whole book of Solomon. Okay, he dedicated a whole book to the first letters here of Bereshit. This is the ones here. See if I can see. Bereshit. Bereshit. That's this, all this. There. So the first 28 letters is for that. And the rest that follow from chapter 1, verse 2, is 304,777. Perfect number for God. So the rest of the letters, after you take out the 28, minus the 304, which is the total is 304,805. You take 28 out, you're left with 304,777. All right, you're gonna do the work of perfection, because 777 is the number of perfection for God. So you're gonna do a perfect word in all creation if you follow Torah. You want to do things that are gonna be so perfect, you're not gonna damage anything in creation, because you're gonna be so happy to be with your Maker, to have intimacy with Him. Okay, so all of that. So that's Bereshit, because in the book of Proverbs, you find that the main thing he's telling you is the whole book is dedicated to wisdom. You know, and there's a passage in there that says, wisdom is the principal thing. So get wisdom. But with all thy getting, get understanding. That's Bina, that's the second part. Okay, so understand. So wisdom is to know everything, to have your mind lit up with knowledge and understanding, to have basically with some idea that you know what you're going to do for it. You're driven by it, and that's going to drive you. So have wisdom. So wisdom is the principal thing. And the reason why you know that is Bereshit is that because Bereshit specifically means Reshit is the head of a woman. Okay? The head of man is Rosh. So they could have said Berosh or Beresh. But they did not use, in the Hebrew letters, they did not use the neck or the head of a woman. They used the head of a man. They used the head of a woman. So you wonder, how come the Bible starts in the head of a woman? Because that's literally the translation. Beth means in, or inside a house, or inside a container. So in, Beth is the letter Beth, which means inside, family, everything inside a house. So it's in, and then Bereshit. So in the head of a woman. That's what literally is saying. But if they translate it that way, people are just trained to be male chauvinists. They just give all credit to the macho man. A man have done everything. They will not like it, because it's gonna give credit to women right away. It's like she's right there at the beginning, in the head of a woman. What? So they just say in the beginning, because they can interpret it. The word in the beginning is an interpretation, because the head, is the first part of your body. So it's the principle, it's the top part. Everything that has to do with top is the beginning, so it can be translated as beginning, a top, a main. Everything that emphasizes, principle, everything that emphasizes the first thing, the main head, all of that has to do with Bereshit, because it's part, so it can be interpreted that way, but literally it means in the head of a woman. So when you go to Proverbs and you read that passage that says, wisdom is the principal thing, and the word principle is the word also Reshit. It's in the head of it's the woman, it's the head of a woman. So we say, Chochmah is Reshit. So God is saying His Shekinah, His glory of the female aspect of Him, because we remain male and female like God is, and then we were split it. Well, He's got both inside of Him. So in the wisdom of God, and wisdom is personified by a woman in the whole book of Proverbs. So in Reshit, in Bereshit, okay? So that's why talking in wisdom. So those of you that want to be able to take care of everything that God has made, then this is the second people that God addresses in the Bible. Addresses the people that just want to see things. So He goes in a way of a story. In the beginning, God created heaven and the earth. If that's what you want to see. But if you want to see what it takes to make anything in this world, it takes wisdom, it takes understanding, and it takes knowledge. And that's what He proceeds to explain. So in the Reshit, that means wisdom. And so in the next one, it says, Bara Elohim. Okay, the word bara is to create, translated as create. So in the head of a woman, create, and Elohim means powers. It's translated as God, and in King James, like that, I grew up with that. In the King James, translated as God, but that's not a faithful translation. El, E-L, just El, that is God, singular. But Elokeinu, Elohim, when you add the mem at the end, That's a plural. And just means powers or potentates or authorities. So this is a title that's given to people that run. Even the judges in the Bible are called Elohims too, because of the position of powers, that they have authorities, have jurisdictions over things. So that applies also to everything that puts you on top of something else, because you are authoritative. You have power, you have study material, you're an expert, you are professional. All of that makes you an Elohim. You can manage and take care of things. That gives you power over the material world. All of that sets you up as Elohim. Powers, abilities, skills. All of that has to do with that. So when it says the next two, so it's saying in the wisdom of God in Bereshit, create. And the word bara also appears in the Bible as saying fattened. Like when you fatten a skinny cow that's so skinny, and you want to fatten the animal so it will be good. When it's time to mincha, so the sacrifice or the offering, you want to fatten an animal. That's the word bara as well. Okay, it's to fatten, to fill something up. Okay, so in wisdom, fatten or fill up the skills, or fatten the experts. Okay, so that's what it's saying. So and then the rest of it. So this has to do with the book of. I'll explain to you in a minute. But this is all part of the book of Ecclesiastes, or the Kohelets. The Kohelets is to tell you that everything in this world is Hebel of Hebel, all is Hebel, which is translated vanity of vanities, all is vanity, because people do not understand. They don't read the letters in between, all right? But the word Hebel of Hebel, all is Hebel, is the same letters for the first person that got murdered in this world. Hebel, Abel, or Abel. We call him Abel. But it's Hebel, the same word that appears in that thing. So he dedicates the whole book to Abel, to the first guy that got killed, and he dedicates that whole book by saying that vanity of vanity, all is vanity. That's how he's been translated, But the word Hebel is more like a breath or a wind or a breath. So he's saying breath of breath, all is breath. Like everything, people, the best way they could say it from the song, dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. That's the best song that will come close to all we are is dust in the wind. See? In second. Well, that's all I'm talking about. Dust in the wind. So that's the closest people can come to think that we're just dust in the wind. But Hebel of Hebel, all is Hebel. That means like breath of breath, all is breath, or wind of wind, all is wind. But each letter is interesting. Each letter has to do with He. And He is just for, the air or the spirit that activates, because that's the main job of air, is to activate and animate all flesh. So the air is what I call the all-inclusive resuscitator for the here and now. And is the king of all creation for resurrections, because everything cannot get life in of its own unless the air has distributed. The air has 78% nitrogen, 20.9% oxygen, and has some carbon dioxide, has some krypton in it, has some hydrogen, has some xenon, has some other things in there. But at the end of the day, it distributes what it needs to distribute to the plant so you can get life from it. It distributes to the flesh the oxygen that we need, and takes away the stuff that we have left over, and we takes it someplace else. So it's the all-inclusive resuscitator, for everything in the organic world. That's what the air, AIR, is the all-inclusive resuscitator, and is doing that resurrection 24/7, because in the world of the breath, there's non-stop. Everything that God creates, Yhvh, which means the processor of the respiration powers, Elohim, everything that He creates, is always working 24/7. He doesn't make a single thing in the world of the breath that is going to work from time to time. It's always working 24/7. Because where the air is involved, the all-inclusive resuscitator is involved, that resurrection has to be operational 24/7. That is the real functionality of Yhvh. He doesn't bring you anything fake that only works from time to time. Imagine the respiration powers will not work 24/7. Where will we be? So everything has to be functional 24/7. All right, because that's the domain of Yhvh, Elokeinu, the processor of respiration power. So that's the number one key to understand when you're dealing with the legit God. It's the one that does everything. So the number one work of the air is resurrection. All right, so and that is what it does magnificently operational 24/7. It doesn't stop. Because we need it 24/7, the plant needed stuff 24/7, so it goes around and distributes it and does a magnificent job. Okay, and we partake in it because we take in the breath, we circulate 22,000 pounds of air, every day, and in that circulation we get to feed plants, we get to feed our fellow men, we get to feed insects, we get to feed all kinds of people that are fed from this breath dynamics. It's a beautiful economy. 24/7, we symbiotically working with it without even thinking about it. It's just part of, and all of this is physical, by the way. All this of the breath and the air and all this thing is part of our physical existence because the air is physical. We can feel it. We cannot smell it necessarily, but we can take it in and we know it's going in. But it's physical and we can weigh it. So we can weigh at least 22,000 pounds. So it can be weighed. So it's a physical thing because it can be weighed. It can be felt going inside of us. It can be made by physical measures. But it's something that the world of so-called science has kept you ignorant. All right? So that's why we're going to talk more about this, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So you understand the Hebel of Hebel, all this Hebel, it has, I want to explain that some more a little bit when I get to the bulwark and the billboard. But Hebel of Hebel, which is the second part, right now I'm been focusing a lot of Chochmah, but now I'm going to get into Binah, which is the understanding. And so Hebel is like the spirit for the hay. Beth is the blueprints or the house. Okay, and Lamed, which is the letter Lamed. Lamed is also for the word for teachings, okay, or for learning, or for lessons, okay, and it stands for the staff or the rod of the shepherd, which had the U like this to get the the person to get the sheep out from the head and guide them. When they got it, they had this little J like that, the hook, and that's called the rod, and that stands for the scepter. So when in any case, I regret. So it has three letters: the hay for the air that activates, the Beth for the blueprints of the house, and the Lamed for the teachings or the lessons. Okay, so it explains what we all do in this world. Wherever we go to work someplace, because they got to give us instructions. So nowadays they present us with a little book called a manual. Okay. So our job, whenever we have a job, what we are hired to do? We are hired to activate the blueprints lessons or the blueprints guidelines. So I'm hiring you here to come and activate the blueprints guidelines. So I'm here giving you the manual. This is the blueprints. These are the guidelines of how my product or service is rendered. I want you to activate it and make it happen. So in every job, everybody is there activating the blueprints of the guidelines or the blueprints of the teachings. So you are an animated expression of the blueprints. So the blueprint is there, it lies there on the floor, the manual, but you activated it and you become the audio expression of the book. Like nowadays when you buy a book, you can buy it to just read it on your own, or you can buy an audio book. That is, the wind is animated and you can hear it. Okay, so you become that little thing that you are hearing is the audiobook. So that's what you become. You become an audiobook for every manual. You become the person that hears it and activates what the manual is saying. So people are reading in your actions what the manual has told you. So you become the audiobook of functionality. That's what you are. You are the audiobook of functionality. Okay, so you animate or you activate the blueprints of the guidelines. And that's what it says in here. That Hebel of Hebel, all the Hebel. Activating blueprints, the activating blueprints guidelines of activating blueprints guidelines, all is activation of blueprints guidelines. Because that's all you do. You got to get understanding. That's what the manual is presented to you. And then when you proceed to activate the blueprinted guidelines, then you're showing that you understood. So the whole book is dedicated to understanding. Because that's what you're doing in understanding. When you're understanding, you're activating the blueprints of the guidelines. And that's Hay, Beth, and Lamed. You understand? So when it's saying that, the whole book is dedicated to the second two books. Okay, because the second two books is so that you can go and you can fatten yourself, you can configure, you can figure out and fill up yourself with all the knowledge how to become an expert, and then you're able to render the work. Because then you're able to activate the blueprints guidelines. So the second part, bara, Elohim, means configure the powers or fill the, that's dedicated to the Kohelets. and to the word of Hebel, of Habel, all this Hebel. Okay? So, you understand that the whole world commemorates the death of Hebel, of Abel. Because that's the first blood that went down to the ground. And God says, I perceive, the blood of your brother is calling unto me. Because in the blood, the blood is the life of the flesh, is the nefesh. So we call neshama the breath of life, but in the blood is called the nefesh, the one that activates all the organs. That's also the activity of giving life. So the nefesh is another word for soul. So the soul of the flesh is found in there. So the nefesh is the blood, the dam is blood. So all of that, and so the first blood that was spilled is the activation, the activation of the blueprints guidelines. And so the whole world is left in this world of dust to make things out of the dust, and that's all part of the heritage of what is found in the name of Cain. But I will talk to you in a minute about the meaning of Cain, because the meaning of Cain has to do with to get all the jobs that are necessary to work in this world for the continuity. So I will tell you the meaning of each letter of Cain in a little while, so you understand that when God made in Cain, He made the spectrum of all the jobs for continuity, because that's what it means. His name, the spectrum of all the jobs that are needed for the continuity for all generations. So the spectrum of all the jobs that all generations are going to do. That's what the meaning of his name Cain in each letter. And then Abel was born, which is the activator of the blueprints of the guidelines. So both of them working together, they would understand that everything is coming from God. But he was the one that he was killed, so people don't understand the whole knowledge of what I'm teaching you right now. They don't understand the air for being the activator of the blueprints of the guidelines, so therefore the Alefbet gets all the credit. And that's why and you understand that the offering or the minha or the offering that he brought from his flock, that pleased really God, because he bought the first fruits, or the firstlings, which stands for the word Bekorah. That's what the first Bekorah starts for. So he brought his whole heritage. He presented himself as the one to continue everything that God was going to teach him. So I'm going to activate the blueprints of everything that you're going to teach me. That's how he presented himself without thinking, because I'm dedicating myself. Because everything was there to present. When you did a korban or any offering, was to present something to get you close to God. Okay? So when he did that, that was how he was presenting himself. I'm here, you are my heritage. Everything that you say, I will activate. Everything that I learn, I will become your audiobook. So that's why God was impressed with him. Hey, he was really impressed. He had respect, just like any person in a company will have respect to somebody who says, I can't wait to follow all your manual and do everything to the T. I want to do. Hey, any boss will be impressed with somebody that wants to do that for them. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But the other one just presented something out of his food. It wasn't his first fruit. It was just whatever he could find. It wasn't a baker type of offering. It was just whatever little thing of his leftover. And so, God did not respect that. So when Cain got upset, he says, "What are you upset? If you do right, So you tell him, you can learn, like from your brothers, nothing wrong with what he did. So, he worked accordingly to his mindset. So there's a certain way that an owner of a company needs for you to treat his manuals in order for his product to be rendered. So you have to look in that direction. Okay, so Abel happened to live up to his name. He presented himself as dedicating who he is to do that task, So that's what first jealousies came in and everything like that. In any kind, that's where the first murder came to happen. But that's all the part of Bina. Bina is the ability to fatten, get the skills that are necessary, so that you can become, you can have powers and faculties, okay? So that explains that. So that's what we do. That's why, we go to a workplace. And then the last four letters are the Aleph tab. That means from A to C, okay? The Hashamayim, which means the heavens. And and from A to C, Eretz, the earth. So he's saying just in Bereshit, it means in the wisdom of a woman, and configure or filled up the powers or expertise, so that from A to C, you can energize the heavens, and from A to C, you can energize the earth. That's what it's saying. And this could be applicable to anything. You go work for a company, they need to build everything from the ground up. So from A to C, the engineers and the architects have to know all the blueprints to build the building, to put all the utilities, to put everything, to make the ceiling and then to make the ground floor. So the same thing applies, because this applies everything across the board. So if anybody's interested in knowing everything from A to C, and this word A to C is only found in the Hebrew word, in the Hebrew Bible. You understand? It's not found anywhere else. Anywhere else is untranslatable. Okay? In all the Bibles in the world, it's untranslatable. They don't translate it. And it appears 7,302 times. 7,302 times that is not appearing in any Bible but in the Hebrew Bible. So then, therefore, there's no emphasis. That's for the other 4 words, is for the dots. When you know everything from A to C, that means you're intimately aware of how it works, and therefore you're ready to deliver. You're ready to bring something new into the world. You're ready to procreate that product and service. You become the one that you conceive it in your mind, and your soul becomes the surrogate mother. You bring it to full fruition, and you render the product and service according to the manual. So when you know everything from A to C, then it's time, to procreate and to generate and to propagate. And that's what it says. When you read and Adam knew Eve, and she conceived a son in Genesis 4:1. It says, and she conceived and she gave birth to Cain. So the word "knew" there is the word dots, okay, or the word Jada, which means you know something as a specialty, you know something as an expert, So it says, and Adam knew Eve, Jada Eve, know something as an expert, and then she conceived. So that's the whole idea. And that's everything with that. When you have that, you know everything from A to C, and you're ready to propagate a product or service or your own race. And that's the whole idea. So everything is dedicated. So the Bible, that's how it runs. Everything runs to set the ones that want to work with God and the ones that just want to enjoy His creation and just be consumers. So He's addressing the ones to be a consumer of His creation and those that want to be here as a producer of His creation. So it has two-way communication, okay? And because we lost Hevel was that intermediary to keep us in the spirit to be able to activate the manual. So people are just left with a plethora of works for all generations. And that's what the name of K and Look stands for, which I'm going to get to you in a minute for. But this is the whole idea. Okay? So the first letter is dedicated to wisdom. Bereshit is wisdom. Bara Elokeinu or Elohim, that is dedicated to Binah, which means understanding. Because when you fill yourself with powers and faculties, you have understanding. And then you're empowered to know everything from A to Z, and then you have that. So you can make anything from the ceiling down to the ground. Okay, you can make everything in a company because you have everything from A to C. You have the knowledge, intimate knowledge that makes you procreate and make things. Okay, so this is more of the background here. Genesis 1:1, it says, in wisdom, configure or build up or fill or fatten the experts or faculties or skills or abilities or powers to know how to energize or edify from A to Z, the top or the ceilings or the heavens, and know how to energize and edify from A to C, the bottom or the ground floor or the earth. Okay? So this is the different ways. That's why this is applicable for all people. That's why this guy say that time and space is doomed, because it's really only an interface. God wants you to be one with Him as a creator here. To be here to enjoy directions, to enjoy formulas, to enjoy blueprints, to enjoy schematics. If you do that, you're always going to be on top of things, because you're always going to be creating things, restoring things, resurrecting things, refreshing things, renewing things, reinforcing codes, doing all things that are necessary to keep the regulations that keep everything new. You're going to be a one, ongoing newness energies. The only way you can be ongoing newness energy, you can be that one that keeps everything new, like starting from the very beginning, you can be that one, ongoing newness energies, is by yours having the Bina to understand everything and having the Dats to continue to keep it new. All right, that's the power that we have. So that's the whole. So it's addressing those that want to consume His creation, and therefore that's all they want to do, don't want to enjoy, and the other ones that want to hook up with Him. So this scientist that is saying time and space is doomed, I can see what he's thinking, because he's a guy that is used to math formulas and everything it has to do. So now he wants to get, and yeah, here we have it in Torah. It's been telling us all along. So there's this two languages going, one for the left brain and the other for the right brain. Okay. I'm just the corpus callosum, bringing them together. The corpus callosum is the little membrane between the two brains. It's called the corpus callosum. Okay, so I play that role as David. David just means the Dalet, which means an administration, and the other Dalet means an administration on the end, and then it's the Vav in the middle. So my name David means the administration that hooks an administration. So I am this go-between. Okay, that's why he loves David, the beloved, because he's able to join what has been separated because of the absence of Hebel. Hebel died, so it has to be a joiner, one that joins the left brain with the right brain, and knows how to create peace with both parties. You become the corpus callosum, the little membrane that is in between. Okay, that knows how to direct all the thoughts of both of them, can synchronize and work, and have a balance, because you have Torah and you can learn to keep a balance within them. So that's something of all. Every name that God gives you, by the way, it's just in Torah, it's just a portal to be able to enhance what you can bring of the revelation of God into this world. Okay, because every name has that. So that's why the Bible, by the way, the word Moshiach in the Bible, if you study in the Tanakh, that means the Torah and all the other 19 books, because a total of 24 books, in the Tanakh. We have divided in 39 in the Old Testament, for those that come from Christianity, but in the Tanakh, in the Torah, it's the total of 24, 5 from the Torah, and the other 19, cover 19 men. The other 19, I just discovered this 2 days ago, that the 19 is the numerical value for Hava, for Eve. Okay, and Eve is the mother of all life. So that gives a whole new meaning to the covenant 19 men, I have the covenant 19 men, the mother of new life here with the, with the JHVH, man. That was just 2 days ago that I learned about the numerical value of Eve, 19, in any case. So I digress, so I kind of lost my track here. Okay, let me see. What was I talking about? Let me get to the... okay, let me just go to the other part here, so you'll come back to me where I was. So the soul, as a neshama, that means breath of life, that's what it means, embodies the word that His God, that means the governing operations director. Emmanuel plays that capacity, that's our Elohim. Remember in the Bible, Elohim, or power, that gives you the capacity to do something. You have a faculty, skill, all that is part of Elohim. The word that His God, that means His governing operations director, is teaching him, and only sees as much as his teacher instructs him. That's why it's important to see what manual you pick up in this world, to look at life from that outlook, from that aspect, from that point of view. Because it depends on the book that you pick up in this world. If it's not Torah, you're not going to see things the way I see in it, because the only reason why I see these things because I got deep into Torah. And so Torah opened up this understanding to me. It's nothing special. It's just been there all the time. I've not created anything new. I've just discovered the connections of how things work. And I'm just making this knowledge available to you. But the fact that I have the name David, okay, this is what was going on. David enabled me to be able to do this, because each name gives the potential how to connect to God. Each name is a portal, of understanding and Chochmah-Binah-Daat to God. So that's why every person, by your name, you have a unique treasure to bring to God once you connect to Torah. There's something that's so unique that only you can bring it. With the name and the way that God set it up, the time that you were born, everything is connected. So you have a special access to God that I don't have, or nobody else that has your name has. So that's why it's important to you get into Torah and understand with the name of the sound of your letters, and hook it up and understand that, and then you will discover the potential you have of what treasures you can bring of Yhvh into this world. But like I said, David, like in the Bible says that Moshiach, like I said, Moshiach is only said 39 times in the whole Tanakh. Okay, and the word Moshiach just means anointed. That means that oil has been put in, you've been anointed. Oil has been put on you. oil has been poured out. Okay, so it's poured on your head. Your oil has been poured out. So you've been anointed. So they anointed the priest. They anointed the utensils, that they use. They anointed a lot of things, and even people that were not Jewish, like they anointed, Cyrus. He was an anointed. He was called that he was an anointed, So it's mentioned about David being the anointed, but when he mentions the one to come, the Messiah that everybody, even in the Hebrew, people say that the Messiah is coming and everything. He doesn't mention him as a Messiah. He just calls him like the branch. It's like the seed of David or the son of David. But he does mention him as David about 4 or 5 times with the name David. He calls him that his name is going to be David. All right? So those of us, not only me, but anybody that has the name of David has, if they will get into Torah as much as I've gotten into Torah, they will also be able to render these secrets to you. Okay? And with extra more according to the other names that they have, Good thing I was giving a lot of Bible names. Zechariah, David, Emmanuel, And then Castro means a strong tower because Castro comes from castle. A castle is a strong tower. So that's the Alefbet is in there. And the Stephen's son, Stephen means crown and son. So I'm the crowning son. So Zechariah means the Lord reassembles all the administrations of power within us. The Alefbet crowning son. That's the meaning of my whole name. So that's a heavy duty name to carry. But I know what to do with it. I know what I have access to. And I'm able to live up to my name now because I'm completely and absorbed in Torah. I know what I can present to the world. I know what I've become an expert in. And I'm able to talk for hours now. Because he that hear it, speak it continually, says the scripture. So if your ears have been prepared, you're able to listen. You're able to Shema and Shamar, which is the name of my son, Shamgar Sebastian, Shema and Shamar. If you're able to do that, my friend, woo, there ain't no stopping you. I'm saying, you can talk all day long. Because, you have so much to say. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm talking about. So the name is very important. And the name. So I encourage you, get to know your names, all of them, Even the nicknames that people call you. You can even put Tito there. That's something that I gave myself when I was young. Tito was one of the nicknames because my mom called me Sacarito, Carito, or Cari because of Zacarias, Cari. And when she would call me one of the little, she would say Caricito. Out of love, Caricito. And when people would ask me, what's your name? I would say, Tito. So it's stuck. People call me Tito. So that's where Tito came from. Okay, so I even use that name. And also from Cari, because Zacarias, they call me Cari. And then I found that the word close to that Cari appears in the book of Leviticus. I think it appears 7 times. And it means contrarian. It's a bad connotation there. Contrarian, but something that goes against But this in the Leviticus is applied to people that go against Torah. They don't want to do things to Torah. But I'm using the word carry, which means contrarian, to go against the ways of this world. So I'm using it good for you about I'm in line with him and against all the confused, bedazzlement, and dumbfounded, the CBD of this world. Confused, bedazzled, and dumbfounded, that this world does to people and makes them slaves of these external facades. So I'm contrarian to that. So I even live up to that name. So I understand so even get to know your nicknames in the scripture, Because I know some of you guys here. I know like with the group, as small as it is, I know I have Andy here. Andy comes from an Andre. Andrew means man. It's a derivative of Adam. So I have Adam in my group with Andrew and Andy. I have Joseph. Joseph is the first Messiah, world Messiah, in the sense that he delivered all of Israel and the whole world when there was in a famine. So he's the first Messiah. So the first Messiah is here too. Joseph, I have him here, because he is the first, that went to Egypt and delivered Egypt, because he was the dreamer, he understood the dreams, and therefore God used him as a deliverer. The first Messiah that came to deliver the whole world was the one that delivered, Israel and deliver, Mizraim. Okay, save their butts because they had no Chochmah-Binah-Daat like he did. Okay, so he is, they would have died of famine if he wasn't happy in there. But he was the first Messiah, worldwide Messiah, because he saved all the nations that were hungry at that time. They came to buy stuff from there. Okay, so that's Joseph right there. So you understand. So you guys, I even examined the group that God has given me. He has made me Rosa's been from me from the very beginning, and according to the sages, whenever you work on mitzvahs and you work on studying Torah, you're building a rose garden to God. You're presenting roses to Yhvh. That's what the sages says. So I started this whole group with Rosa being there right away, because I've been building, I've been studying Torah for a long time. So God gave me a rose right away to begin the group with. Rosa is here, as a gift from God, that I already had some rose to present to God, because Rosa wasn't the first one from the very beginning. She's been here. He sent Brian. Brian and Brianna. These people are the brains. The left and the right brains. People that know how to look at details, know how to, keep track of things, because I know both of them, they like a lot of decorating, keeping track of things, scores and stuff like that. The brain people. All right? So, perfect, because we are Thoughttarians. You know what I'm talking about? I'm going to elevate you to Thoughttarians, because you got to use the brain. The thought is behind everything. You understand? Okay, we have a star that's been coming. A star, like the sun, that emits light, and that we be talking about the sunlight, the entrance of the light give light. So we have the star here, because the star here at the end of the day is the Alefbet, okay? The Alefbet, which means Alefbet means father, or padre, okay? And we have also had Patricia comes from time to time. She's able to join us. Patricia or Patty. Patricia means father. So actually the word of Patrick means father. Like in the day when God opened this whole understanding what it means St. Patrick Day. So here she is a representative of the Alefbet, because Alefbet means father. So I have somebody representing the Alefbet, the father here. I have somebody representing the roses that we built. I have a star here that shines here. So we have everything that connects to what I'm doing. So I have the right group. And then we have somebody lately that's been coming, like Ryan. I think he comes from time to time. Now, Ryan has to do with the rays of the sun. It's going to start shining now, this knowledge, if he sticks around. So, the whole group is building pretty good. Okay, but you can have more fun yourself. If you go into studying just the meaning of your names in English first, because there's a meaning behind your name. So do not be an echo chamber when it comes to your to who you are. Understand? From English, what your name stands for, all your names. Then go study the pronunciations in Hebrew, and then you discover a deeper depth to who you are. We understand that we are working in the right direction. I have the right people here, So everything, I'm very happy with how things are working here, with all of you guys that come here from time to time, and join me with this. So, but this is just a little commercial to get you going with your names, right? So, let me see how we're doing here with you guys. Here for a minute. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Some of you have been looking up your names. Very good. Very good. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's see that. Very good. Very good. Okay. Just going to check on you guys for a minute there. Let me go back. All right. Let me see here. Okay. Now. All right. So that's why it's important. I read this part. Your neshama is only doing what happens. It's you're using the fact that you're alive to activate blueprints. Activating blueprints of guidelines that people give you. So a religion, if you're raising a certain religion, you become the one that keeps that religion alive, because you got to tell the story over and over again, so that story gets to live because of you. You are the one that resurrects the story. You are the one that keeps it alive, And so, for example, there's a religion that offers resurrection, but it's not 24/7. That religion that offers resurrection, it worked for the founder according to their teachings of Christianity. He worked for Jesus. He was able to take him, home, and and then he said he's gonna come back, and then he's gonna work for everybody. Okay, he's gonna resurrect everybody. But as far as who's doing the resurrections for the flesh, in the here and now, and keeping all flesh alive 24/7, the one doing that is air. Okay, the all-inclusive resuscitator. And that resurrection works 24/7, because our flesh needs to be resuscitated every second. He doesn't have any power to bring life of his own. He has to come in through that. So it works, and also the plants need to be receiving it, and so the air circulates all over the place. So the heir is the all-inclusive resuscitator, king of all resurrection is here now, brought to you by Yhvh. The processor of respiration's powers, okay, which is the one that is introduced, that I'm introducing you from the Bible, okay, from the Torah, okay, and that one works 24/7. So to me, I'd rather believe in that resurrection, okay, but there's a place for the resurrection of the Christianity, okay, so the Christianity could be used as a billboard. They have announced that resurrection is coming, and resurrection. So in doing so, everybody that is in Christianity and it talks about resurrection, that's the main thing that they believe. If Jesus did not rise from the dead, then the whole thing falls to the ground, and they repeat that over again. You are an announcer of the real resurrection, which is done by the air, okay? And then you prove that because you are capacitated and you're able to resurrect your religion. That doesn't work 24/7. You keep it alive by your own saying. So you're the only one that's resurrecting your religion. The religion is not resurrecting you. You're keeping it alive every time you say it. Okay? So that's about the best resurrection that God provided, that Christianity provided for you, and that it's going to make you resurrect their story over and over again. And the resurrection that they're rendering is not going to work until, whenever he's good and ready. But good thing Yhvh resurrection works all the time, because we drop dead a moment's notice. So you understand, but there's a so it has a job like a billboard. It announces resurrections, it announces the word salvation, and it announces a lot of the things it announces a lot of the verses that are found in the Tanakh too. So it doesn't have the Hebrew down to the core, but at least it announces some of the verses. So people give accreditation, they go back and they can look, and those that are really hungry enough, like I was, get into Torah and Hebrew, and then they discover, the whole, because the Torah, I found out that the Torah is the first will and testament, that's the first will and testament that God presented, okay? You heard about the last will and testament, right? When somebody croaks and dies, they have a last will and testament. And so a lot of people come together, especially if it's a rich person, because when somebody croaks and dies, and it's right time to read the last will and testament, people might feel sorry and everything, but if it's a rich person, you like to go to the reading because you might get some goodies, right? Whatever assets that person had, whatever properties, whatever things he had under his care, they will be dispersed among the surviving parties. Everybody that survived from the relatives and everybody that is put in the will will be getting some, right? So the death of that person that passed away in the last will and testament helps everybody else to inherit their goodies. All right? So at least that will and testament is useful in a way that you right away when the person dies, you get the goodies. All right? You get everything that person ever had. Everything that he ever attained in this world. All the money that he ever got. All the companies, all the properties, all of that he ever got, he's ready to release it. He cannot take it with him. Everybody that stays here, that survives him, gets to enjoy it. All right? But in Christianity, the interesting thing is to call it the New Testament. So to me, there's the first will and testament that called out the Torah, because God never died. He's still alive, still brand new. He's our life. And so he just gives us the first will and testament of what we're going to be enjoying with him right away. He will stick and we're with him. Okay, so it gives us that right away. Then there's the last testament that these people in the world of the dust use. When you croak and die, then they disperse all the goodies. And then let's come with this guy, New Testament. But this New Testament, to me, is even worse than the last will and testament of the people in this world. Okay, because at least in the New Testament, since if he died, when he died, that means that all his disciples are going to get all the things that he got. Because that's what you do in your Old Testament. Everything that you have acquired in this world, everything that you have received, is going to be shared. Okay? Going to be shared among all the other people. You're going to, okay? And so, the thing is, so he got, he got resurrection power. He got resurrection power for himself. Okay? All right? And then some people receive some gifts of healing. Some people were able to heal. Some people were able to speak in tongues. Some people were able to do all kinds of little miracles here and there, right? But how many received the gift of resurrecting themselves whenever they wanted to? Yeah, that's a power that he had, right? How come he couldn't give that? And even more, like he rose from it, you're ready to disperse. Like if any of my uncles, I don't have any rich uncles or anything like that, but if any of them died, and they were able to come from the dead, I bet each one of them would share it with me. That's how good my relatives are. If they figure out how to come from the dead, I figure out, man. I went there, they told me how to do it, I want to share with you now. So you will stay alive, I'm going to be here with you as long as I can, and I'm going to stay here, I'm going to show you, and I'm going to be using this power to resurrect myself every time I have to croak. I'm going to use it because I got it now, and I'm going to share it with you. Any regular relative that has croaked in this world, that came back and figured out to come back, will be sharing this with me. Even after they left their last will and testament and they were to come back, they will also be sharing how they did it. Because, all their dear ones are here. So that's what they will do. That's what I would do. I don't have that many things, but, whatever I'm going to leave with my family, if any life insurance, whatever, it's about all I can do, whatever. But if I figure out to come back on my own, I'll go to the other side here. Hey, I'll be sharing you with the whole world. I'm not going to be telling you, hey, I'll be coming back someday. I'm just going to go to heaven and, forget you guys, It's only 3 days of suffering, but I'm going to enjoy the heavens up there forever until I want to, and then I'm going to come for you. What kind of a selfish pig would I be if I'm talking that way? Think about it. If I'm able to get the formula to stay alive, to keep this thing alive, how come I would not share that? How come I would go and, I will stick around. If I have that formula how to stay alive, I will stick around. I will not need anybody to preach anything for me. I myself will go around. I will tell them, I cannot die, man. Go out there, read it in the news. I got killed by the Romans, man. They put it in the front paper. They knocked me down, man. And here I am. And go check it. They'll tell you. You don't need anybody to witness. You yourself will be winning the whole world. You know what I'm saying? You don't need anybody to witness for you. Okay? So this is just, okay? But you understand that everything has a purpose, okay? Everything has a reason and a purpose. So, you understand that that in the New Testament, therefore, to me is worse than the last will and testament, because at least last will and testament, you get all the goodies, okay, that this person had. You get them here, and then now you enjoy the money that they made and everything, And if he didn't say he'd have anything, that's why the Son of Man had no place where to lay his head. According to his saying, he was very poor, so he didn't build anything in this world. So he didn't have any goodies. He didn't work for any riches of this world, right? You have anything to give to his fellow man? Nothing like that. So at least if you got powers of resurrection, man, at least share that. Don't go anywhere. Stick around, man. Okay? So that's what I found so wrong with that narrative. But this is just a story that was given, that was used to elevate people to godhood. To elevate men to godhood. So, the Osiris used it, the people from Egypt used it. They even used the kum, the lamb, that was the source of life, that was the god for life. The idea of choosing a lamb for a god was that people will identify, people living off their skin, and the government living off their skin. And so when that god failed, then the Romans brought it back again, a lamb that could be sacrificed to the people, so that all their sins could be forgiven. So therefore, we convert the whole people in sanctified lambs. So they will want to be like lambs, because the lamb is the great example. So you understand that Rome was invented by people, Romulus and Romulus. Okay, and these people, according to the legend, who were they raised by? Okay, the Romulus and Romulus were raised by wolves, by a wolf. Okay, so that just tells you that if you are a wolf, what will be the dream of the wolf? If you have the characterization of a wolf. The dream of a wolf is to have access 24/7 to a whole bunch of sheep. Want to have access to a 24/7 to a bunch of sheep. Okay, people that don't defend themselves, people that just follow everything. Bleeding noise. They just complain about what's uncomfortable, but they just let people live off of their skin and everything. So that's what, if you are a wolf, the characterization of a wolf, that will be the dream, to create something in which you will have always access to plenty of sheeple. So you always devour and live off of their labor, They will be the one feeding your dreams, right? So to me, Christianity is a perfect example of how you can, because that's what He has created. There's 2 billion, 2.14 billion right now, sheep, people that believe in the Lamb and want to be like the Lamb, right? So that's the dream. So it's a useful story. So it's a useful story for the wolf. Christianity is a perfect useful story for the wolf, because this whole idea of, you can see in the Beatitudes and all this, the training that Torah does not allow. They think that's supposed to be holy, because this Beatitudes is if somebody comes and, they sue you, for your shirt, they sue you, you give them their coat also, all right? So, and if somebody wants to, to take things and abuse you or spit on you and everything, you turn the other cheek. If somebody wants to malign your name and say all these bad things about you, all these things they did to their fathers before, and so you're going to be blessed because of that. So, but who are the people that are in the world demanding things of people, taking taxes out of people, taking their property out of people, taking them to court and taking things from them? These are the governments of this world. Okay, in Torah, you're not allowed to do that. In Torah, there's a mitzvah for you to watch over each other's back. It's a mitzvah about not speaking bad about somebody, not saying lashon hara or saying anything like a gossip about anybody, because that's destroying their reputation. It's like spilling somebody's blood. So you're not even allowed to let somebody you get away with lashon hara, to saying bad things about others. You're not even allowed. You have to watch over each other that you're not committing a sin. So, but when you come to the New Testament, the people are not training Torah, so they don't know about this mitzvah. So they want to create a narrative in which if the government comes and he acts like a tyrant, he takes you, he buffets you, he takes your thing, he takes you everything that you have, and he does everything like that. He becomes your tool of sanctification, because you, by putting up with that, you're so holy and devoted, to the Lamb of God. So this is way in which people, the governments of this world have all these sheeple that just follow their instructions, and no matter how abused they get, if they put up with the abuse, because, after all, I'm going to go to heaven, I'm going to do all these things. So it's a perfect mindset. It's a useful tool, for people that do not want to follow Torah, will not allow for you to people to be that, to be that tyrant of a kind. That does not allow you, because when everybody's observing Torah, people are not allowed to get that way, to be abusive and come and struck another person just because they feel like it. Because they want to get someone. It doesn't allow you that. So the Beatitudes is nothing but a hug to allow the, and the whole thing about give to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's. You think that is a wise thing to say? Why is that in there? If these people are poor, they couldn't afford anything. Say that 75% of all Christians were poor people. To be able to make a book in those days, because it's not like you can go someplace and print it out or something and you can make your own book. No, to be able to your own book and be able to get the skin of this or to get some papyrus, that costs money. So there's people that were making these books, and he wanted the poor so-called Christians, there's people that needed to have the sheeple production. So that's why this story is perfect for that, okay? He creates sheeple. So that's why 2.14 billion people are there that just, because it's the easiest way to convert sheeple. This lamb died for you. Okay, then, he took all abuse, for as long as God suffered in the flesh, Christ suffered in the flesh, arm yourself with the same mind. Let the tyrants come and beat the crap out of you. And the more you suffer for it, the more you will be like the master. And the more you will be crowned up there. Amazing tool for sheeple, I'll tell you right now. So, that's why they make their God, because people, they want to be like their gods, so the lamb suffered for all of that, and it was taken up to heaven, But like I said, when you think about it, when you really put it in perspective, that's not what I would do if I get, and I don't think you would do that either. If you get resurrection power, I don't think you would just go say, I went to heaven, enjoy my vacation now, 2,000 years, just kicking that there at the right hand of the Father. I know you're suffering, but I'm interceding for you. I got your back. And these people, oh yes, okay. So you were never introduced. The job of the Messiah, the job of David, is to hook you up with your heritage, my friend. So I'm bringing you to your first will and testament, and that's what we're looking at. In your first will and testament of Torah, you got all this in the here and now, okay? You have all these goodies that I'm talking about for the here and now for you to enjoy, all right? And so this is what I'm going to start reading right now here. It says, okay, let me read this part here. Top, yes. When to your 0.0635% of your humanity, you add the awareness of the other 99.9365% of your aerial existence, you know, according to, and then I give the whole thing. I'm going to read the whole thing, which is at the end here. But let me just say this because I want to describe what I'm talking about. When to your 0.0635% of your humanity, okay, because in the Bible, the way things are with God, He's a God of the here and now. He's keeping you alive in the here and now. He's providing what is necessary for you 24/7 in the here and now. He does all of that with the air. So that's why He's the God of the air, the processor of respiration powers, because that's the one that is working here in the here and now 24/7. Christianity is not working here and now 24/7. You gotta be working in here and now 24/7 to keep the story going. But that resurrection that He offers you is not working 24/7 for you, is it? Okay, so you see, you have to, your own respiration powers are lended to that cell. So that's what the thing is. So the God of the here and now works in the here and now, keeps us alive here and now, provides resurrections for the here and now, the relevant resurrections that work for the here and now. Okay, so it says, so when to your 0.0635%, now that has to do with the things you process air, 22,000 pounds of it every day, but you also process liquids and you process foods. And it's the liquids that you're taking and the solid foods that you're taking that are bringing nutrients, that are contributing to your livelihood. So you are what you're eating on a daily basis, and what you're drinking on a daily basis, and what you're breathing on a daily basis. That's what you are. Because if you don't get to have to drink something daily, you might live for a while, but not for too long. Or if you don't get to eat more often, you also may last for a while, but not for too long. But everything has to be processed for you to stay healthy and with continual energy. So it has to be, so whatever's coming in to nurture you every day, the solids that are coming in, the liquids that are coming in, and the air that's coming in, that is who you are. That's how God looks, because God is the God of the here and now. So He keeps inventory of everything that is keeping you alive. So He's the God of all life, so that's why He keeps track of everything that is alive. So He keeps track of the solids that are going in, the liquids that are going in. So the solids that are going in every day, I said it was about 9 to 10 pounds. And the liquids that are going in every day, the solids are about 4 to 5 pounds. And the liquids that are going in are about 9 to 10 pounds, okay? So that's about a total of average of 14 of liquids and solids that are going in to keep you alive and to keep you energized for the day. Okay, so if you do that, if you compare the total, adding the 22,000 pounds of breath, pounds of air, respirations, pounds of air, to the 14 pounds of solids, your being consists of a total of 22,014 air, solids, and liquids that you're processing. That's who your whole being is, okay? But the people are concerned, when they're only concerned about what you eat and what you drink, out of the 22,014, that is an average of 0.0635%. Compared to the whole that you are, the 22,014 that you process every day, only focusing on what you eat and what you drink, that's only 0.0635% of that. So that's all the teaching is for, to be aware of the things that you're eating and the things that you're drinking. And I focus on that because those are the things that keep you nourished and keep you energized. I don't focus on anything you get outside that you don't eat. Your iPhone, you don't eat. You don't eat your house. You don't eat your car. You don't eat all of these things. I'm focusing on the things of life because that's how Yhvh is. It's the items that are keeping you alive. So mainly this society is built upon the things that you eat and the things that you drink. And when you just focus on that, that is the only thing energizing your body that you pay attention to. The air is still doing it, but you don't pay attention to it. You're not aware of the whole economy of the breath. You're not aware of it at all because you have not gone through the name of JHVH for that understanding to be opened up. But the only thing that you are aware of is what you eat, you drink, and the crazy things that are outside of your flesh that do nothing but drain your energy. All the gadgets and everything that is for the mule. The manpower of hell lame economy that cannot appropriate itself. So when you are in that and you're only aware of that, that's 0.0635%, of everything that you are aware for your life in here. So it's interesting because I counted that amount, 635, there's 613 mitzvahs. I did not work on the math to make it happen. I just did the calculations of the breath and the soles, and then when I did the breaking down, then it all matched. It's amazing because then I noticed that there's 613 mitzvahs, okay? It's 613 mitzvahs in the Torah. That's the signature of the Torah. It presents you with 613 mitzvahs. That's connectors to the breath of God. That's what it means. A mitzvah is the solutions to connect to the breath of God. Okay, that's what it means. So we translate it as commandments, so we lose sight of the meaning of it. But mitzvahs are commandments. 613 commandments. And how many letters are there in the Aleph tab, in the Hebrew alphabet? There are 22 letters. So 613 commandments plus 22 letters, 635. Isn't that wonderful? So 613 mitzvot and 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, that's 635. So, even in the little physical stuff and liquid stuff, counts up to the numbers by which God keeps the whole creation alive, the 613 mitzvot and the 22 letters that he uses to explain all those 630 mitzvot to you. So that 613, 35 is a significant number. You understand what I'm saying? The commandments are found there and the letters of the alphabet. See? It takes Chochmah-Binah-Daat to be able to decipher those things. You understand? Okay? So this is the beauty of it all, So in any case, so that's on that. So then this is now the other one, the 22,000. So 22,000. When you take 22,000, 14, and when you take 22,000, you divide it by 22,014, and then you multiply by 100, you get 99.9365%. Okay, 9365. Those 365 days of the year. That God keeps you alive for the last three numbers there. So, and He keeps you alive daily, right? So, but you're aware. But then the other one, so that's the one that keeps you alive. So on a daily basis, God occupies you to process 22,000 pounds of air. Okay, so when we're in the book of Bamidbar right now, in the book of Numbers, and in the book of Numbers, it tells you about the Levites, how many they were counted in the book of Numbers. The Levites just means the joiners, the brokers, the people that go between Yhvh and you, to bring you in the understanding of Yhvh. And so there was the people that were the technicians, if you please, of Torah. They study the Torah, and they were the go-between the people and Torah, and God through the Torah. They were able to solve all their problems and, serve their sacrifices and all of that stuff, accept the korvans, accept all the minha, accept everything for them. So these are the people. But they were, at the time, in the book of Numbers, they were the joiners, because they were Levites, it should mean join. They join you with God. They are the brokers. There's 22,000, man. That's why it's counted in the book of Midbar. 22,000, to attend, and your heritage. The Lord is your heritage. It says in the Bible. Everybody got lands, got cattle, got animals, and everything. But the Levites, it says Yhvh. The Lord Elohim is your heritage. It says, what are you inheriting? You're inheriting, the processor of respiration powers. So, So they are representing each pound of air. Each pound of air that we circulate, of respiration that we circulate. 22,000 pounds. Each one is representative of the Levites. So the whole thing that is written in Torah is written in creation. So every day we're telling the story of Torah and of the ones that are interfering. We tell it in the way that and the breathing, the process in and out, processing of respiration is the work of JHVH, is the definition of JHVH. So we mention His name with every breath we take, and then the fact that it brings nutrients to us, all of that are doing the work of the Levites. So the whole story of the Torah is being told with every breath that we take. Because every breath brings nutrition, it takes everything down to the cellular levels, to the ATP, to the one that is the fuel for the cell, which I refer to it as the Aleph Tab power. It has another name for it, of course, but it matches Aleph Tab power ATP, and that's why I'm going to be calling you now, because you are the ATP in all of creation. You are the ATP for the Alefbet, you are the ATP for these economies of this world, and you are the fuel, the energy, because the ATP is the fuel produced by the mitochondria, the powerhouse, that produces all these things for the cell, so the cell can be energized. So you're going to be the powerhouse, and you're going to be that ATP. Now I want to explain that more further, right? And but in any case, so I digress. So you understand this. So it's 0.0635%. That's all you focus in. So you have lost sight. The air is also physical, but in the physical you are more air because you process more air than you process solids and liquids. So God addresses you as that, and He wants you to pay attention to the functionality of His name, because the functionality of His name and understanding that is an entrance. You understand? It's an entrance into seeing what is keeping you alive 24/7, and therefore you will wish to be more like the air that is only given life. Taking life from here, like I get paid, but most of my money goes to help somebody else. I don't retain anything. I don't, I don't believe in savings for a rainy day, because I have saved all the Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currencies there needs to present who my maker is, and run my job, and to do all other little things that I can do. So I save, and I save all the Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currencies there is, which is the currency for making and creating and sustaining and maintaining everything. That's what I saved inside my soul. But everything else in this world just circulates, because it does me no good. I'm just here exercising my powers as an Elohim in this mule, and that's where I am a philanthropist, and I give it freely all the time, because they will not be able to afford me for all that I know. Okay, so I'm just enjoying, what I'm enjoying my maker here. So the thing is, so when to your 0.0635% of your humanity you add the awareness and attentiveness of the other 99.9365% of your aerial existence, according to the AAAAA 22,014 original British pounds CEO's Torah. Okay, because that's what I'm going to be teaching. Okay, I got my book. The title is Shema Shamar. Shema Shamar. Hear and keep, or hear and revere, hear and venerate. Because that's the meanings of Shami and Sebastian. Okay, is to hear and venerate. That's the name of my son. I gave him that name, and that's the title going to be. But my first lesson I'm going to be teaching is this one. To give you access to your first will and testament. The A, 5 A's, because there's 5 books of Torah. So to each one, I'm giving a grade of A. They all have an A plus for me. Okay, and this stands for something. And the 22,014 is everything that we're processing. Every day we're processing 22,000 pounds of air and 14 pounds of solids and liquids. Okay, and so that are the things. Of the original British pounds. Okay, and I'm using this because pound is a currency that is used in England. Okay, that's where all America comes from England. And pounds still more expensive than dollars, still more pricey. Okay, so in any case, it says, so I call it the original, go back here to, okay, the original British pounds. And the reason why I use the word British, because these are put 2 words that are being put together here. Brit means covenant or contract in the Bible. It's like the covenant that God made with the people of Israel. The real covenant, by the way, in which He is the one that does everything. Where God made a covenant with Abraham, He put him to sleep. When they do a covenant, they slaughter animals. They put animals on one side and animals on 2 sides. When you did a contract in the past, that's how you did a covenant. When you swear that you were going to be there to uphold your end of the bargain, then they will slaughter an animal. They will put the pieces, into little pieces, and they will put pieces on one side, pieces on the other side. And then both of you that are making the contract will walk in between, in between this path. And that's how you made a covenant, saying that may this happen to me, what happened to this animal, happen to me if I don't fulfill my word to you, if I'm not true to my contract. So that was the way of signing a contract. Both will walk together, okay? But what God did, with Abraham, when He did that, the animal was slaughtered, but God put Abraham to sleep, and only he walked by himself. He was signing to be the one that's going to be faithful, not only in being the life for ourselves, because He is the true life for our souls. because we are made in his image, so he's awaiting for us to come back to the true life, while we're still wandering in other alternatives, other inventions. So not only that, but he is the one that is doing everything inside of us in the thought world. And I'll get that in a minute. So he signs up to be faithful in being there for us when we finally turn around and come back to the true source of life. And he's also faithful so that he will work answering our desires as we make use of the Alefbet that is within us in the thought world. So he's the one doing that. So he's faithful to be there. Okay, so he signs up for that. That's the faithfulness of God. That's the rigid faithfulness of him. Yeah, because whatever Abraham was going to do, he was going to do it with him. He's going to do it with him in his Mahashaba world. Okay, so that's the thing. You see, this world, this world of the dust, when they get you to sign a contract, it's the equivalent of a covenant, they want you to sign. For example, when you go get a loan at a bank, you sign that you're going to pay that loan. You sign. People in the bank don't have to sign. None of them sign. Just you sign. You make an agreement that you're going to sacrifice and do everything in your power to pay that money back plus whatever interest, And if it's a credit card, woo, that's going up, You're signing up to, your life savings and everything to work. None of the owners of the credit cards, none of them sign, that they're faithful to back you up. None of them sign that. They just want you to sign your life away. So you gotta become the Yhvh for this world because they're dead. And that's exactly how it is. In this world, you are the God in this world of the dust. And you get to make and maintain and do everything because the Alefbet is in you. So they know that. Because the bank, you understand how the monetary system works, right? The bank doesn't really get you the money that is from the savings of other people there. You think that, but you got to go read, about that. But the monetary bank is they only keep 10% of somebody's savings, and based on that 10%, they can give you 100% of loans out of nothing. In the sense, they call it out of nothing, but it's actually coming out of the faithfulness of your character. It's coming out of the Alefbet, because at the end of the day, you have to be faithful. That's why to check your credit history is to see how faithful you are. Because at the end of the day, you have to take them like little children and adopt them and provide payments every day. So you become the papa for them. So every bank just make you sign that you're going to commit yourself to be a father and make them rich. And that's what a parent is. A parent that makes the children rich. And that's what you commit to do to any company. Even church memberships. The church memberships that get you to sign. I remember when Christianity, they get you to sign that you're going to pay a certain percentage, that you're not going to do any marriage counseling unless you go see the church leaders. There's all kinds of church covenants that you sign the membership covenant. They don't sign anything. You sign. Because you're giving your money, you become parents. So the thing is, but with the God of the Yhvh, the one that runs it, he signed in, nobody else signed. Because he's the one doing everything. You understand the difference? So in this world of the mule, they have no power. They're dead. Unless you sign in to be the tati and mommy. You are the power house in this world, my friends. Don't let him fool you. Okay, and on top of that, they take everything away from you and they make you feel like nothing if you are not collecting any toys out of the dust. And you go for it, okay? So that's why I call it the British pound. So original British pounds, okay, okay. And so when I say original, so British, in the Hebrew, Brit, it means covenant or contract, and Ish in the Bible means man. It's actually the word for man. Ish is another word in Hebrew, stands for man. So British just means covenant person, or a covenant man, or covenant woman. Okay, so that's why they represent. That's why I use the British, because these are the covenant that are written in the air. The ones that represent the Levites, the 22,000 Levites that were in the book of the Bab Midbar. These are the ones represented in the air every day. So every day tells the story of Bab Midbar, of all the ones that are interceding for our life and for us bringing life to others. Because they are the ones that used to take the goodies, because the money and the tithe that they receive, they distributed among the widows, the orphans, and the strangers. That's what they did. So they took all those goodies, not just for themselves, they give it among the orphan and the widow and the strangers. So, they distributed. So that's the same thing. In the air, when you breathe in the air, 20% of the oxygen that comes, you only retain 5%, and you give the other 15% of that back, to the whole world to enjoy it. And even in the workplace, when you go work in a company, you make a lot of money for the company, but they just give you a little portion of it. All the work that you do creates a lot of profits for them, and of all those profits that you directly created for them, they might give you like 30 or 20 or 25% of that, and that's going to be for your salary. But the rest of it goes, for the owner of the company, to pay their utilities, to pay everything. Like you use your money, and so you act like a father, because a father just retains very little to himself and makes sure that all his kids are fat and looking good and looking like having a good time. That's how the air works, and that's how our flesh behaves. He behaves like a father that wants to have all his kids be rich. But when you are raised in a society that tells you, no, you got to hoard everything, and then you feel very uncomfortable. You don't feel like being a father to them. So that's why people speak like, I hate working in the company. I'm just making my boss rich. But if you were to listen with Torah, hey, you are able to make somebody rich, then how rich are you, man? You have that capacity to make somebody rich. You see how much like a father God made you to be able to make everybody rich? That the easiest thing in this world is to give you everything away and to make somebody richer than you. That's what the Alefbet is all about. But since they're not trained with Torah, they don't appreciate that thinking. They can't even think that way. That goes over their head. But you are like that, my friend, even in your company. I was working for a certain time, I was working for my dad because he came here, he bought a janitorial company. And he had a lot of buildings that he went and cleaned, and he hired a lot of people. And I was doing his payroll for a while. And I saw that he gave thousands, over $500,000 a month, and I had to make checks for all the other workers. And at the end, with very little left in the bank, a little for his salary and everything like that, So I realized that everything that was collected, all this billing, at the end of the day, had to be distributed with all the workers, so that the boss has to be doing this job of getting all of his riches, and he gets to pile some for himself, but it's not as much. He cannot pile half of all the stuff he's making. He's got just get a portion of it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what people do. Even from the boss that has the company, a lot of it has to be distributed. So that's how we do it. We behave like that. Because we are in a situation in which we are made to be like the Alefbet. By nature, we have easy tendency to enrich others more than we do ourselves. But we understand that that's what is conducive into the character of the powerhouse. Then then you don't have any quarrels or got any qualms or any problems against it. But you're not trained like that outside of Torah. You're trained to be a grubber of the little things that you brought into this world out of your own abilities. So that's the sad thing. But let me quickly go here. So the British pounds, so the original British pounds, the CBDCs, and that's what I'm referring to as the Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currencies. Okay? Because everything that a creator uses to make things and to keep it maintaining, sustaining, and refreshing and renewing is only wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. And I call it currency because currency is something that goes around, that you get to distribute among your fellow men. All the knowledge that I have, I'm using it as a currency right now to give it to you. I'm going to go around in the clouds. I'm sending it to everybody that in the future is going to be listening to this. This is the currency that I'm sharing with them, of the Chochmah-Binah-Daat, the wisdom, knowledge, of understanding of how things have to be looked from God's outlook, okay? So this is what I'm sharing with them. So this is the currency. And that's the currency that matters for the here and now. You can pile all the money in the world, but that's not going to build anything because it doesn't have any Chochmah-Binah-Daat, it doesn't have any breath, it's all dead. Only souls that have a breath in them, they are able to bring life to things, okay? And they're able to retain Chochmah-Binah-Daat and to create and to maintain and to refresh, renew, all of that. So Chochmah-Binah-Daat is the currencies. And that's what we use to keep things new, to keep a company refreshed and restored. We don't go to a company to be a consumer, but to keep things new. All right, so this is the advanced, so it's the pounds of CEOs. So now each one of the letters, advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all. I'm using those 5 letters to indicate that I'm making the Bible the anointed one. Because the word anointed, like I said before, is idea of oil being put on top of you, because oil floats among the waters. Oil floats above the seas. The seas in the Bible compared to all the peoples of the world. The peoples, goyim. It's with the word em, which is for waters or solutions. So it's all the sea of the people. So when you put oil in it, it floats. It's above it. So it can be an authority because it's above it. So the job of the real Moshiach, I believe, is to make Torah, be the one that is above everything, not necessarily by force, okay, but by being able to explain how it connects to everything. Because everything that I'm saying, you can go ahead and dispute me, but everything I'm saying is scientific. I learned it from going out there. I went and see a YouTube of how many liters of air we breathe, how many, all of that, and that's how I found out. I did my homework. I connected everything, and then that's how I found out. And then the meaning of the names and all of that. So at any time you can dispute what I'm saying, but I'm not coming with any of these out of my own head. I'm connecting everything because that's what the Torah is. It's the big connector. It makes you a connector extraordinaire. That's all I'm becoming, But I'm not inventing anything. I'm just connecting the dots here. All right? So see, this book has given me more connections than any other book I ever read. For the here and now, how things are operating in the here and now. I couldn't do this with any other thing. The New Testament, the Quran, I couldn't hook things up like that for the here and now. 24/7, like the way I do it now, I couldn't do that. But Torah, hey, ain't no stopping now. So, but that's the whole thing. So it says total, so then it's the real. So the Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currencies, establishing one sky. Okay, and this one sky is also broken down in other little letters, okay? When it comes to the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all, original British pounds, CBDCs, establishing one sky. And then it's total oneness, rectification, or redemption, advancing humanity. Because it's total oneness. What I'm trying to do is I'm uniting everything that is out there, that all this time that you have it, that they have it scattered outside of you, so they have you looking outside of you for things that are valuable. They have you looking for things outside of you, facades in this external world, for you to attribute to them, anything that is actually yours to begin with. This is what I call the EFT, which stands for electronic fund transfer. What is this? Energies fortification transfer. That's how they robbed you of your credits for what belongs to you in the alphabet, and you give it to things outside, and they do it through the means of fear. Fear, endangerment, and release your funds. If they give you some news and you fear the endangerment that they're giving you, you automatically, and release. So you fear endangerment and you release all your attention to get their solution. And when you do that, they get the credit from you. But I'll explain that in a little while here. Let me just get back to this. So the total one is rectification or redemption, advancing humanity. And you'll see what it's coming in a minute. It says, to get to be still and ease. So you do all of this. So when you know all the percentages of your existence and you read, you get the knowledge of this Torah that I'm talking about, you get to be still and at ease and lose fear of anything found in creation, because you fuse as one with the Creator, who happens to be your true life that has never suffered any decay, decomposition, or corruption. And therefore, you finally realize, man, I was such a fool, thinking that the things that this world told me that they are, for my advancement, that will make me great in this world, they never created me. And I was just blinded and foolishly thinking that I needed to do those things, and I needed to cling on to those things. And when all along I was the one providing the power. You open, your understanding is open. So everything that I had in this world was decaying. It was decomposing. It was corrupting. And even the society, that's all the so-called breaking news, they just brought me breaking decompositions. New decomposition here and there. Everything is deteriorating here and there to keep me in fear. So I will transfer all my accreditation of what I have in the alphabet to whatever solution they will offer for me. Oh, was I such a fool? That you begin to think clearly for yourself, because then you discover what the source of your true life. So, when it comes to the word aerial, okay, so here when they put aerial here, it says of your aerial existence. That's the first, asterisk there. Asterisk stands here for aerial. It's astoundingly empowering resuscitator, infusing or imparting or inculcating abundant liveliness. because that's what you do when you're Chochmah-Binah-Daat. You keep things alive, you keep things activated. Okay, yes, an aerial being, that's what you do. Air, no-inclusive resuscitator, and also you are employed to behave like the air and the functionality of the air. Okay, and now one here, which is for CBDs establishing one sky. The one stands for ongoing newness, energies, or expertise. Okay, ongoing newness, expertise, because that's what a company hires you, to keep everything ongoing newness, energies, to keep it all new. Be there, produce it, to keep everything new. Like it began from number one, it never went anywhere else. So, and then sky stands for supernaturally keeping youthfulness. Supernaturally keeping youthfulness. Okay, so when you read this, CBDs establishing one sky, that's for CEOs. Now, CBDs establishing ongoing newness, energies, supernaturally keeping youthfulness. Yes, keeping things new. Okay, so that's what we work for. And then that is total oneness, rectification or redemption, advancing humanity. That means total oneness. That's what I'm getting to right now. Don't get tired of me. I know it's going to be a very lengthy today, but it's worth it. It's going to be worth it, everything I'm saying to you. This is where your oneness comes, my friend, okay? And that, I began to explain that a little bit, the last time, but this is how we are. The natural world that God created is this physical body, okay? This is called the natural world, a natural organic world that is kept alive by the air, which for many years we have been ignorant. And the air has the oxygen, which is element number 8 in the periodic table. And the number 8 is above nature, okay? Or supernatural, if you please. Anything that is supernatural is above nature. And so we are made of number 14, okay? This word, this carbon, this silicon, is number 14, which where all the sand comes from, all the sand, silica carbide, where you can make the LED lights. You can make lights with that. So and all the chips from the computers are made from that. So from the thing that automatically is produced from our own flesh, the dead skin that we drop, that's the industry that we make a living of. And I'll explain what that is in comparison. So here's the natural, this physical body, organic world that breathes. All the animals, all the insects, all the plants. Okay. You have been left in the dark by only being made aware of this retarded scientifics that they just focus upon what you eat and what you drink, and they ignore the whole process of air, not realizing what's the breath dynamics, what's taking place in all the distribution of air, how you participate. You work 24/7 for Yhvh, where you sleep, you work 24/7 for him, and you don't mind because every respiration keeps you going, so you can follow your little weaselly dreams that has nothing compared to his economy. But you work that 24/7, all right? So that is hidden from you. The breath dynamics is hidden from you, so you don't know what's going on. But you get to live by it, and you get to just focus upon this night. So this is the thing. So the whole idea of Yhvh to get you into understanding His name is that it introduces you to the process of respiration powers. That's the name, Yhvh Elokeinu, or the Lord thy God. That's what it means. The process of respiration powers. So he introduces you to that, so you will get interested in understanding in which ways you are this giant of a man. Every day you weigh 22,014 pounds that you are processing. And that's why you are alive, because these things are being processed. The liquids come in and go out. You pee them out, you sweat them out, you mucus them out, you spit them out. All the liquid comes out. The solid foods come in, and you also, you caca them out. You excrement them out, you send them out already. Everything is in circulation. And that's why God considers everything that is in circulation, that's what is natural life to God. If something has to be helped to be able to move and circulate, it's dead already. You understand? Okay? So beneath the natural world of the organic world is the unnatural world that doesn't act like the organic world. In the organic world, plants can procreate, insects can procreate, animals can procreate, everything circulates, does its job, everything is doing it by himself. He doesn't burden mankind to go do it for themselves. Everybody has a job, and then he does it. From the tree that does the job of photosynthesis, the plants, everybody is doing their own procreation, never bothering man to do it. Okay, so that is in the organic world. So this is in circulation, the breathing is circulation. That's what life is about. Circulating life 24/7. That's the economy of Yhvh. And there in that economy, everything is found working 24/7. Resurrections 24/7, nourishing 24/7, nurturing 24/7. You know that the Yhvh parents, 24/7. That is being done by the air, the nutrients, the blood, the combustion, the ATP in the blood, everything. The cell aerobics respiration for the cell. All of that is happening. Okay, so everything is happening 24/7, and that's what real life is all about. So in the organic world, in the area of the respiration we have been ignorant of, that's where most of our activities are really happening to keep this whole planet alive. And it's a symbiotic relationship among the organic beings, okay? And so now we come to the unnatural or subnatural that is beneath the organic world. This is the world of the mule, of everything that has been made with blueprints and diagnostics and everything, and schematics and, manuals and everything in this world of the dust, to which we were condemned, to dust, unto dust, afar thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. So we give all our fidelity and our faithfulness to everything that comes out of the dust, because that was the condemnation. So we became only aware of the things out of the dust. And by the accumulation of the products out of the dust that cannot circulate on their own, cannot procreate on their own, cannot do things in their own without burning us, we have to do everything in the dust because they're completely dead. Every car you cannot bury an iPhone in the ground and have an iPhone 3 growing in a couple of days. That's never going to happen. Everything is a burden. That's why it's called the world of the dead. So that's when you build something that doesn't have any life of its own, that cannot procreate, and that's all you learn. You're building a cemetery for the alphabet, because the alphabet of Torah created all the organic world in which everything participates in the breath dynamics economy. Everybody's contributing of their own airs and nitrogen, oxygen. Everybody participates in the keeping of creation just by the act of breathing or respiration. That is what the world of the dynamic world of the breath. That's what real life is all about, and that was being displayed. But if you create a world that has the names of the things found in the organic world, but cannot do those things because it's dead, then that becomes a graveyard. Like the Mustang car is a graveyard for the Mustang horse. Okay, it has the name, of a Mustang horse that God made, but it's not able to procreate by itself. The car cannot procreate by itself like the Mustang. And therefore, it doesn't have that functionality, so it only has a name. So whenever there's a container with a name that's something that is alive, but inside it cannot do anything because it's dead, then that's a grave. Because that's how a grave is. It has the name of something that was alive at some point, but inside it's only the remains that cannot do anything, cannot breathe, cannot circulate. It's dead. And that's how with everything in the market. They are only kept alive because we keep on working on them. We keep on assembling. We keep on putting batteries in them. We keep on doing this and that. It only works because we, at the end of the day, we are the total energy. We are the full Elohims in this world of the subnatural. So you have access in this natural body. You have access to the air and all the things from the plants. You have access also, when you go to work to Mishraim, to the constricted world, because the world of the dust is the world of Mishraim, the world of constriction, the work that is not able to do anything of its own, and you got to do everything for it. Okay, that was Mishraim represent. And you're caught up in this world, and this is the whole thing you're aware of. That's all you're taught and you're trained. So the emphasis of the things from the flesh becomes so important to you, when you're kept alive every second of the day from the air, which you cannot hold on to, you cannot grab. Now saying, man, I'm going to grab this air, I'm not going to let it go. Hey, don't go away. Hey, stay here. Can't do that to air, You can't be mad at air and say, I'm going to beat you up, I don't mind. Air just swims right through you, goes through your nostril, caresses your nose, goes in and gives you life. Air is not bothered by anything because it's out there to nurture you and it gets to do the job. So you cannot hoard air like that. And even when your flesh takes in of the 20% of the oxygen that's coming in, your body only keeps 5% and gives the rest away. Fantastic economy of the breath and dynamics of the air. So this is where we live, my friends, okay? So then you understand. So now in area with the air, the being of the air and being of the things, but air can be measured physically. Everything in the body and everything in the subterranean supernatural world can be measured. But what is above nature? What is above nature? Okay? So we have the air and the physical and the things of the work of our hands. Those are from this world. But what is above nature are thoughts, my friend. Anything that cannot be measured physically, that can be smelled by our senses. You know, you can smell the aroma of something that the air is bringing it to you, but air itself doesn't have any smell. Okay? But what I'm saying is, but that's with air, you know, but also with thoughts now. Okay? With thoughts, you know, they might have an effect on your body, but if you're able to put all your thoughts, if a person goes to see a doctor because, you know, he's really feeling down and depressed, feels the weight of the world upon his shoulder. He even says that, man, I feel so much of a burden. There's so much things that are required of me. I just can't wear it. I mean, it's just wearing me out, man. I'm about to burn out, you know. They actually feel this heaviness in them. But let's say they go there, they record the session, you know, and then then they say this burden feels like the weight of the world upon my shoulders. The people even say that stuff, you know. I feel like the weight of the world is upon my shoulders, you know. I hear people talk like that all the time. So they go to see the therapist and they unload the whole load. They just take it all down. Finally feel a little release that they have some sympathetic ear to listen to them and feeling a little, you know, more comfortable. And so in the recording machine, okay, that recorded the whole session of all the thoughts that were burning in them. Okay, if the machine weighed 5 pounds, you know, at the beginning of the session, when this person downloaded all his burdens from the whole world into this machine, the machine's still going to be weighing 5 pounds. It's not going to gain any weight because thoughts cannot be measured by any external things. It doesn't add weight to anything. It doesn't have any weight of its own. Okay, thoughts cannot be smelled. You're having a thought, you cannot take it out to smell it. So it cannot be measured by anything. So thoughts are above nature. And you have them with you all the time. And yet it is with thoughts that everything is done. With thoughts you get to communicate. With thoughts you get to form ideas. With thoughts you get to have an understanding. With thoughts you get to be knowledgeable from A to Z. You got to be intimate with the things you do. With thoughts, thought is the number one thing running everything. You understand what I'm saying? And it's something that cannot be physically measured by any scientific means possible. We just know that we have it because, you know, it's undeniable. You and I are talking about everything. The understanding that I'm saying is all being received by the world of thought that is splitting everything to you. Everything that I'm doing with my body and moving everything is the thought, you know, that is activating everything in my nervous system and everything. Don't ask me how it's done scientifically. I cannot explain it to you. Every moment or everything that I say, I cannot explain it to you. All I know is I desire this and it's done. Okay? But this world of the thought that cannot be, a thought that cannot be smelled, you know, a thought that cannot be heard unless it's coming out of your lips. But you can have thoughts that are unutterable. That means you are quiet, but your mind is talking, you know, and nobody else is hearing but you. And you know there are thoughts in there, okay? And so I'm just going to give you a little quick lesson on this one. But this is just, I'm getting to the oneness here. What I'm referring to the oneness, because all the religions have scattered our awareness to the 5 winds, or to the 4 winds of the earth. When the whole thing of Torah is to put us that we, all this world of the supernatural, the underworld of the grave, because underworld is like the grave. So everything that's created in this world is nothing but a billboard, you know, to the real air, or to the real, more than the air, to the real world of the thought from which everything comes from, and it's kept activated and it's kept made you. Okay? And so, let me see here. So, okay, let me put this also. I'm going to read this screen. CBDs. So the world is competing because, you know, even have these initials. CBDCs means central bank digital currency. Okay, that's what the world wants to believe in now. They want to do away with everything and just have everything in the chips of our computer. Okay? Well, I don't think it's going to go through because the real Chochmah-Binah-Daat is coming. The real currencies that matter. So here is Chochmah-Binah-Daat. That's what I'm saying here. Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currencies are the energizing fortifications of forces. Okay, that's what we have. Doing everything. Which through fear, we transfer their accreditation to external facades in this world of the dust. Okay? So, at the end of the day, all currencies, patents office, everything that has to come from a building that claims to be some sort of authority, the patent office, that's what it calls itself, the work of a parent. Patent means parenting, and office just means the work. So this office calls itself the work of a parent, but in any company who's doing the work of a parent to a product and service, the human being with a soul that has Chochmah-Binah-Daat with the alphabet in them, that's the one that's doing the work of a parent, not the patent office. Well, we respect the patent office, he's the one that's doing it. All right, so this is all because, it's just the way they take the accreditation of what belongs to the alphabet and we transfer it, because then we have respect and reference to the external facades. The same with the monetary system. That's the biggest religion there is. With the major 7 denominations, and the whole world believes in them. I don't care if you're rabbi, Buddhist, everybody that uses money, especially in America, the dollar is the mighty currency, right? And it comes in 7 denominations, I believe it comes. And the denomination of the $1 bill, the denomination of the $2 bill, the denomination of the $5 bill, the denomination of the $10 bill, the denomination of the $20 bill, and the denomination of the $50 bill, and the denomination of the $100 bill. They used to have others like 510,000 people, but they don't have it now. They must still be in circulation, but these are the seven main denominations, of coins or that people believe in. So that's why I call it the biggest, most believable religion, that the people will bet their life on getting these 7 denominations. And so I don't care what you are in this world. If you run your life hoping that money is going to solve your problems, you believe in these 7 denominations. These are the 7 universal denominations that people that come from rabbis, or come from Jewish people, or come from Christians, or come from Hinduism, or Islam, any religion. The most believable religion is the monetary system with their 7 denominations, especially here in America. They believe in the almighty dollar. All right? And so at the end of the day, they have accredited all that is in them. Because it is you with the alphabet, the powerhouse, that creates the valuables for every company. And you are the one that is the real currency. And that real currency is called Chochmah-Binah-Daat, because it's the one that creates and makes you the best things in life. Money cannot do that. Chochmah-Binah-Daat has to do it first. So when money comes around, it's only an encore. It's asking money to make more of it. It's only a cheerleader, It's only all when they win enthusiasm, but that's how it is, Sometimes the cheerleaders look so good that people lose attention, like the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. Hey, people, they had a show for themselves afterwards, because it was so entertaining. People just went to go look at the cheerleaders, But that's how with this world of the billboard is. The actors got to look good. Like every actor makes more money than the regular peon on the street, because he has to play the role, but he's always looking more handsome than the real person. Because he looks more handsome and he can play a role, he gets to get paid more money than everybody. So everything that is the most fake gets more of the attention and most of the money. That's how we with this world. The real thing doesn't have to look that pretty. You just have to be able to do what it's supposed to do. Okay, so at the end of the day, that's what happens. But that's how you lose. But by fear, you transfer. Because fear is just, feel, endangerment, and release. That's why what fear stands for. Feel, the news come and you feel endangered. And you release all your credibility to see what they're going to provide you with the answer. Because that's what the news. And so the moment they make you afraid, then you forgot who is the one behind everything that's running everything in this dust. That you are the powerhouse for everything. You forgot that. And somehow they're making you believe that without you something can alarm you. That something somehow economy can run without you. And so it's just what I call feeling endangered, feeling endangerment and release. So that's by FEAR. So and that's what happened. The moment the news come, and the moment you feel fear because of the news that were given to you, what happened? It's an energizing fortification transfer. The energizing fortification that you were providing with the alphabet, you forgot that you did it, and you accredited to them, because now you listen to them as if they have an answer for you when you gave them all the stuff that they have in this economy. You gave it to them. They don't have any answers for you. You are the only one that has answer for them. But you see what I'm saying? Fear, that's why all the news are geared towards bringing you fear. to bring in you anxiety, to bring in you worries, to bring in you new decompositions, new deteriorations in society, to bring in you new crimes, which is nothing but newness, it's nothing but corruption. And so you have attach yourself to them and you listen to them. Every time that you fear a single news, you're doing the EFT. Okay? The energies fortification transfer. Or the energy forces that you have in the alphabet, you're transferring to them. You've forgotten that you are the one that brought this economy and keep it going, and you're transferring to them. Okay? That's how it is. That's Christianity. That's also the energies. You are the one that keep the resurrection alive, that keep the Christianity resurrected by the fact that you tell it all the time, but you attribute it to the one that says, I am the resurrection and the life, which only worked for him, and he took it away with him, and you still want to believe in him. And that's the New Testament, that's even worse than the last will. But that's the case, that's how it is, because it's useful, for the sheeple, for the preparation of the sheeple. So it has a usefulness in it, but we'll get more into depth with that. But wow, look at me. Man, I didn't know it was going to take this long. But so you understand. So fear is the way for you to get an electronic, or in this case, an energies, forces, transfer. Your energy fortification that you gave to they robbed it away from you. So understand, and that's the reason why everything has to present, whether it be Fox and whether it be CNN, any of those, they both create fear. They both create something new or something bad that is happening. The president is doing this. The president is doing that. And he's doing that. He's denying this, but he's doing this. Okay? Everybody's kept in fear. Everybody's kept in anxiety. It's only so whenever they do that, you are transferring the accreditation that you have in you with the Alefbet in you, you're giving it to them. And you're making the external world have the value that only belongs, and that's what is called abodasara, or idolatry. The transferring of the respect that is due to the alphabet in you, you're transferring that respect to the work of your own hands that are dead without you. Okay, so it's time to wake up. All right, so this is part of the whole thing. So wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, that's what we're looking at. And so I was going to talk about this, but I'm not going to. I'm going to save it for next week. But basically, this has to do with Hebel of Hebel, all this Hebel, okay? With the Binah right now. So I'm going to leave it for next week because it's almost going to be 3 hours if I don't stop right now. And I'm going to start giving some money away now. But so this is the whole idea that the whole world that is not from the thought world. Because everything, so what we have is, at the end of the day, okay, let me just repeat this one time so we understand our oneness. So what the Bible wants us to have, that there's nothing far away from us. Everything is within us. That's why God, when God gave the Torah, He says, I did not put it up in heaven so you got to go climb and get it, because that's the supernatural life. Torah is the supernatural life for the thought. Because all thoughts are supernatural, okay? And doesn't matter how serious it feels like it weighs, at the end of the day, they don't weigh anything, because it physically doesn't affect anything in the physical world. It's just you are the carrier of thoughts. So I can tell you about this. This, for example. Okay? Look at this. The heaviest burdens that we carry are the thoughts in our head. Okay? All of you can identify with that. Those people that have been depressed, you can say, oh yeah, man, I can relate. I can relate. That resonates with me. Everybody in the world can say that. But at the end of the day, if I take your thoughts, like I say, that's no weight. You can record a whole day of worries on a little USB flash, and it won't increase the weight on the flash. It will remain just as much, many little mini ounces that it weighs. So the heaviest burdens that we carry are the thoughts in our head. So it can have an effect on us. A thought can affect us this way, that we can feel heavy because of the thoughts that we're having. But the thought in and of itself is supernatural. It cannot be weighed. It cannot be smelled. It cannot be done. Everything is above nature. It cannot be measured physically in the world of physics. Okay? So this is why it's supernatural. So the world of supernatural is inside of you all the time in the thought world. Your brain is nothing but an antenna to this thing. And so this world of thought is a network in which we are hooked up and planted like trees upside down. This is the root that is planted to it with the antenna that hooks up to it. And the whole body becomes this antenna that receives and perceives all these things from looks. We're interpreting everybody's look. Everything is being done in the thought world. So at the end of the day, the thought, this supernatural world, is within us. Okay, so we carry the supernatural world is embodied within us. Okay, so there are people want you to believe in the disembodied supernatural world, like the ghosts, that do these things. But whatever any ghost, I never seen one, but people say they see that whatever thought they're transmitting to you, they're using thoughts too. Okay? So at the end of the day, the supernatural world that is within you is what matters. And Torah was given for that reason because it's supernatural. So God said, I did not left it in heaven, I did not put it in the depth of the sea. You got to go crawling for it. I put it in your very hands. So you'll know how to put the world of the thought in order and to run it at the best way possible. Because if you don't run the world of thoughts in order, it's going to destroy you. It's a self-destructing mechanism. If you're not running according to specifications, it self-destructs. Okay? It's the complete system, that it's not work according to specification, it self-destructs the item that, the one carrying it. So that's why Torah is very important, because once you use it accordingly, you're liberated from everything. But this is the thing, the heaviest burdens that we carry are the thoughts in our head. So that's the something with thoughts. People feel the weight of thought. Let me see if I can see here, what else it say? So in the head, they can plan, they can see everything, like the left hand and the brain, the right brain. This is a stuff, people. So all of that is happening in your brain. The plans that you do, the things that you get to do, all of that is planned in your head. It says your worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own unguarded thoughts. It's from the Buddha. Your worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own unguarded thoughts. So the supernatural world, that's why Torah was given you. So you to understand that supernatural world. So physically, you are 0.0635% solids and liquids, and 99.93365%, air, which is also physical. So that makes a whole 100% of your physical, okay? But you are mainly totalitarian 100%. 100% is all in the thought, because ideas come from the thought. The command and the desires are obeyed and followed by the thoughts. The understanding to communicate. So at the end, we own nothing but a throne, where the thought world is sitting. Okay? And in this thought world, my friends, everything is being done. The understanding, the communication, the tracking of everything that is being done in this world, everything is being done in the supernatural world. And we have access to that 24/7 as long as we're breathing. So this breath of Yhvh connects this body so that it will be accessible to be the throne of the thought, of the Mahashava world. Okay? But everything is thought. Even there was a guy who says, I think, therefore I am. Another philosopher. And that's true. Because everything is from the thought world. Okay? When the world of the thought is, when the thoughts are not able to connect, you enter a state of comatose state. There it goes. Whatever life you have going for yourself, because there's a disconnect in the world of thought. Without thoughts, being able to connect, nothing is off the ground, nothing is done, nothing is renewed, nothing is refreshed. So you're 100% totalitarian, and when it comes to physical, you are only 0.0635% human, of the ground, of the earth, and the rest of it you're of the air, your aerial being, 99.965%, okay? So this is all things to have to do with thought. So I'm sharing these things about thought to understand that at the end of the day, all of that is with us and our access. We create the world of the unnatural, the supernatural. We represent the dead world, the grave, the Sheol. That's the grave, which is translated in King James as hell, the one that consumes away all your strength and is a life drainer. One nation under control. Because if you're not controlled by Torah, you're controlled by the TV. That's why I made my HDTV 28. Highest definition Torah vision. To get you out of this. People are, and so the whole world of thought is controlling everything. Ideas, everything is there, and we're just manifesting it in this world. Okay? So these are all the things that we get to do in this world, and we get to understand them, all because of the world of thoughts. We understand about the atom, we understand about the molecule, cells and organelles, cells, tissue, organs, system of organs or organisms, population, biocenosis and ecosystems and all of that, the bioma, and everything is because of thought. So 100% thoughtarians, okay? That's what we are. So we're completely supernatural in that sense, okay? And that's what enables everything to get done in this world. And this world is just nothing but the throne or the footstool, okay, of everything. So the heavens, everything that found in the air, and everything is susceptible to what we want to do to it according to the thoughts that are found in us. So at the end of the day, so the earth as a giant power plant. This is something I read from Herodotus. It says the priest told me that the Great Pyramid embodied all the wonders of physics. We understand that thought because we're communicating with thoughts. There's the whole idea of the ginseng. It looks like the roots looks like a man. The things outside. What is look at? It has a lot of energies, a lot of properties. Nowhere can men find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. That's when you know how to retreat to your soul, to the thought world according to Torah. If you're not in the thought world according to Torah, man, you'll be like that guy holding his head on a cart there, you see? And so this is all part of it, And here, something that the Buddha says that agrees with the Bible says, as a man thinketh within himself, so is he. I believe that's Proverbs 23:7. But it says, you are what you think. And with your thoughts, you make the world. Buddha, that's true. Everything comes from the world. The Chochmah-Binah-Daat, everything is a product of the currency of the Moshiach world. Chochmah-Binah-Daat is the currency by which we create everything in this world. And we sustain everything. We got to keep on using it. So the thoughts are found in 3 stages, okay? In this body here. The thoughts are found in what I call the gas state, or just like the air, like the air, you don't see it. That's when people cannot see your thoughts. That they're just inside of you. You're the only one hearing them. By the time you get to speak them, so that they become solutions, so that people can hear what you have to say, and they have a solution is water. Then the thought is in a watery state. It's in a liquid, because it's not bringing solutions to this world. Okay? And by the time you get to write down your ideas, you have made that thought solid. So that thought is now solid. Every written book is a thought in solid form. Every spoken speech is a thought in liquid form. Understand? And every thought that you will have within you that nobody hears is a thought in the gas form. Okay? So thought within you is in the gas form. Thoughts that are coming out of your mouth for solution is in the liquid form, liquid state. It's the liquid state of soul, of thought. And the solid state of thought is a written. Anything that's been written down is the solid state of thought. And all of that is within you. It's not outside of you. So you have the supernatural in 3 states manifesting themselves in you. The supernatural world of the Moshiach manifests itself as a gas inside of you, in the sense that nobody else gets to hear but you. It manifests itself as a solid when you get to speak the thoughts and you get to share your solutions with the world. As a liquid. So then it's a liquid state. And the solid state of thought of the Moshiach world is the written. Anything that's written is the solid state of thought. And so thought is always. So then people can go to the solid state of thought, which is the written manuals, and they can take it into the gassing and they understand it. They put the Chochmah-Binah-Daat together, the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. And everything is like that. So everything is run by the 3 states of the supernatural world of thought in this physical environment. You understand? So the supernatural world is in you, the natural world is in you, and you have access to the undernatural or the subnatural world of the grave, of all the things that we created, that is nothing but a engravement or a monument, you understand, to this thing. So this is the thing I wanted to remember. Now I wanted to also share it. Let me see if I can see what we're doing here. Man, it's past 11. Who's around here? 4 people? Okay, thank you for sticking around, you guys. I'm gonna finish right now. I'm just gonna read one passage of scripture here. Okay, and then we're gonna end. And each one of you that lasts here until the end, each one of you are gonna get $50. Okay, so just hang in there. Let me read this to you. Just hang until the end now. It says, okay. Look at this verse. As Isaiah 65. Okay. I am sought of them that asked not for me. I am found of them that sought me not. I said, behold me, unto a nation that was not called by my name. I have spread out my hands all the day unto a rebellious people, which walked in a way that was not good, that was not functional. Good is the word tub, because we exist for the sake of functionality. We are here for the energies of functionality. It says, number 3, a people that provoke me to anger continually to my face, that sacrificed in gardens and burn incenses upon altars of brick, the brick economy. Okay? Now, as you pay all your homage when you bring incense, that means you're praying for something, you're venerating something. So when you go in your respect to anything made out of dust, that's like praying, putting incense. You're paying homage, as they have something to do for you. So verse 4 says, which remain among the graves and lodge in the monuments, which eat swine's flesh. So the graves and the monuments, these are like the billboards, that announce what is happening in the bread 24/7. They announce it for every now and then. So the billboards or the graves, people that are the engraving here, which eat swine's flesh, and broth of abominable things is in their vessels. We say, stand by thyself, come not near to me, for I am holier than thou. These are smoke in my nose, a fire that burneth all the day. Okay, so he's talking here about people, that carry on religious practices, to make themselves and to separate themselves from the wicked. We're not wicked like them. We don't know, so they just go by the little traditions, to make separations. I only have denominations of $100 bills. You can only afford denominations of $20 bills. And you can only afford denominations of $10 bill. Look at that poor thing, only affords denominations of $1 bill. Oh, poor thing, bless his soul. In any case, behold, it is written before me, I will not keep silence, but will recompense into their bosom. Your iniquities and the iniquities of your fathers together, saith the Lord, which have burnt incense upon the mountains, and blasphemed me upon the hills. Therefore I will measure their former work into their bosom, measure by measure, the way that you have forsaken me and accredited those things with what is mine, and you're going to get it back. Okay, thus saith the Lord, as the new wine is found in the cluster, and one saith, destroy it not, for a blessing is in it, so will I do for my servant's sake, that I may not destroy them all. And I will bring them forth a seed out of Jacob, and out of Judah an inheritor. And I will bring forth a seed. This is reference to the Moshiach here. But the people refer to Moshiach, but I'm a seed, they call him a seed, and out of Judah an inheritor of my mountains. And mine elect shall inherit it, and my servants shall dwell there. And Sharon shall be a fold of flocks, the rose of Sharon here, right? And the valley of Achor, a place for these herds to lie down in. For my people that have sought me, okay, that have not given their accreditation that belongs to them and the Yhvh in them, to the Alefbet in them, and given it to this world. You just sought him. Says, but then he talks to the people at the time, when they was given. But ye are they that forsake the processor of respirations. You forsake the Lord Yhvh, that forget my holy mountain. That prepare a table for that troop, and that furnish the drink offerings unto that number. Therefore I will number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter. Because when I called ye, did not answer. When I spake, ye did not hear, but did evil before mine eyes. You became dysfunctional, and did choose that wherein I delight not. Okay, let me go here. All right. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, and I love this one, because this is what applies to the message today. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, behold, my servants shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servant shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servant shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Okay? And then it says here, behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. In other words, your thoughts are going to be heavy. You have to carry your head like on the car, like that picture. And ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. It makes sense when God said, let the wicked forsake their wicked thoughts, forsake their thoughts. Because it's the thoughts that are killing everybody. Your thoughts are heavy upon you and they get to kill you. So the thoughts are supernatural, but they have an effect on you. Okay? So when God recommends, to forsake your thoughts, that He's going to welcome you, it's plenty of sense to me. Because even though thoughts are supernatural, have no weight of their own, once they're in you, they can actually kill you. Alright? It says, for the Lord shall slay thee, and call His servant by another name. And that's what I have bought for you today. Have another name. And I thought of that name. The moment I thought of that name, I thought of a song that was a very wicked song, but I'm going to turn it into something good, which hopefully I have it ready for next week. But I'll give it to you in a minute. So it says, and ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen, for the Lord God shall slay thee, and call His servants by another name. Okay, another name that empowers you to do all that you can do in the Alefbet. Okay, and this is what God has given me. Another name that we can use to understand the whole potency of all that we are able to do. By having this oneness, of knowing that the supernatural is in us, the natural is in us, and access to the unnatural or underworld is with us. Everything is near us. Nothing is far. That's why the Torah makes you one. You understand your oneness now. The supernatural world is at your access, is the thought world, which is doing everything. You are breathing the air, you're one with it in every breath that you take, and you take the solids to unite it with your body, and you process them. So there's this oneness going on, and that oneness is within you. And Torah revealed this oneness. That's why this will spread as waters cover the sea, and nobody's going to be able to deny it. Because I'm telling you that the Moshiach world is the supernatural world. It cannot be measured by any physical measure. So physically speaking, it's not subject to physics in the sense that you cannot take a thought out and measure and smell it. So there's no instrument in the physics world to measure it physically. The weight of a thought, the smell of a thought, none of that is there. But we know, that the thought world cannot be denied. Its influence is total. The thought world is a totalitarian world. It runs everything by thought. Nothing can be done without thought. All right? So it's a totalitarian world in that sense. It says, and he who bless himself in the earth shall bless himself in the God of truth. Torah's reality understanding, to hold. Or Torah's reality understanding, to have. Which I'm giving you. In the God of truth. Torah's reality understanding to have, which is what I'm giving you right now. Your access to your total oneness. The supernatural world is within you. The natural world is at your access, is in you. And the supernatural world or the unnatural world on the underground or not underworld is at your access. It's everything here. Okay? And that's what we have. We don't have anything split. Like all religions, all the other things, they want to have you split in different parts. Everything is within you. All right? And that's how God made us. And He's with us constantly. The Alefbet never leaves us. And he that sweareth in the earth shall swear by the God of Torah's real understanding to have, or the God of truth. Because the former troubles are forgotten, and because they are hid from mine eyes. Verse 17 here, let me finish with this. For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. The thought world is going to be acknowledged for what it is. But be ye glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem, rejoicing, and her people a joy. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem and joy in my people. Jerusalem, the city of peace, the city of abundance. Because that's all you do. When you're only living for energy's powers, you create abundance of everything. And her people a joy. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem and joy in my people. and the voice of weeping shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying. There shall be no more thence an infant of days, nor an old man that hath not filled his days. For the child shall die 100 years old, but the sinner being 100 years old shall be accursed. And they shall find houses, and they shall build houses and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and eat the fruit of them. They shall not build and another inhabit, they shall not plant and another eat. For as the days of the tree are the days of my people, and my elect shall long enjoy the work of their hands. Isn't that beautiful? Yes. And they shall not labor in vain, or bring forth for trouble, for they are the seed of the blessed of the processor of respirations, and their offspring with them. All the children are going to be born under this understanding. Okay, this first will, of Yhvh for all of us. Says, and it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer. You're going to be so united with him. And while they are speaking, I will hear. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the bullock, and thus shall be the serpent's meat. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all of my holy mountains, say the Lord. All right? So this, my friends, is what's awaiting us here. Now let me see. Here. Okay, let me go this one. So let me take you here to the end here now, because this is what I'm talking about. So the ATP, because that's the fuel that is provided by the mitochondria, the powerhouse of each cell. Each cell is like a corporation. Each cell has an average of 200 mitochondria, which is the powerhouse. So each cell is like a corporation to run. It has 200 powerhouses, and it produces the ATP, which is the fuel. And so once you are with God, what God is a symbiotic relationship of love. That's the thing. When you read Torah, you understand that you were to become one with God, to be with Him. And so what Torah leads you is to have a union with God, so that becomes that knowledge of the Song of Solomon. My beloved is mine and I'm his. That's the book dedicated for that, which we'll talk about that another day. So the 3 books of the Solomon are dedicated to Chochmah-Binah-Daat, okay? But that is when you have that intimacy. And then what you do is, you understand that you reciprocate. What God tells you, that's what you want to be to Him. When people are lovers, what your lover wants to be and do to you, that's what you want to be and do to them. Like for example, a person that loves you and comes to you, oh, I'm so glad because I love you so much. Oh, what's the right thing for you to say? Oh, me too, man. I love you so much. I'm even happier than you. That would be the way you reciprocate. But if somebody comes to you and says, I'm so happy because I love you, I found you and I love you so much, and you respond by saying, isn't it wonderful? I love myself too, and I'm happy you found out about this. It feels good to love me, doesn't it? Is that what a true lover does? It reciprocates that way? No. In other words, what they're telling you about you, that's what you feel about them. And what they say they want to do to you, that's what you want to do to them. That's when you become intimacy. You join. What they want to be to you, that's what you want to be to them. Okay? So in Jeremiah 3:17-19, that's what God said in verse 19, and I thought of an inheritance that I could give you of all the children of the nations. And I thought this, you will call me? No, I thought of a pleasant land, of a beautiful place that I can give you of all the children of the nations. And I thought, you will call me my Father, and you will never stop following me. So the alphabet, the fatherland, that was their inheritance. So God says, I'm going to give the alphabet, which is the founding father and foundation of every manual, of everything. That's your inheritance. Okay, the land of the Father, the fatherland. He gave Himself as a land, of a pleasant land. because when we have the alphabet, we become the fathers and founders of everything made by words. So that's why he said. So in this world of the mule, in a way, he allows us to use the alphabet. He never took it away from us. He stayed with us as the alphabet, and he allowed us to use it any way we wanted to. We can do anything we wanted with it in this world of the dust. So we can build some of a brick Lego world to the breath, the brick Lego, because everything is made out of the dust. So we build like a Lego world made out of the brick, in honor of the breath. That's the graveyard and the monuments. So it's talking in Isaiah 65. So that's what we did here. So when God speaks to you that way, how do you want to present yourself to God? You want to present yourself as a field, as a paradise for him to have his way with you. You want to be the land where he can come and be the father like he wants to be to all creation. So you want to give him have full way. You want to let him have his full way with you. I was a patricide. I was killing the father here because I did not know better. I was not in Torah. So I was killing your representation. I was following all the narratives that don't tell me how to be a father to this creation. So at best, I was asking the things in this world to take care of me. I was calling the things in this world my daddy and my mom. I was killing the representation of the Father with the way I conducted myself. So I was a patricide. I was a killer of the Father. Oh, Lord. So when you come back to him and you understand all that he is, oh, Lord, have your way. I'm going to be your paradise. You use me, and I love every word, everything that you have made. I love the order that you put it in Torah. So the way you connect with everything, the care of everything, that's what I want to be. And so then the Father comes and you become the paradise that God was looking. So you become a paradise for the alphabet, right? That's how much your soul can be to God. Because that's what he is to you. The alphabet allows you to make use of it. That's the paradise that you were using to get away with all the things you wanted to do in this world of the dust. So now when you finally come to him and you realize, man, that's what I'm going to be to you, Lord. I am your paradise. Use me, and to bring the best representation of who you are with me, because your land, the Torah land, that's my paradise to me, and I'm presenting myself as the Torah land for you to use me. So all of that and the order of every letter, I am attached to it. That's where I abide. And therefore, you use me in every situation, in every corner of the world that I'm at, so you to come and just enjoy yourself with me. Let my soul be the place where you go vacationing all the time, where you want to stay all the time, where you want to refresh all the time. I'm going to be that paradise land for you. So that's how you present yourself. You understand? Because at the end of the day, in this world of the underworld, you're not just, you think that LGBTQIA, that's the only thing that people say that they want to be. Those are just very bad aberrations or twistedness that people can become. But at the end of the day, everything in the world is a person. A motorcycle came from a person. So a person that put together Chochmah-Binah-Daat to make a motorcycle, a motorcycle is a person. A computer is a person. Everything is a person, because everything comes from the mindset, from the Chochmah-Binah-Daat of a person. So at the end of the day, you're a polymorphin practitioner. You take the shape of anything that you can invent and you can create to take care of and multiply and replenish. Okay? So that's what you are, my friend. You are more than just what everything. Those are aberrations, the worst aberrations of what you can do to propagate the human race. But then outside of that, everything you do, you are also that. Because everything that you can embody, you can create in a manual, that's what you become. And you go work for a company of this, you become that product. Because at the end of the day, you are the power behind everything that's running in this dead world. Okay? So that's why you can become. That's why when the people were calling themselves human being, you were left without form, shape, without form and void. Because human just means of the earth, of the earthling. It just means of the earth. And so I'm of the earth being. So when you present yourself, I'm a human being. I am of the earth being. You are leaving yourself open to the whole world to write a script and tell you what you're going to be doing. I'm of the earth being, what? A Christian. I'm of the earth being, a Muslim. I'm of the earth being, what? A Hinduist. I'm of the earth being a money worshiper. I'm of the earth being a, mule worshiper, the man in power of Hell economy. Everybody fills it out because you are without form and void. You're just clay. You're just a far. You're just mud, a potty to be formed. When you present yourself in this world as human being, and that's how you present yourself as sheeple. because there are narratives that are going to shape you into something, to follow their, their decrees or their agendas. That's how governments, they want you to say that you're a human being, because a human being, you have less, it's like leaving an idiot in suspense. You don't know what you are. You are of the earth being what? You don't let the sentence, they finish to you. They give you an agenda there, and then tell you what you're going to be doing. And that's what you become. I'm of the earth being an accountant. I'm of the earth being a nurse. I'm of the earth being a Christian. I'm of the earth being an hustler. I'm of the earth being that. But when you get to Torah, my friend, you are a paradise. You understand? You're a paradise for the alphabet, because he not, once you become the living Torah, because you memorize all of that, then he's doing everything inside of you, and the alphabet being inside of you becomes, to all economies, becomes a powerhouse, because you lend your energies, your faculties, your skills, everything to make things for them, to keep them new, and so you are a powerhouse to societies and to everybody that you get to meet, because you're only Talmud, a wise student. You're always learning, and you always want to learn new things. You also become what I call a polymorphin. A polymorphin is you take many shapes. Poly is many, and morphin is shapes. You take whatever shape is needed of the book that you're learning. A polymorphin practitioner. A practitioner is somebody that learns something very well and is a professional in whatever they learn. So at the end of the day, you're an ATP. Okay? So that's why I call ATP, aerial Thotharian polymorph. Because you adopt any shape or whatever it is that you're starting to make more of it. Okay? So that's what you become. To the alphabet, you become a paradise. Okay? To societies, you become a powerhouse. And to everybody else, you become a practitioner, whatever thing they have you study. So that's why you're here in this world as a paradise for the alphabet, a powerhouse for all societies, and a practitioner for anything that they ask you to keep, a practitioner for all the functionalities of all physicalities. That's what you become. A practitioner for all the functionalities of all physicalities. Because you are making sure that everything functions. That's what you take upon yourself. Okay? So that's why you are an ATP, an aerial Thotharian polymorphin. That's the changes according to, for the alphabet, you are a paradise. An aerial Thotharian paradise. For societies, you are an aerial Thotharian powerhouse. You give them the energies. And for everybody else, you are an aerial Thotharian practitioner for the functionalities of all physicalities. Okay? So as soon as I came up with this idea, I thought of that, because that's the new name I'm giving you, because that expresses all the potentiality. You are an ATP, which is the name given to the fuel that runs all the cells inside of you, keeps them energized, and I'm giving you that too. But you are aerial because that's what you are the most in the physical, and Thotharian because that's what controls you 100%, and then you become whatever's necessary. You're a paradise to the alphabet, you're a powerhouse to society, and a practitioner of any science for the functionality of all things that are made out of the physical world, of all physicalities. When you are in that position, man, you are on top of the world. Nobody can scare you, nobody can make you afraid. You understand what I'm saying? So the Lord is your salvation, and no man can, you will not be afraid. Whatever man can do unto you, nothing is going to make you afraid. And so you are that for the sake of the mayor. And what's the mayor? For the sake of multiply and replenish Earth's economy. That's what you become. So you become all things that are necessary in the alphabet. Because at the end of the day, everything is just a person with an alphabet making every product that has ever been made. The pyramids are nothing but a bunch of people that made them. So at the end of the day, I don't see the things the way the world sees. I see everything from the alphabet down to the people where the alphabet has been planted. And that's the one I give credit to everything. Okay, because anything that goes beyond that is Avodah Zarah. It's taking the credit away from the alphabet and from where the alphabet is residing and giving it to something that does not deserve. So no longer keep on worshiping the external, my friend. So that's why it says multiply and replenish the earth. So that's what we call ATP. And you know what song I thought about this? As soon as I came up with this idea, I was thinking of this song by Naughty by Nature. That talks about, it's a really bad song, but not some nasty. Naughty by Nature came up with this song years ago. That's also the same tune for ABC from Michael Jackson. ABC. Because it says, let me see if I can. Oh, I can't remember. I just began to listen, but he came back to his. Okay, he said, "You down with OPP?" Was that? You down with OP? You down with ATP? Yeah. Okay, and then the answer, you know, yes, you know me. You down with ATP? Yeah, you know me. You down with ATP? Yeah, you know me. You down with ATP? Yeah, you know me. Who's down with ATP? All the homies in the house. You know what? I'm going to change that song. So I will have it ready next week, okay, for you guys to enjoy. So I'm working on the karaoke song, but that's what we are going to be. Because in that song, it encourages you to be the worst kind of person in this world by being an OPP. But I'm going to change that and redeem that song for something real good, the best that we can be. This is the best version of ourselves that I have found in Torah that we can be here. We can be a paradise to the Alefbet. We can be a powerhouse to all societies. And we can be practitioners of functionalities to all physicalities. Find something better than that. And I'll follow what you suggested. I'm up to improve on that. But that's, hey, ATP, man. So that you down with ATP? Yes, you know me. You down with ATP? Yes, you know me. You down with ATP? Yes, you know me. Who down with ATP? All the homies in the house. You know, that's what I want to hear. I'm going to have a good time with that song. But that's what's coming down, my friends. So this is what I wanted to share. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for sticking around. I know it went long today, but it was worth it. You know, so let me just thank you guys to what you guys were here. I'm not going to do any questions here. Let me see. So sorry. Okay. All right. So who we have here at the end now? So is Andy in the house? Is Joseph in the house? Who else is here? Brian in the house? Rosa? Just say here. I want to see, because each person is here. I'm just going to give you $50 each. Okay? So let's see who's here. Brian, I'm still here. Good. You're reporting. Okay. Who else is in the house? So Brian's reporting. And I see Andy Crispin. OPP. Okay. Andy Crispin is reporting with OPP. Okay, he's here. All right. Okay. Who down with ATP? Yeah, you know me. Who down with ATP? I was listening to that, man. I thought that would be great to change it, right? So it's we have Joseph and Rosa. They're here. Let me see. Well, I think you guys lasted until the very end here. So I'm assuming that Joseph is here too, because I say it says 4 viewers. Okay. So I'm not gonna go into any questions right now. I just appreciate your patience. I'm just gonna give each one of you $50, right? So there's one I can see here, the longest one at the end. I see. So it will be $50. Will be Brian $50. Andy, okay. Joseph gets here too. All right, yeah, for sure. So Joseph, you're getting $50. Brian is getting $50. Andy's getting $50, and I believe Rosa is gonna get also $50 because I see 4 viewers. Maybe she having a hard time communicating because sometimes I took a long time and be slowing down her. See, but she's gonna get also, because she also was here some minutes ago. All right, so yeah, it's about 60 minutes ago she was here. So yeah, so that will be it. So I think you guys, congratulations for sticking around and learning Torah with me. I hope you enjoyed it. You know, and what I'm gonna do right now, I'm just gonna sing a song here. You guys are welcome to stick around, but you know, you can go to sleep. I understand you got to work tomorrow. You know, some of you, so I appreciate your patience. You know, but I'm gonna sing that song. Let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Let everything that have breath, let everything that have, let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Let everything that have breath, let everything love each and every one of you. I happy that you could stay around too long. It was really long today, so I really appreciate your patience. I appreciate staying with me until the bitter end. But I think we learned something that is very good today. Our oneness. You understand? Torah brings us to that oneness. Everything is accessible here and now. The supernatural is accessible here and now. The world of the air is here. We have been ignorant of. We have lost that breath dynamics. And then the little world, the 14 on the 0.0635%, which has up to the 613 mitzvahs and plus the 22 letters of the alphabet. It's some magnificent things, found in there. So we talk about magnificent things. May Yhvh use this for the glory of his name. That's what we're praying for, to cause an impact and to bring back those, who have been forgotten, who have been in exile for a long time. Because according to Isaiah 19, at the end, Mizraim, Assyria, and Egypt will all be redeemed. All of them. Okay, Mizraim will be redeemed, Assyria is going to be redeemed, and Israel. They're all going to be redeemed. Okay, the whole thing that's going to happen as the spell binding effect, the mesmerizing effect, that this world has upon the people right now, because their Torah list is going to be broken. It's already completely broken in me. Nothing in this world deceives me anymore. And I just want to pass this confidence down to you. And so you, my fellow Davarians, you are my ATP. Okay. Who's down with ATP? Yeah, you know me. All right. You're an aerial totalitarian paradise to the Alefbet. You're an aerial totalitarian powerhouse to all societies. You're an aerial totalitarian practitioner of functionalities for all physicalities. Glory to his glorious name. Amen. All right, let me put this down. All right, let's see how we're doing here, you guys. Amen and amen. Star, you here too? All right. Okay, Star, you made it until now. Okay, I'm going to give you $50 too, all right? You get $50. So 5 people are getting $50. All right. So if you made it until the end, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad you stick around. All right, Star. All right. Okay, you're getting $50 too, Star. I'm glad you said something at the end. All right, everybody that came all the way to the end, deserve those $50. I went long ways today. I got long-winded on you, so. But that's part of the Yhvh. You get long-winded, right? I'm honoring his name. So we have something to say, and we're going to say it. And so for your patience, all of you getting $50 today. All right, for sticking around and learning Torah with me. So praise be the name of Yhvh. God bless each one of you. And let me see. Do a little commercial. Let me see here. All right. Let's see. Let's do this song, right? Pow goes the powerhouse, and the COVID-19 man has come to deliver you from the empty land, from the ones who have been silenced to the promised land of the Alefbet, which is the original place for the soul of a man, where he can now get his jubilee and abide safe like he's never been, in the power of the Father, in the powerhouse, cause that's what word trick, liberating. He's the Alefbet, we're connected. Word trick, liberating. He's the powerhouse, we're connected. Truth in the Torah where it is, that's right. And whether you like it or not, I sure don't give a damn. Cause in this thing, the end is gonna be for sure. It's got a date before the song began to score. This ain't no lie, we about to fly. Cause in the truth there's nothing that can be denied. He's the COVID-19 man, is hooking you up to the Alefbet, to the powerhouse, with you waving. The COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up, cause that's what word trick, liberating. In the Alefbet we're connected. Word trick, liberating. To no one else I'm genuflecting. Word trick, liberating. To the powerhouse I'm connected. And then I want to get your power back, cause you will find in there the powerhouse not scared. You won't be silenced. Nobody
nobody can touch what you will find in there gets to cut the masking back of lies. The righteous now they cries, cause the COVID-19 is gonna hook you up to the powerhouse. Leave the power show, ride this mule around. Your money where your mouth is. Show me what you can do with it. Put your money where your mouth is. Show me what you can do with it.
Habakkuk 2:14. For the earth will be as full of the knowledge of Adonai's glory as water covering the sea. Here comes the name of Adonai from afar, his anger burning in the rising snow.
His lips are full to the brim with fury. His tongue a consuming fire. His breath is like an overflowing stream that rises high to squish up all the neck, to sift the nations with a sieve of vanity, and put a bright oil in the people's mouths to lead them astray. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 He repays according to their deeds. Fury to his foes, reprisal to his enemies. To the coastlands he will repay their due. In the west they will fear the name of Adonai, and likewise in the east his glory. For he will come like a pent-up stream, impelled by the Spirit of Adonai. Then a Redeemer will come to Zion, to those in Jacob who turn from rebellion. So says Adonai. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 Echad Echad. For then I will change the people so that they will help your lips to call on the name of Adonai, all of them, and serve him with one accord. And he shall judge many peoples, rebuking strong nations of old. The skill to destroy will be instant, peaceful joy. They won't teach war anymore. The Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 the Aleph, the Bet, the fathers come down from above, the fathers' throne houses come among us. The Aleph, the Bet, the fathers come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. The Aleph bedrooms inside of us. The Aleph, the bed, the fathers come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. The Aleph bedrooms inside of us. The Aleph, the bed, the fathers come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. The Aleph bedrooms inside all of us. The Aleph, the bed, the fathers come down from above. The name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. The Aleph bedrooms inside all of us. The Aleph, the bed, the fathers come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. The Aleph bedrooms inside all of us. The Aleph, the bed, the fathers come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. The Aleph bedrooms inside all of us. The Aleph, the bed, the fathers come down from above. His name that's so strong, the powerhouse of every soul. The Aleph bedrooms inside all of us. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
Hey, hi Rosa Crispin, come on in. I'm glad you were able to make it. Let's see. Let me share this to my group. Right. You're there. Joseph Cash, you made it too. Good to have you, my friend. Good to have you. All hail to the powerhouse. Yeah, amen. The Alefbet gets all the glory. Amen. That's our powerhouse. All right. Let me see here. Let me share it to my group now. I mean, to my own personal timeline. All right. I think that will do. And I think we're in business. Let's see here. Give me something here. Make sure that I'm what I want it to be. All right. Let me see. I'll label for that which it does. All right. All right. Almost there, you guys. And give me one more here. Let me see. Yeah, 57. Start in a minute here. Let me put this on. I'm gonna start with a new commercial today. All right. Let's see. All right. All right, all right. Let's see here. Then it's 52. Then we got it here, 52. One more. All right, here we go. Put a commercial here. One moment. All right, let's see here.
Where we go, where we go, don't you know? In Torah land, this is all I see. Where we go, what we go, come and see. Where we go, what we go, don't you know? In Torah land, this is all I see. Where we go, what we go, come and see. Where we go, what we go, don't you know? In Torah land, this is all
Okay, yeah. So welcome today. I given a new commercial that I made today. It's an old pictures, but with a new music. It's a new song that I came up with because where we go one, we go all. If one of you discover that the fountain of youth, you're friends with the whole world. The whole world will find out, right? Because that's how it is. The word gets out, things get out, and that's how everything gets around, So I've been digging on Torah for years now, man. Finally discovered the source of everything, because we have been given the CBD. Everybody has been given the CBD, which the world's trying to stand for central bank, digital currency, the CBDC. That's what they want to get into, so that no longer it's a cashless society, no longer paper or coins, just everything backed up by the money that is inside of a little program inside of a computer that is being held by a computer chips made out of silicon. So out of the dust, we're going back to the dust, and that's supposed to be the things we're going to be trusting, that's what's taking care of us, But all along, all this time, since any currency of any kind has been used, that is not, I'm saying not the currency like people start using currency like seeds used to be used as currencies, and seed is a very valuable currency because a seed has a life within itself. You plant it on the ground and you get more trees. So that's a very valuable currency that can be used. But all the other currencies, in other words, you exchange seeds and stuff like that. That's something that used to be in the past, And so there's productivity. It's something life that comes from it. It's something from the organic world. But these things that do not have a seed in themselves, that do not have any breath in themselves, like metals, papers, and coins, those things don't produce a thing. They only are attributed a certain value, and then people give them credit to it. But the CBDC that the masses have been running in, I call it that, instead of because I call it, for the Bible, the Chochmah-Binah-Daat. That Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currency. And currency, I call it currency because the word currency means something that circulates, something that goes around. So words are currency too. Nothing circulates faster than some hot gossip. You heard this, my friend? Oh, it goes around, like fire. So anything that circulates, so knowledge that circulates, gossip that circulates, all of that falls in the category of currency, all right? So God doesn't use anything of paper money or metals to buy anything. He uses the currency of his word. That's knowledge, that's wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, which can be passed on to other people, as we say it and we teach it to others. So that's what he's used from the start, and that's what every company has used to make their products and services. They have to use the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. You have to follow, the guidelines or the manual. So that has been the one that gets you the best product and service. So that's the currency that all creators use, But somehow something came along, and we got, I call it, they gave us with the narratives and the stories, they gave us the CBDC. That's another story, that the confused, bedazzled, and dumbfounded. We got confused, bedazzled, and dumbfounded. That the CBD that allowed us to get away from the Chochmah-Binah-Daat and start attributing to the currency of this world some external value that it does not have, that has been stolen from Chochmah-Binah-Daat. But I'm here to tell you, I've got it back. I've got it secure for all of us. So where we go one, we go all. That's what the song is saying for the commercial. And that's where we're standing, my friend. So it's good to see all of you here. It's good to see Rosa. You made it. Very good. It's good to see Joseph. You made it as well. And CBD batteries not included. Yeah. And Brian, you made it as well, my friend. All right. Very good. Very good. So we're starting pretty good here. So today is called, in regards to the sermon, is called the cashless. Beware, the cashless redemption is here. All right, because right now everything is crumbling. All the coins that people we're trusting in, everything. The market is tanking. Everything is going down. Everything seems to be going down. But at the end of the day, it's just to alarm the masses. But at the end of the day, if you still have intelligentsia, if you can still think, if you still know your trade, the whole economy is still there. It's just to alter you and make you all, like, but the thing is, everything is being run by people's thoughts, by something that cannot be measured. All right? That's another thing that you need to understand. So I've been telling you about the economy of the breath to get you familiar, with the name of Yhvh, the processor of respiration powers. That's exactly the best way to represent Yhvh, Elohim. So that once we get into that, we understand that we're not human beings, because being is just something that keeps you in suspense. We have actually, we are aerial, in the sense that we take 22,000 pounds of air every day. That makes you more aerial than physical, because you're processing 22,000 pounds of air. And the whole idea of why God made us that way is because that's the place where it describes His name in functionality. The act of breathing in and breathing out, that's a respiration. That respiration gives you power, brings oxygen to you. It does some infusing inside of you. Then takes out, extract the carbon dioxide, which the plants can use, and they can live by that. So it's an exchange of commodities here, life for life. The tree sends you your greetings as the air, the all-inclusive resuscitator. That's what I call air, AIR, all-inclusive resuscitator, because it takes life to all different specimens. From the tree brings life to the flesh, and from the flesh brings life to the tree, and vice versa. So we're in this congenial, symbiotic relationship that's happening on in there. And in that place, in that area, we're very generous, because in each, like I told you, in each breath or air that you take, 78% of that air is nitrogen, which it doesn't stay in your body. You don't have a way to absorb it. Only 20.9% of that is oxygen. And of that 20%, you don't hog all the oxygen. You only retain 5% of that, and you give back the 15%. So, man, you're just a philanthropist, the way God made you in your body, You're a fantastic creature. And you've been participating in this symbiotic, dynamics from the day you were born. You're partaking of that, okay? So it's part of your heritage for being a being that, number one, has to live on oxygen, okay? So all of that is part of that. But the whole idea is to take you from that, because this is the functionality by which, is the number one functionality by which our flesh is kept alive. But the next one is to understand that in our souls, you see, for us to be alive, so the air goes to the leaf of the tree, the papyrus is like a leaf, we'll make the paper. And so we have, as a soul, we go to a papyrus, which is the leaf of a tree for the paper that has instructions, and we can take on those instructions. So when it comes, because we're being a soul, we're being something that gives life, a spirit that gives life, that God made us a soul, that means a neshama, a breath of life. So we are a spirit, pneumos, we're all of that has to do with the ruach. We are all of that, so it has to do with the air. And so because we take on the functionality, the air is able to bring things from the leaves in this world, from the leaves of the tree, and bring life to this body. So here, therefore, we behave as such. The functionality of our soul is that it can go to a papyrus solution, which is something that is made out of the paper. Papyrus is from the leaf of a tree, and it can inculcate and teach us and give us a solution to become energy and to keep all the bodies and compartments of things that have been created. We are the source of life for them. So therefore, we have that in common. Now, the one thing that I want to take you into now is to understand that everything that keeps the world alive and keeps it going, it comes from something that cannot be measured. It cannot be weighed. People can feel the weight of it, but it can't really be weighed. What I'm talking is about a thought. How much does a thought weigh? Have you ever taken your thought and put it on a balance to see how much a thought weighs? Okay, first place, it's all happening inside of you, inside of your soul, in your Mahashaba world. Animals don't have the capacity of thought like you do, you and I do. But thoughts, my friend, thoughts is what gives birth to ideas. Everything comes from a thought. Okay, and this thought will never be able to be measured. You will never going to be able to take it out of your mind and put it on a physical scale and say, this is the thought, empirically proven that this is the thought that weighs so such that brought this idea to life. So everything is run by thoughts that cannot be measured scientifically. It cannot be smelled. A thought. Have you ever smelled a thought? You can't take it out of your mind and smell it. Okay? Everything is happening inside of you, but it is these thoughts, okay, that run everything. You understand? So the thought world, because it cannot be measured with scientific instruments, it cannot be tasted, it's just a thought. The thoughts that you and I are having cannot be scientifically measured in any way, thought, or form. I had a little meme that I took of a picture of this guy that's carrying a cart, and then he's with his back in the back, and he's carrying his own head with the, his head is heavy with so much worry. So people can get to the point that he has so many things to worry about that their head feels heavy. But it's not the thought. The thought doesn't have any weight whatsoever. But the nature of the thought that is having you worrying about this, thinking about that, can seem heavy upon you. All right? It can depress the heck out of you, can do all kinds of things to you. But in and of itself, we know that thought has never been weighed. There's not a single scientist that tells you how much a thought weighs. You can feel it in your body, with worries and preoccupation. So a thought has a lot of things to do. We are affected by thoughts. But the area of thought, when we come to the area of thought, this is the Mahashaba world, the world of the thought. That's where the word is preeminent, okay? So the word is above nature, all right? So what God created was a natural world. The organic world is what we call the natural world, okay? Everything that has a breath, let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Everything that breathes in the nostrils, they are contributing with the carbon dioxide, they're working there. All this is what we refer to as nature. And then we talk about the supernatural, okay? Even the air is physical, and we can feel it because we can feel the wind in our skin. We're breathing it in, so we know that the air is there, so we can breathe it in, so we can feel that. So that is physical, that's part of our nature. Okay, but when it comes to the world of thoughts, for ideas on how to come up with a product, how to come up with the understanding, how to put it together, and at the end of the day, teach everybody else, and everybody in the planet is using the thought world to run everything. Those things are not measurable by any means in nature. Because what are they? They are above nature. All right? That they are supernatural just means above nature. So within us we have everything. Okay? We have the world of nature, the organic world that God created with this body of flesh and everything that breathes and everything that's alive in us. And also we have the inorganic world. That's below nature. You cannot breathe. Those are the things that are made by Silicon Valley, that are made by the mule, MULE, the manpower of hell lame economy that cannot procreate themselves because, they're just like the mule. Once they're made one, they cannot procreate again. So, but in this case, we have to make everything from the beginning. So in the manpower of hell lame economy of Apple, of Google, of all these Silicon Valley companies, these are below nature. These are artificial, inorganic. So these are below nature, and they are more of a life drainers because they don't have any breath to offer to the environment. So they just drain the life of our environment, okay? We have to put all of our energies to make them work and to circulate them, to distribute them, to commercialize them, and all of that. So it takes a lot of our energy and don't give us anything back, At least if you work on a God-made plant, the plants that you go, they give you food, they give you, they give you fruits, the leaves give you cures, all kinds of stuff that you can get from a tree. Or in a plant, it just drains the life out of you. Man-made plants, the mule, doesn't do anything. It's a life drainer. So those things are below nature. They burn away. They eat up nature. They eat your strength. So they're what God calls, I will convert all the wicked. It says, the wicked shall be turned, or the Rasha shall be turned into Sheol, which in King James they translated as, hell. Well, Sheol is a grave. Okay, and a grave is just an engravement. You become something that you can look at something, it has the name of something that is alive, but it does not procreate himself. For example, when I go in the computer and I Google the word Mustang, in Google, when I do that, Mustang is just the first thing that it shows me is a whole bunch of cars. Okay? But Mustang was a horse, and it's still a horse. The real Mustang is a horse, okay? And so down below, then you can begin to see some horses, But the first ones to come, only pictures of the Mustang car. So this car has a name of some animal that can procreate itself, as part of the mare economy. But this car cannot do anything to procreate itself. He needs us. He has to drain the life out of us. He has to use our intellect. He has to use our hands. He has to use everything. We become the power supply for this day. Because that's a grave. When you bear the name of something that is alive, but you cannot procreate yourself, therefore you're dead. And then we have to carry you. You're like in a funeral service, we have to carry you everywhere, take you here and there. And we have to supply the strength. We have to supply everything for you to be able to look like you're alive. So this is what the Bible calls the shield. So the wicked, the people that are not happy with the organic world, that don't want to work in that symbiotic relationship, they're given to the underworld. The underworld is that which is beneath nature. So within us, we do all of that. So the natural world is the organic world that God created, our flesh. Okay, the natural world or the inorganic world or the underworld, which is below nature, because if we don't move with it, it doesn't do anything because it's dead. That's all that has made out of the dust, the industries in which all the countries of the world live. And what is above nature and what is supernatural is right here in the Mahashava world. That's the supernatural. Because it's above nature, it cannot be measured with any things in the organic world and any things that even in the below world, the scientific world, because you can ask, do you believe in thought? Yes. Have you ever measured thought? Ask a scientist. Have you ever weighed it? Have you ever smelled a thought? Then how you say you believe in a thought? That's just a given, But the thing is, if you want to prove scientifically what a thought is something that is above nature. You understand? So inside of us is everything, my friends, okay? So this is to elevate your consciousness and to elevate your awareness. The thought is what is supernatural. And it is all inside of us. We have all of that going. We have access to all those three things. We have access to this natural world, the flesh. We have not access to the underworld, the artificial world of this technology of the mule. And we have access to our thoughts. That is the supernatural world. And that is what is running the whole world. The whole world is run by the supernatural because it's run by thoughts. If nobody thinks or nobody has an idea, if nobody understands a thought, so the Alefbet is in charge of the whole world, of the supernatural and also of the world of the natural, to run all this place for the flesh, for the care of the flesh, done by the air. And also, he has to use our souls. Our souls are being used in the undernatural world that cannot procreate itself. That needs our help more than anything else because it's completely dead. All right, so it's only an engravement. Okay, it's only like a statue. All those things in the world that are name of the something. Like I used to show you about the car Sequoia. There's a car, Toyota Sequoia. All right, Toyota Sequoia had nothing to do with a sequoia tree, but just has the name. So it has the name of something that it gives life. A sequoia tree gives oxygen, but a sequoia Toyota does not give oxygen. Okay, as a matter of fact, it gives polluted stuff, right? So the thing is so this is something that takes on the name of something that it gives life, and then it gives death. So therefore, what is it? It's a burial ground, it's a shield. It consumes the life of the flesh, it consumes the life of everything. It's just there to drain the life of creation. Okay, so everything is in here. The shield is in here, the things that cannot procreate themselves, and we have access to all those things, okay? And so that's what I need you to make aware of. So let's get into the basics here, no? The Torah doesn't talk anything about going to hell down there someplace. It might be mentioned in other of the books on the underworld and the netherworld and stuff like that, but that does not appear in Torah. Okay, Torah is very simplistic. Okay, and this 304,000 is all about the here now. Okay, so that inculcates. It's important that we hear, that Shema, and we Shamar. And we, so it's hear and revere, or hear and keep. All right, but this whole idea, but everything is here. So that's what we're looking today. So remember that. So everything is here, and we have access to that 24/7. You have access every time that you're thinking, you're in the supernatural world. And every time that you're eating something and smelling something, all of that, you're in the natural world. And every time you go to the mule to work, you're on the shield. You're in underground. You're in a place that demands all your attention, that demands all your energy, and therefore is consuming you away. So it's a consumer. It's like a grave. It eats away all the vitality that is even in the bones to the point that it turns you into dust. That's the functionality of a grave. So that's what God says. So those that do not believe in me, the wicked, the Rasha,
shall be turned into graves. In other words, they have the Alefbet in them, because everybody receives the alphabet. An alphabet means father of creation. Alphabet means powerhouse of all the energies to bring life and to sustain life. That's what Alefbet means, the strong house or the powerhouse of all liveliness. All right? So that's what it means. And when you understand Torah and you dig in, you have committed your whole life to Torahology, like I do. I have major in Torahology. And so when you measure in Torahology, the biggest degree that you can get, like in certain school, when you go, you get a Bachelor of Science or Masters of this or, PhD, but, those initials, BA for Bachelor of Arts, MD for Bachelor of whatever, Master of this, a medicine doctor. They give us the doctor. The word doctor means knowledge, by the way. Okay, because there's a doctor of philosophy, doctor of theology, which means you're knowledgeable. So it's another word for science. Another word for that is doctor. And easy to remember because that starts with a D and doctor starts with a D. So doctor is another word for that or knowledge. So we have now knowledge, science, and doctor all mean that. Okay, so remember that. Knowledge, science, and doctor means that. So for that. Now, so the word data, accumulated knowledge, data, they got it from the word that. That's for the computer. So all data is about accumulated knowledge. So data, doctor, knowledge, science. All of that means that. And I talked about that last week, that the problem is that the data that we have, the knowledge that we have at our time, is based upon 0.0666% of the life source, because they only study 200 plants that we eat, and then they discard the rest. So those are the source of life for us. So when we discard the rest of the 300,000, we're left in really bad hands for people to be handling our health. But that's what it's based. All the currency, because that means all the money in the world, doesn't matter if you have trillions, but you don't have the knowledge of all these things, therefore you only have access to 0.066% of the direct life source, life force for your body, which is the original plants that got created, because all the industries of the world make sure of that. So that's how you have to look at it, okay? So you have to see everything with understanding and knowledge, okay? So, but I'm trying to tell you all that so, we can get everything here for the here and now and get a premise of what I'm trying to lay down here for you, so we can get into this a little more, more smoother, right? So the whole idea of the sermon is called, beware, the cashless redemption is here. And I'm going to read a passage here. Let me see here. From Isaiah chapter 52. Let me see if I can put it in here. Oh, okay. Let me put this up here. All right. And then let me put you guys in here. Okay. Isaiah 52. This. Awake, awake, put on thy strength, O Zion. Put on thy beauty garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city. For henceforth there shall no more come into thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. Shake thyself from the dust. In other words, leave the Silicon Valley ideas in the sense that you call them your daddy. These are the items and articles that make me be somebody in this world. That's what you need to stop aiming at. Looking at this world and all the things that you got from this world as if they're taking care of you. You have deluded yourself if you're thinking that. So that's the delusion that you have to live behind. We can still work in the world of the afar. We can do all these things. But you understand that in there, what you're doing, you're lending your energies to that place. Because without your energies, without your power, without your intellect, without your supernatural world contributing to it, they are nothing. So you walk into this world of the dust, you can work among them, and you are the biggest philanthropist there because you donate your energies. They cannot buy them from you. These energies, these powers, these faculties, all these things of the supernatural are given to you by your powerhouse, the Alefbet, the real one, okay? And so all of those people that forget that, that's what, that I was trying to say earlier, that's what I lost my train of thought, is that you and I become a graveyard because you and I were supposed to take the Alefbet, which is the powerhouse of everything that is living, and we
forget about that, and we begin to depend on the things that are dead in the mule, and begin to call them, I'm going to be somebody because I got this Lamborghini. That doesn't make you anything. It's better for you to say, I'm going to work to make that Lamborghini. Then it shows you do more honor to the powerhouse when you do that, than to just use the word, the alphabet in you to confess that. How can you worship the work of man's hands? Everything that comes from man's hand is run by the supernatural world of the alphabet that is within them. All right, so the moment you begin to give credit to all these things, then that's when you lost them, my friend. So this is the whole idea, is to take you out of this dependency, of thinking that there's something in this world that can take care of you. Nothing in this world takes care of you. Okay, God created everything. The breath was made exactly for Him, and you are ready to take care of this world, especially the world of the dust. The Silicon Valley world. Everything is neat. That's where you reign supreme as a God. You are an Elohim in the world of the dust, because it uses all your powers more than anything else. The organic world doesn't have to use you as bad. When was the last time the apple tree asked you to go make a fruit of the apple, an apple for it? Never. When was the last time the pineapple tree asked you to go make a pineapple for it? No, they don't bother you with that. But go to a man-made plant, you got to make everything for that plant. You got to make the product, you got to wrap it up, you got to commercialize it, you got to distribute it, because and so it's a mule, okay? It cannot do anything of its own. It's dead, all right? So this is the thing to remember. Okay, so it says here, let me just read this again. Awake, awake, put on thy strength, O Zion. Put on thy beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city. For henceforth there shall no more come into thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. Shake thyself from the dust. Arise and sit down, O Jerusalem. We're getting off of dependence on the dust. That means, we don't call the dust Papa. Or, you're my caretaker at all. We give those words back to God. Okay, arise and sit down, O Jerusalem. Loose thyself from the bands of thy neck. That means you have attached yourself to this stupid economy of the dust. O captive daughter of Zion, for thus saith the Lord, ye have sold. That's interesting. It's not like somebody bought you, but you sold. You went and sold. I am for sale. You went and sold yourself for nothing. Because, here you are with a supernatural world in your mind, where you can have all the Chochmah-Binah-Daat to make everything, and you do get to make it, and you forget about it all. It's just like you completely ignore this fantastic supernatural world. You treat it like it doesn't exist, like it doesn't mean anything. Only the objects that come into the dust, those are all, man. That's worth pursuing. And all the things made out of dust would not be anything at all if it weren't there for the supernatural world that is in your mind. How could you, oh my goodness, come on now. It's time to awake, shake off the dust, all right? Give value to the proper place. So it's time to rapture the stupid value that has been given to all the external facades of this world, to everything that is dead, and we have to give it back to Chochmah-Binah-Daat that was able to make all those things, okay? To give it back to the alphabet. So that's what this whole process is. It's a process of rapturing the bad, all the way that we have discredited who God is and giving that credit to something that is dead. So we're going to take it back and give it to the one who always supposed to have it and who's always doing it anyhow. It's just that, we tend to ignore it, and forsake who is doing what. All right? So God made, that's like Ecclesiastes said, Lord, this one thing I know, that God made men upright, ready to live in the Mahashava world, ready to have all the currency to make everything, like the Chochmah-Binah-Daat is always ready for that in you, but then they went and saw other alternatives. I'm going to get another outlook in life, I'm going to see it from another point of view, So what you get is confused, bedazzled, and dumbfounded. And that's the currency that is running the mindset right now, because they've forgotten, that they are the ones that are doing it with the alphabet in them. So then they're getting confused, bedazzled, and dumbfounded. The CBDC currency that puts you so dumb that you forgot that you are the source of life for this mule. And how you just worshiping everything that comes from somebody else's hand. On your own hands. My goodness. Come on now. Okay, so it says, ye have sold yourself for nothing. You want to try, you are not happy to see things from God's perspective, so you follow all the other narratives that make you dependent upon, upon the things that come out of the flesh, the products out of the flesh. That's the number one thing that we pursue. And we think that that's where happiness resides. When those things, if you're not work for you, they could not even have an existence. Come on now. So you have sold yourself for naught. And ye shall be redeemed without money. That's what I'm talking about. So there's the cashless, beware, the cashless redemption is here. All you need to do, my friends, is just to remember. Okay, everybody suffers amnesia. They forget their heritage. You kind of lose your identity. You forget you're an aerial, entity. And then you also, in the natural world, you're more aerial than physical. Okay, you're more air, still physical. What I'm saying is, in the functionality of the physical, you're more air than everything else because of like I said, food and drink. You may have about 14 pounds of that in a day. Drinking about 10 pounds or 9 pounds of drinks, and eating about 4 or 5 pounds of food, solid foods, and then but the air that comes in and out of you in 24 hours. 22,000 pounds of air, so that's a big percentage. That's 99.9365% of all that you're processing every day. So you're more air than anything else. All right. So this is what conforms to you are. So this is what you are. In this body of flesh, you're more aerial than anything else. Okay. But when it comes to the body, to your mind, to the Mahashava world, that cannot be measured, which is, I call that above nature, because it cannot be measured by the things in nature. The world of thought is above nature, is the supernatural world. In the supernatural world, there you are an alphabetarian, okay, because you deal with the alphabet, you deal with letters, and that's why I call you all these things that are supernatural titles. From the very beginning, I've been calling you a Davarian, because that's the word that is formed by thoughts, and Davarian is just word, You're a person that is a word carrier, that carries words and deals with words. And those are your riches, my friend. Because the supernatural runs everything. The world of thought runs everything. Improves on things. Exchange things, cancel things, renews things. All of that is done in the world of thought. So the world of thought, when I call you Davarian, you are very rich indeed, okay? And so, first of all, so you're an alphabetarian. Alphabetarian means that you are going to grow up to be a powerhouse. Sadly to say, the only one that opens your understanding to that is Torah. All the other narratives and everything else keeps you depending upon your physical and your situation that is physical. The whole idea is to infuse yourself in the Ruach. The Ruach of God is the one that gives all these things. You understand? In the physical world, I'm going to give you a little quote here. So that's on the part that we are redeemed without money. For thus saith the Lord, my people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrians oppressed them without a cause. So that's another passage. But I'm going to read another part here where it says that everything in this world, anything that has got to do with craftsmanship or anything, is done with Chochmah-Binah-Daat. Because God, some people can sing, some people can draw, have different talents. And that's because God put the different things and abilities that they have, and it's easy for them to go in this direction. Some of them have agility to do sports very easily. Other people don't. So to each one is given something that you will be able to use in the here and now, and you find your niche. You find a place where you fit in, and you're able to work in whatever you are more capable of doing. All this is part of what happens here. Okay, but let me see if I can. I wanted to share something here from. See if I can put it on. Okay, here it goes. Yeah, from Exodus, I believe it's Exodus chapter 31. Yes, that's when they were working on the tabernacles there. Okay, let me remove the things here. Okay, verse 2, Exodus 31, verse 2. It says, See, I have called by name Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, or of the tribe of Judah. And I have filled him, this is verse 31, verse 3. And I have filled him with the Spirit of God in what? In wisdom. Okay, wisdom in Chochmah. and in understanding. Okay, that's Bina. And knowledge. In all manner of workmanship. So if he was going to create different things, so God gave him the knowledge, gave him the talent, gave him the ability to be able to figure all those things, because there was a lot of ornaments that were going to go, in the mission, in the temple, in the desert, in the wilderness. So all this, so everybody had abilities. God put Chochmah-Binah-Daat. And at the end of the day, everything that's done, everything has to be done by a manual. The manual contains the wisdom of what that thing is, and then it gives you the understanding how to put it together. And once you work on it, then you acquire knowledge from A to C, intimate knowledge of how to work it. That's how you become an expert. And when you become an expert, you are displaying Elohim. You're displaying powers. You're displaying faculties. You're carrying in the character of your maker. Because that's the whole idea, is to display him and to carry him. That's the things that you earn by getting Chochmah-Binah-Daat. You earn energies. You earn faculties. You earn authorities. You earn jurisdictions. You earn everything that has to do with you brandish your horn of plenty. You have authority over something. You're able to make more of something. That makes you powerful with God. And all of that you get with Chochmah-Binah-Daat. With Chochmah-Binah-Daat, that's what we earn. We earn abilities. We earn skills. All of that falls in the category of Elohim. Elohim means powers, authorities. Everybody that was in charge was called an Elohim. It wasn't a sacred title. Elohim was given to anybody that was in charge of a tribe, was in charge. Like the judges were even addressed as Elohims. Okay, people in authority, the one that everybody looked up, they would address him as Elohim. So everybody that has power and authority, and so when you go to school, you develop skills, you develop faculties, you develop an expertise. All of that is a display of Elohim, because you have authority over something that you mastered. You have a Chochmah-Binah-Daat. All right, so this is the whole thing right there. So that's what we earn in Chochmah-Binah-Daat. We earn all these things. So, but you can see from this passage that that's, what we all get. We get to, we get to have Chochmah-Binah-Daat, and that's how it's done across the board. Like I said before, I preached to that before. You can pile all the money of everybody in the world, but that money is not going to do anything to make it get off the ground. A soul has to come. Somebody that has ability to receive word and is able to work on the supernatural, the thought world, because the thought world is really the supernatural. It's about nature. It cannot be measured with anything in nature. We know that we are ruled. We know that we communicate with it, but we lost the awe of the thought world. But to me, that's why the Moshiach doesn't need to have any miracles. He only needs to open up the truth and understanding and give you what truly belongs to you. Because there's to me, there's no more miracle, there's no greater miracle world than how a thought is formed. Prove scientifically to me how you can form a thought. In what laboratory, in what lab can you go and show me how a thought is formed? That to me is a miraculous thing. Because I get to thinking so much, my friends, and I just in awe of I'm thinking so fast sometimes, and still get another idea popping in there, wants to get in there. I'm thinking, what, this is the mind. It's nothing to, it's not a heavy burdensome thought. It's just, when I'm writing something, it's like God wants to give me so many ideas. This one looks bad. It's like, okay, there, you erase that. Okay. So it's like I'm getting all this plethora of ways of saying it, So writing is just crazy. I started writing something, having an idea, and by the time I finish, I was just going to put 3 sentences, and by the time I finish, I'm done with the whole page, Say, oh, come on. I mean, have to give me a break, God. This is too much, I have to slow down, because it's just pumping out with so many ideas, so many ways to say them and to look at it. So the thought world to me is the most fascinating, most miraculous world there ever. So once you understand what is happening in the thought world and how that is the supernatural world, because it's above nature, it's not tangible in the sense that there's any physicality that can measure it. We only move. Everything is done. So all the news that are brought to you by CNN is miraculous, because the person is thinking to read it to you. Everything is brought to you by the thought world, by the greatest miraculous world that has ever existed. So I don't need to make any miracles in this world. Anybody that comes to give a message, nobody has to bring any miracles in the world, but just to point to where the greatest miracles are happening is in the thought world. You know, that's the world of the supernatural because nature cannot measure it. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not taking you something outside of everything is in us. Everything is encased in us. All right? We have access to the supernatural world. We have access to the mind. We have access to thoughts. We have access to this physical world. And we have access to the mule. Everything is at our reach. It's not beyond us. So what happened is the tales have come to make us look beyond the sky, to make us go up to something, to have us wait and hope on something way outside of us. That's why God says, this power, this ability to make all these things, to be able to provide care for the whole world. I did not hide it up in the heavens, so you have to go look for it, like really says, nor did I put it, someplace where you got to go to the sea, to the bottom of the sea and find it. It's here in you. It's this book. It's this Torah. You read, you understand the alphabet, you'll become a powerhouse of the world in the here and now. I do not make it hard, so just look at it, hear it, and shamar, shama and shamar, and I was talking to my son because I named my son when he was born, I named him Shamgar Sebastian, okay? Shamgar Sebastian, because Shamgar was one of the judges from the Bible. He was a strong guy just like Samson. So I named him Shamgar because, he's one of the judges. And at the time, I read the meaning of that name. That was long ago. I wasn't into Hebrew then. But in some book, it said that name means always ready. And I thought, well, for this time, things are so crazy, he better be ready for everything, to meet this world, head on. Because there's so many crazy things going on. So that was like, he was born 1989. And he's going to be 33 this year in July 12th. But that's my oldest son, right? So, but I mean, Shamgar, but the thing is with him, the people are not familiar with that name. So they will call him Shamar, That's what they will call him, because that sounds more like a black name. Shamar, like Lamar, So they will call him Shamar. I said, no, it's not Shamar. So he got tired of correcting people and let them call him Shamar. And they said, and when they asked him his name, he said, what do you call him? I'm Shami. Shami will be a good name to give yourself if you're called Shama. Like here, like the word. But that's why so everybody called him Shami then. Shami. So that's a diminutive of Shama or Shema. So so end up he calling himself Shami. He gave himself because of the difficulty of communicating. But then I was reading this week, his name Sebastian actually means venerable, to revere somebody, to venerate somebody. So that's the whole, that's found in the word shamar. Shamar is just to keep, shamar is to hear, to listen. And sometimes it's translated as obey, okay? So whenever in the King James it says obey, it's talking about hear. And here it's talking about your shama. So shama is translated both ways. But it's always just shama. And then keep is the word for cherish, to consider something very valuable, that you don't want to, like a heirloom that you don't want to lose, something very special. So actually I gave my son, without thinking, when he was born, I gave him the name of, because he calls himself Shami, so Shama, and Shamar, because they will call him Shamar also. Okay, we're going to try to refer to him. But also his second name, Sebastian, means venerable or to venerate. So his name actually means to hear and revere. Okay? Without even thinking. That's God just taking control, because I don't know why God led me in that direction, but it's without knowing. I named my first son after the two things that God wants the whole people of Israel to do. To Shama and Shamar. To hear and revere. To listen and to cherish. Okay, that's the number one thing that he's got desire. He makes him part of, that's what he wants him to do. That's what they recite, everything. But I had named my son. So this week I'm rewriting everything. So my book that I'm writing is going to be called Shama and Shamar. Because I already have it in my whole life. God already gave me the title for my whole life. Or what am I supposed to do? So much, everything is found in my family. I found that I went down the names of each one of my family, and the whole thing to write my book is in my family already. It's amazing. And I thought, because that's the number one thing that God wants his people, to listen. So that's the name of this book, Shamar, Shama for Shema, and Shamar. And then I'm going to go down everything else I've explained to you guys. But that's the title. Shama and Shamar. Because that's Shamgar Sebastian, And he called himself Shami Sebastian, which means, hear and revere. So amazing. I was just sidetracking there with you guys. But these are things that happened this week. But so we saw here now that everything is done by Chochmah-Binah-Daat. Money never gets anything done. So this is just part of what I wanted to show you here. But now let me just show you also Isaiah 55. Okay. Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters, and he that hath no money, come ye, buy and eat. Yeah, come buy wine and milk without money and without price. Wherefore you spend money for that which is not bread, that which is not feed your understanding, to see things from God's perspective, and therefore He releases you of all the cares of this world. Because as soon as you understand that everything in this world has been done by Chochmah-Binah-Daat, no currency had anything to do with it. They have only taken the credit from Chochmah-Binah-Daat and make you think that the money has gotten you the best things in life, making you confess a lie. Every time that people think that it's money that gets me the best things in life, you're confessing a lie. You're attributing credit to the mule that does not belong to it. You're saying that Chochmah-Binah-Daat was done by something else that has no power like Chochmah-Binah-Daat. And you're discrediting everything on the steam that you belong to the alphabet is going down the drain. So it's time to reclaim that. It's time to rapture all these titles that have been given to everything in the dust and attribute them back, to your Maker. Take words and go back to Him, like it says in the last book of in Hosea chapter 14. Okay, so all of that here, and your labor says, wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread? And your labor for that which satisfieth not. Hearken diligently unto me, and eat that which is functional. The word good is tough. It functionality. So, because in order to make things function in the world, okay, eat that which is good. You got to learn something that makes a product function, because that's what they hire you in a company, to bring functionality to their physicalities. Everything is made from the physicality, but without functionality, it's not going to get off the ground. So that's why I have to eat. Eat that which is functional. In other words, Chochmah-Binah-Daat allows you to work so that you make things functional. You understand that? So everything is in the Chochmah-Binah-Daat, and that's what you want to keep at the end of the day. It says, which is good. And let your soul delight itself in fatness. In fatness means let your soul delight itself in filling itself up. Filling itself up with wisdom, with understanding and knowledge. That's what you need to delight yourself on. That's fatness. Because that's the kind of fatness that when you understand, for example, how a motorcycle is made, as soon as you understand exactly how to follow those things, you can make 1,000,000 bikes, 1,000,000 motorcycles. And that's what is called fatness. You can make that increase, and you can never lose it. Because once you have it in, you have it secure, you have it with the dats, the knowledge we're made to see, then you can fatten the land. You don't get to live off of the fatten of the land, but you get to make the land fat. You understand what I'm saying? That's completely the opposite. That's what I really call the real prosperity of Yhvh. That when you are with Yhvh, you are on the completely supernatural world of the mind. You're here to fatten every land. You are the fattener of lands, because you can fatten it with all products. That's what you do. You don't live off of the fat of land. You fatten every land. Every skinny land from now on should be fat. That's how you speak. Speak with power. All right, that's what we're talking about. So let the soul delight in fatness. Incline your ear. Okay, Shema. Incline your ear. Let me say again the language. Incline your ear and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting contract, covenant with you. Even the sure mercies of what I'm telling you. The stuff that is giving me life, of David. That's my name. So I'm giving you these sure mercies. The words and understanding that he's being to David is being brought down to you. So you understand that the cashless redemption is on its way. Okay, it's Chochmah-Binah-Daat that you got to recognize that is your power. The first 28 letters of Bereshit 1:1, that is your koach, your kojak, your strength, your solid rock. In the first 28 letters, understand the first 28 letters of Torah, God hands to you the currency that every creator across the board has to use to make everything. In their companies, for the services, every creator has to use wisdom, understanding, and knowledge to make a product and service. And so that's what God gives you. The breakdown of it in action. Okay, Bereshit, the first word, Bereshit, that's directed to wisdom in the book of Proverbs, and the next two words, Barar Elokenu, that has to do, with fattening the powers, or creating or filling up or configuring the faculties. So that's Bina, understanding and making the experts, that's all the Bina. And then the rest of them, from A to C, the heavens, and from A to C, the earth, that's knowing something in all its intimacy. From A to C, that means that's. So the whole thing is there. The key, that's the strength. That's the one that you make a creation with. That's the one that you repair it with. That's the one that you refresh it with. That's the one that you improve upon with it. That's the key to everything that's happening in creation. It's all supernatural. Chochmah-Binah-Daat is completely supernatural, and that's the key that is handed to us in the first 28 letters. Chochmah-Binah-Daat, the currency that every creator uses to make everything. That's the only one. And so, because this is the interesting thing, because the thought world, like I say, cannot be physically measured, so it's above nature, supernatural. But it gets to work. Because nobody can deny that they are able to communicate with their wives, communicate with their kids and everything because of the thought world. So it's there. You cannot deny it, You use it all the time, but it cannot be measured. Okay? The supernatural world is right there where you cannot be measured, okay? But yet, the money can be measured. The money can be touched. The metal can be tested. You can taste the metal. You can taste the pieces of jewels. You can taste, diamonds. You can taste all of that stuff. You can smell it if you can smell it, whatever. But you can put it all in front of a bunch of, dirt, and it won't make a thing. It cannot manufacture anything. It doesn't have any power whatsoever. It doesn't have anything to do that. Okay? So even though people give the credit that money gets you the best things in life, prove it. It cannot be proven. Only the Chochmah-Binah-Daat, with the world of thought, this is supernatural, that cannot be proven, is the one that gets it done. So we have a very interesting dichotomy here. The one that does everything cannot be measured physically. Okay? And the one that can be measured physically does not do anything. So imagine the way that we confuse, bedazzle, confused, bedazzled, and dumbfounded. That's how we've been left. That's the currency of all the other narratives that are not Torah. They completely give you amnesia. They completely twist your mind so that you end up giving all this credit to things that should not be given credit to. Sadly to say, that's how the world is found right now. So he says, so he says here, and I make an everlasting covenant with you, even let me incline your ear. Which is, I'm talking to you directly. I'm telling you, listen to me. I'm giving you the story of my son, whose name is Shema. I even named a son after Shema. Come on now. You gotta listen to me. I'm David. I named my first son after Shema. Led providentially, because I had no idea that I was doing that. But I'm finding out. God runs everything behind the scenes. He's the one. I'm just the puppet. He runs the strings behind the scenes. He's running everything. And that's what we need to remember. And I'm discovering all the stuff that in all my family, he put a whole book that I'm going to be making. It's including my ex-wife's name is in there too. There's a lot of. I was amazed about this weekend how these things were putting together. But in any case, I digress. Let me go back. So, incline your ear and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. Behold, thou shalt call a nation that thou knowest not, and a nation that knew not thee shall run unto thee. Because the Lord, because the Yhvh, means the processor of the respiration powers, and because of the process, and the Holy One, and the Kadesh, of Israel, for he had glorified thee. So this is what is about to happen, my friend. I'm just putting you in touch with what really belongs to you. I think I'm going to be eating a little drink from my living waters here. Chochmah-Binah-Daat, CBD, living waters. Even my water has Chochmah CBD in it. So I'm going to take a little sip of that because I'm a little thirsty here. So, you want to take, know what I'm talking about? So we surround ourselves with Chochmah-Binah-Daat here, in the water that we drink. Let's get the real stuff here, though. But I'm giving you the real stuff here now. This is, you cannot get this. This is the thing. You understand that I come to you guys. Nobody has ever paid me to preach to you. Understand what I'm saying? Nobody has ever given me any money, not a single cent. Nobody has said, I contributed an idea. I told you what to do here. I told you what to do there. Some of you have given me ideas. All the stuff that you share there, in the COVID-19 man. I really appreciate each one of you guys. Those are great things that I learned from. I could learn from a lot of stuff that you share. I know that, and I appreciate your participation in it. But I'm saying nobody has told me you have to preach this sermon. You have to preach. Nobody has told me that. Nobody has sponsored me. Nobody does anything. But who has brought this? Chochmah-Binah-Daat, and your servant David here is bringing all these things to you. I even gave a situation in which I was going to pay $500, and then I went on TV to $5,000 to anybody that could find somebody that was teaching their teachings and paying money, to those people that would hear whatever teaching they were teaching. It could be whatever. It didn't have to be Torah. It had to be anything, but somebody believed so much in their teaching that they were giving money away at the end. I gave some time for people to come out and point me to some direction so I can win some money. Nobody was able to find. Okay? It's a very interesting thing, which I find very fascinating, and I'm still interested. Because if I get to find somebody that is doing that, there's a lot of people out there that are giving money away, just to go out there giving money, but they have a channel that's being sponsored. They get a lot of views. You go to my YouTube channel, I don't commercialize my YouTube channel. I only have 8 subscribers. Hardly anybody watches anything. All right? I only have those things, so he prompts me to just put it out there. I just want to share the idea because the idea is not for me. At this proper time, God's going to use everything. But everything I've been doing in my life that has to do with helping people, diets, things like that, fasting, I put it all there. There's a record of my life in progress there. Everything is in YouTube. From the time I was away from the whole Hebrew and I was completely to Christianity, all of that, the whole progress of my life can be seen there. Those you want to take my time to where I'm at right now. Completely Torah, only for the 304,805 letters. I'm focusing on that and deciphering everything for the here and now, and giving you, the keys to the kingdom of Torah. Like I said, the Chochmah-Binah-Daat, the first 28 letters, is the key to create everything and to make everything function and to keep everything going. All right, so then once you get that, then everything opens up to you, So now, so there we go. So let me take you to what I was trying to teach you today then here. All right. Let me go here first. All right, so let me read this to you here. When you go from human being to aerial being, you get to know or appropriate the other 99.9364% of yourself. That's the 22,000 pounds of air, right? That nobody pays attention to. Then I have the name of what I was thinking of writing, but I changed the title. Like I say, I think I've arrived at the last title I'm going to come up with. But this is one of the other ones I was thinking the last time. Call it the Quintuple A 2014 Original British Pounds CEO's Torah. That was what I was thinking of calling that book last week. But upgrades come every week. I got to follow what God is making more clear to me. So the Quintuple A 2014 Original British Pounds CEO's Torah. And that stood for the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all, 22,014 Original British Pounds. And then the CBDCs, and I put it here now, I changed it to CBDCs, that's the Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currencies, empirically objective source. Okay, that's the one source that is doing everything. The Chochmah-Binah-Daat is empirically proving in the sense that everybody that I can ask him. I can just use them as a witness. Any creator of any company, I can say, did you use your thoughts? You use your own ideas to make this product? Yes. Can you prove? Can you put on a weight scale and put all these thoughts on a weight scale to know that you really came up with those thoughts? Hey, that's the only thing that I'm crazy for thinking that. But the thing is, the thought world is above nature. It cannot be measured, and it's within us. And so we have taken it for granted, but it is supernatural. That's the supernatural world in the here and now, and it's with us 24/7. Okay, everything has to do with words is supernatural. Our dreams are supernatural. You understand? Everything is above nature. Supernatural means above nature, so above something that cannot be measured. So dreams cannot be measured. Thoughts cannot be measured. Ideas cannot be measured. Everything that has to do with the thought world, So there we go. So it says, so the advance. So this is the original British pounds, CBDCs, empirically objective sources, trailblazing outlook, real, regal, royal authorities have. Okay, so that's what each letter stood for. But let me tell you on this part, it says original British pounds. The 23,014. 14 of that is solid foods and liquids, right? And the other 22,000 is the air that's circulating to you on a daily basis, 22,000 pounds of air. The 22,000 pounds matches the number because this is the ones that are joining you with life. The 22,000 pounds of respirations that come through you every day are the ones that join you to life, okay? Those are the joiners. Those are the Levites. The Levites means the joiners, the brokers, the ones that take what they have from God and they bring it to the soul. So they were the priest, the Kohen, and there were 22,000 of them when you count them in the book of Numbers. They counted them, and the whole of the tribe, all the men were 22,000. That's the equivalent. In the book of Numbers, it was written that the priests, the Levites, that took care of Israel, there were 22,000. There was the one that was numbered in the book of Numbers, the Midbar. Okay, 22,000 joiners to take care of the people of Israel. So God uses 22,000 airs or respirations that are your joiners to keep you alive, to bring you the oxygen that you need. 22,000 every day. So when you say I find 22,014 pounds, 14, because David, that's my numerical value. So I'm making you aware. 14 is the value also of the element that is made out of the silica. The second element found on Earth. But silicon is where the dust comes from, okay? And but I'm here to exalt. I'm the David that exalts the breath, okay? Because that's what it's supposed to do. In the breath is was everything's taking place. The breath is what's keeping us alive 24/7, and so we have to bring attention to the element number 8 in the periodic table. And number 8 means above nature. That's what it means. Number 8 is the numerical value for something that's above nature. After the number 7 is new beginnings, above nature. All of that is a representation of the number. So that's in the periodic table. Oxygen is the number 1 element present here in this world, and that's the one that keeps us alive. And the second one that is present here is silicon, which when dust and everything else comes from there. And that's where all the products from the Silicon Valley come and everything else. The concrete buildings, glass, all these things are made from the silicon. So all these things, even LED lights come with silicon carbide. So all these things are made with you can make a lot of stuff with that. So that's the number 2nd element. So it's used in the world of the mule, to the graveyards. So that's what we use, and so that's what we have. So we have, but the thing is, I brought the attention. I exalt the breath. I exalt the spirit, because that's where the name of Yhvh is being spelled most of the time with every breath that we take. The other one that came, 2,000 years ago, that when I started with this journey that takes me down to the Torah, it started with Christianity. He exalts the number 14 element. He exalts because he's supposed to be the son of David as well. Even though he named himself Jesus. But he exalts, the earth. He exalts this body. Okay? He exalts this body, that this is the body that needs to be resurrected. Okay? But what needs to be resurrected, my friends, is what I'm doing right now. What needs to be resurrected is the credit that should be given to the Chochmah-Binah-Daat because it has been buried. The credit that belongs to the one that gets you the best things in life, it has been buried in the currencies of this world. and all the currencies of this world pretend that they're getting you the best things in life when they are dead. Okay, so that definition that they're the ones that have that power to do that needs to be raised away from that grave and brought back to the supernatural world of the CBD. So knowledge needs to be restored. Knowledge needs to be resurrected and attributed back to the spirit. Okay, this knowledge is the restorer of the path to walk on. Also, is part of the resurrection process. You got to build back the bridges. The places that you have to bridge the gap. That's all part of the process. You bringing everything back to the way things are supposed to be. Like I used to say before, if I were to find you the scroll, that gave me all the things, because people still wondering how the pyramids were built. They have ideas, they have things that they come up and they thought about. Somebody said that they already solved it. But still, if I were to find the scroll of all the machinery and everything that they used to make the pyramids are nothing but fancy graves. That's all. Mausoleums, graves. So, people honor graves. So, anyways, if I were to find the scroll that tells me, all the engineering, all the work, so it gives me all the thing, and I went to all the people in the world, to all the archaeologists, and all the people that are these engineers and everything like that, and I said, I have the scroll here with all the knowledge of how the pyramids are made and how you can make them. Do you want this scroll, or you want me, to just snap a finger and make you a brand new one, so you can just enjoy a brand new pyramid? Let's see if I have that power. I bet you that all those scholars will say, give me the scroll! I want that knowledge resurrected. I want to have that knowledge again. Give me the scroll. It is the knowledge, the Chochmah-Binah-Daat that needs to be restored. That's what everybody does. The flesh, this thing just crumbles into silicon. Okay, but it is from the spirit, from the breath that life comes, and that's the all-inclusive resuscitator. So at the end of the day, that's what needs to be restored. Everybody that's been buried in a narrative outside of Torah, is buried in a pesel, in a carved image for the soul, carved image for the mind, and from there you attach yourself. So God only allowed those things to exist so that you can develop some sort of attachment, to the things in the grave. Because if you go to Torah, then all those things lose their value, my friends. Then you realize that in the world of the mule, you are an Elohim. You are a God. You are powers that be. You know what I'm saying? You're not bowing down to anybody. You're not genuflecting to anything. Okay? You recognize what you are in the supernatural world of the Alefbet, and everything else is bowing down to that. And you're in the powerhouse? What else do you want, my friend? You're in the powerhouse. You're in the Alefbet. That's what I want to situate it. That's why where we go one, we go all. I'm gone to my house, and I'm bringing you here with me. All right? And no need for cash. As a matter of fact, even the cash of this world, I'm giving it away. To make you understand it is the Chochmah-Binah-Daat that is the true currency that you're working for and you need to have, all right? So, but when I'm using here the original British pounds, this is a play on words here, okay? Original British, the word British comes from two words that are Hebrew. Brit means covenant, okay? B-R-I-T. It's like a covenant, like the contract, like the Levites, okay? And the Ish means man, okay? So is the covenant man, the man of the covenant, or the person covenant, okay? So that's what these pounds represent, the 22,000 Levites. These are the people of the covenant, okay? And so because of these 22,000 pounds of air that comes into you every day, you get to have a covenant. You have to have a connection with the name of Yhvh, because the name of Yhvh means the processor of respiration powers. So this air allows you to connect with that activities. You're able to, bring praise to His name. Let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Every time that you breathe in, you're pronouncing His name. You're praising His name. Okay, so, only by thee will we be mentioned of thy name. So all of that is happening. You understand what I'm saying? So that is the original people of the covenant. They represent the people of the covenant. So this is the whole idea of Torah, is that the Torah, one thing I'm finding out, my friends, is that Torah is written in all of creation. Okay? It is written there. The functionality of Torah that is describing in the letters, like I'm presenting to you, is written in all of creation. And the reason why you read Torah is to the point that when you understand the language of functionality, then you, without looking at Torah, you're reading it. in the breath that you're taking. You see what you're doing. You are aware of who your maker is. You are aware that you're doing to him. In the way that you think and the process of your thought, you know what he's doing. In other words, you're in constant intimacy. Okay, everything is there. It's just a matter of, it just, everything is just wide open. That's all you get. You just get to, to see him in every corner. Where you turn every thought that you have in everything, you're just completely in awe of him because he's the one doing it all. He becomes your all in all. Literally. I mean, it's inescapable. And that's what Torah does. It opens up your understanding. It opens your awareness. It's nothing that you have to do. It's just to understand where everything is at, Like I'm putting everything in place. I'm telling you where the supernatural lies in the world of thought. I tell you where the natural is. It's right here in this physical body. And I tell you where the places that you work, that cannot procreate themselves, that's the Sheol. That's the grave, because it cannot procreate itself, and it burdens mankind, it consumes its energies. So everything is in here now. All right, so once you have it in place, then you utilize all these things, and you realize who's running what. Okay, and the world cannot tell you otherwise. Okay, so there's nobody that can come here from any other religion and try to take me up, because what Torah has given me is above. It's above all. So that's why when I mention it here, the advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all. What I'm trying to say is, because this is a title dedicated to the Torah, I'm trying to make the Torah be the Moshiach. Because the word Moshiach just means anointed. Understand? Anointed means that they have put some oil in you. And the word anointed means because oil floats above the water. So the Goyim in the Bible, the people, the Am, Am is like the nations of people. And with Am is, just the observance of the solutions. Ayin and Mem. Am for people. Observance of the solutions. So that means the people of the workforce. Everybody was created to be part of the workforce. I am the solutions. So all the people going, all that is referred to. It's like the sea. It's referred to as the sea. But the oil floats above the sea. Okay, because that's what the oil floats above the water. So that's why I'm giving this title in the functionality of what oil does. Oil floats above the water, and therefore it can be the leader of it because it's floating above it. So that's why I'm giving it that title: advanced, ancient, authoritative, above all. So I'm saying that the Torah is Moshiach. The Torah is anointed. I'm trying to put the Torah above all the other narratives, because none of them give you those keys. Like I'm making you understand. None of them give you the CBD, the Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currencies key, and the first 28 letters, which stands for Kohak or Koyak, the strength. Nobody does that. New Testament doesn't do it. The Islamic religion, the Bhagavad Gita, nobody does that. And to put you in the right place and put everything in perspective. So the only one that's done that to me, and I read it. I read all the New Testament. I was memorizing a lot of stuff when I was into the Christianity. I had even read the one from Islamic. I read it a couple of times. I found a few things in here information-wise. But what I've gotten from Torah, I even read the Bhagavad Gita. I read all of a lot of stuff that I have read. And so because I wanted to learn. I wanted to see, which one will show me what really everything is all about. And Torah, man, there ain't nothing like that. It's nothing like this. My eyesight for the stuff that I can perceive, my thought world has just exploded. There's nothing like Torah, my friends. Nothing that can teach you like that. Nothing that can grab your attention and just keep you there day and night. And it's not like wearisome or burdensome or tiresome. Sometimes I only sleep maybe a couple of hours because so much thinking that is going on. It's not a burdensome thought at all. It's just illumination. It's just, whoo, I never thought of that. Wow, man. It's just like that. I'm having a feast. The Bible says, he that heareth speaketh continually. If your ears are open, there's no stopping for what you can think of. It's just so many things to say, I might sleep a couple of hours, but I'm ready to go. And in the morning, it's just like I slept a long time. It's just fellowship with the thoughts of the mindset of the Torah do not drain you, but it just revitalizes you. Okay, so this is a beautiful experience to have. So, like I'm saying, that's why my idea is to put Torah above the rest. And I'm bringing you these things that you can take it to the bank and, and make sure that they're going to work. This stuff is objective reality, that can be empirically proven in the here and now. That's why I put CBDCs, empirically objective sources. Because, everybody that is a creator can tell me that the thoughts have always worked, and that's what they make the success. Trailblazing outlook. So all of that is part of it, all right? So let me just go to this part here too, so we can look therefore at the breakdown here of the Chochmah-Binah-Daat. All right. So still here with the Chochmah. Chochmah is referred to in the Bible also as the tree of life. Okay, remember that God put in the Bible, He put the tree of life, and right next to it He put the tree of knowledge. Dot. Okay, but it wasn't that God did not want men to have knowledge. Okay, He wanted men to wait on Him, to teach him knowledge. Do you think when God made the tree of knowledge, all of a sudden the knowledge left from God and it was only found in that tree? He who made the tree of knowledge still had the tree of knowledge. He still had the knowledge, of good and evil. But God put the situation in which, okay, Chochmah, the Bereshit represents Chochmah. He was in the beginning with God, and measuring everything. So God used Chochmah, and He had created the man, and He was going to take him to his school of Chochmah, and teach him everything, so he will get understanding from him directly. God was going to be teaching him directly everything, so he was going to get the Binah. The Binah is the putting together of the faculties, skills, and powers. Barar is fattening the skills, fattening the powers. So the whole idea, that's understanding means. You put together, you have an idea, then you put together how to make things work. That's Binah, that's understanding. Okay, and so once you were taught directly what God, then you were going to understand. Automatically, what happens is that when you have, the wisdom, and you get the understanding, and you become an expert, then you have intimacy. From A to C, you know everything. You're an expert. You can make it work again. You can replace it, renew it, restore it, refresh it, resurrect it. All of these things are part of the powers that you can do. So all of that was going to come. All right, but men decided just to, God had made, there was a tree of life, ignore the tree of life. They went directly to using knowledge to see how we can run the creation that God made by our own ideas. We can try to figure out ourselves, and be like God, having knowledge for what we decide is good and for what we decide is evil. Now, was they wanted to be the ones to decide. God did not create man until the last day. So He could not even claim that He gave him an idea how to make something. He put everything in place, and then He put him there at the last end, so that men will say, well, God is the one that thought of how to make this place. He is the one that knows how to run it. So, I shouldn't listen to anybody else, but just Him to know how to run His place. But that's the number one thing that you have to trust a creator with in any company. When you go into there, you got to trust that what is in the manual to know how to run their business. That's the way to do it. If you don't want to abide by the manual, then there's a conflict of interest and you get fired. You get taken out. Okay, you got to trust that the one that is the creator of a place, of a product and service, he has the knowledge. He has the dads to know what to do with the products and service. And that's what you have to trust the creator with. And He's going to let you teach it. He's going to give it to you, but He's going to inculcate it. He's going to teach it to you. And you got to trust in His teaching. So that's just across the board. The first thing that the creator has to be trusted is with the knowledge of how to know how to run, His business. So the business of God was to reveal the powerhouse. So man thought that, on my own ideas, I can think of how to make things and be a little powerhouse myself because I created my own little world. But you don't get to be. At the end of the day, you end up worshiping the work of your own hands. Things that came off of you, things that depend on you. You need to have it in close proximity to feel like you're something. Oh my goodness. It's completely, the void of understanding the things that we do, once we forget the ways of God. And so this is what happened. So Chochmah, was given, and then and it was there the three men, and was not getting right away. They went for the dads. They went to try to run things their way, and that's why I have here on these dads. I have the different pictures here of the different things that I put like a little tree, because it's a tree of knowledge. All right. I got this thing from Spanish things. It says conocimiento, which means knowledge. Like I told you, the knowledge, we have 4 words for knowledge. Data is that. Doctor is that. Knowledge is that. And science is that. Okay? All of that is knowledgeable. So, man, in this area, we have all the different things here. brain surgeons, ideas that people get, observations, you know, have to look it up and go do. You got to know everything, the research. You know what to cut, what to splice. You got to know the chemicals, everything. You have to be graduated, all of that. You have to be a doctor. You have to have all these things to have the knowledge. So all of that. That's how we run it in the here and now. But like I say, it's a very, very caricature knowledge compared to what the Torah wants to give you. All right. So that's what we have right now. Okay. So that's in competition with what the world's coming at. Central bank digital currency. They want to take everything from here and put it in the Bitcoin. All right. But the thing is, Bitcoin, or what they call cryptocurrency, you know, crypto means hidden. Something that is hidden. Okay. So Chochmah-Binah-Daat is a cryptocurrency. It's always been hidden. Like I say, it's a part of the thought world. You cannot measure it. It's always been, it's inside of us. Every thought, unless you speak it and you say it and people hear it, they cannot tell what you're thinking. Because it's crypto. It's cryptocurrency. It has not gone circulating yet when you don't open your mouth. It's still crypto. It's hidden. And that's the real currency that's making the things in this world. Okay? So everything is a competition. The whole world of the external world competes with what you have truly inside of you, and they want to take the credit for it. All right? So this is the way of the world, my friends, okay? So do not let them fool you. You know, because the whole world, at the end of the day, you know, there's nothing but what I call the alphabet. Because alphabet is strong tower, powerhouse. I also call it a bulwark. Because a bull represents the oxen, which is for the Aleph, right? The Aleph represents the oxen. So bulwark, when you combine those two words, means a bull and a hard worker. But bulwark also represents a place of, you know, that is like a protection, like a castle, like a citadel. I'll show you a picture of that here. Here we go. So the billboard and the bulwark. Like this is the bulwark here. It's a whole city like that with walls and stuff like that. That's called a bulwark. Okay? You know. And I also refer to also the powerhouse or the strong tower. So the alphabet can also be referred as a bulwark. It's the strong city that protects you. The bull represents the Aleph, you know, because the head of the ox. And the walker represents the hard worker, the one that constructs houses, constructs buildings. So here we have a picture of the bull here. Also having the pictures, it's a bull here inside of a little encasement. So that's the spelling Alefbet right there. You know, and I see more Beth houses here. So Alefbet is right there too. So I had the Aleph on the Beth, which means the head of the bull was strong, of power, and the Beth for the houses. So these things, I put all these things, and a body made of flesh, you know, it's also like a building. Okay, it's a strong building. A healthy body is a strong building, you know, for all the organs and everything you have inside. So you also represent with the body, your strong building. You also represent a picture of the Alefbet in functionality. You know, have to protect all the organs inside. So this is the different names. So the bulwark represents the alphabet, which I call the powerhouse. It can also be called a bulwark. Okay, and this is a picture of a bulwark in the world of the dust. You know, castle that protects the people who have it inside. And here is another one. You know, bulwark here. This is from the, you know, the bull in the Wall Street. There's the bull there representing the ox. You know, and the buildings in the back representing the Beth. So Alefbet, the bulwark. All right, and then the people there also are bulwark because they have bodies that protects the inside organs, you know, from all the bacteria that we're fighting. And this is another name where people use it here on a boat. A boat there is called bulwark. See, the bulwark. That's what they call this boat. It protects, you know, it has all these marines or whatever on top, you know, which also representatives of bulwarks because they put their bodies with living organisms. And here, let's see. All right. And so these are different ways in which the body is protected. Well, the reason why I'm putting all of this thing because I'm not going to get to teach this today because it's the whole 4 slides for this. But just to give you an idea, so the world has something in the dust. The world that is outside of God that is turning to shoal, is turning to an engravement. They create things out of the dust, but they don't have any life of themselves and they don't function 24/7. like the respirations, the breath, the breathing, 24/7 brings resurrection. Because resurrection just means bringing new life to the flesh. The life, since he cannot produce his own source of life, he gets it from the oxygen. That's every breath that he takes is being resurrected. So that's why the air is the number one resurrector of all flesh in here and now. Okay, and this functional resurrection that really counts. So that's what you found in the real world of Yhvh, where he's represented by the processor of respiration powers, right? But those, that are not based upon that, they can create a resurrection that works only once in a while. Like 2,000 years ago, it worked for the founder, and then when he's gonna come back, he's gonna give it to you according to the promise. So it's a very feeble resurrection. So he sells a resurrection. That's the biggest sell of Christianity. That sells you resurrection, but it's a very dysfunctional. You want a resurrection that works 24/7, and that's the one that God has in the breath economy. All right. So, but in that, you can create a monument for that, work of the respiration powers. So at the end of the day, not everything in this world is nothing but an engravement, that doesn't function. So it's just announcing. So God allowed all these things to exist, the creation of the things in the world, to remind us, because God says you're not gonna be in my breath, or you're gonna go work harder in the brick because you cannot do anything for itself, but you're gonna build monuments after the living things that I made, and then you're gonna be the life for them. You're gonna be the one working to keep it alive, because they don't have any life of its own. In other words, Christianity, the whole story of resurrection is just kept alive by each person that is alive and is breathing, and they're keeping the story going. So you who are alive in Christianity, like I was in there, we are the ones, the resuscitation power that we have from the breath, we are the ones that keep the story alive, but it's a dead story. The resurrection is not relevant for here and now. It doesn't keep this flesh resurrected, because this flesh is to be resurrected 24/7, and the air is doing that with the oxygen. You see what I'm saying? So, but they build the narrative, it just builds a narrative of that. So it builds to that. So, to what the real Moshiach is supposed to do, which means to bring the resurrection, of the real Torah, back to the knowledge that he belongs to, and all the credit that belongs to it, and everything else then falls apart, But this is all these things, God kept them all these things are billboards, okay? So we understand that at the end of the day, it's nothing but a billboard or an engravement, or, a monument or mausoleum, a burial ground for the things that are alive in the physical world. So this is what happened. And this is the aerobic respiration. This is the real world that God created, aerobic respiration, the respiration powers. This is all, that's how it works inside of the cell. Even inside of the cell, there's an aerobic respiration that is taking place. So he describes how things happen within the cell. With the ATP, which is the fuel. ATP, I call it from Alefbet power, like the Alefbet that is missing in all the Bibles, except in the Hebrew Bible. So that is the fuel, and that's the fuel for us. Alefbet power is what drives our soul. Okay, so at the end of the day, this is the billboard. So everything is a bulwark in this world. It's a billboard. It's just an engravement. It's something like a monument for the breath. That's how you have to look at everything in the world. Because it's just, we're working and we're using our own energies to keep it alive. Because let me read it on type, it says, the dynamic or animated, activated book or blueprints, lessons, or learning. This is something that has to do with the verse that says Habel of Habel, all is Habel. In the book in the book of Ecclesiastes or Kohelets. Kohelets and Ecclesiastes, which is the same. The main verse in there is Habel of Habel. Habel of Habel, all is Habel. And that's the same word, the same letters for the word Abel, the one that was killed. The same letters. And so this is something that I'm going to teach you in the next lesson. Has to do with Bina. Okay? So you will understand. So it has to do everything with the reason why God allows everything in the world of the dust and the economies of the dust to exist is in honor of the name of Abel. That's another big insight on that, but I'm going to save it for next week. So just to give you a little preview on that, but this is interesting coming. So you understand, this is the work, the book of Kohelet is dedicated to the Bina, the understanding, okay, how things work together. And everything is the work of the breath. That's why it is part of the aerobic respiration will make more sense to you then. Okay, that's something to look into. But let's go back to our lesson for today. So today we just a review on this and to understand what's the currency that's been doing everything all along. All right. So I'm not that note. Let me go to where you guys are at. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let me see here, you guys. Right. There's only 3 of you guys showed up today, huh? Nobody else. Brianna made it. Okay. So Brianna says, I'm putting my girls to bed. Good, good. All right. Joseph, you're here. Brian Montes here. All right. And Rosa is here. Only shows 3 people, though. All right. So Brianna, you still with us? Who else is here? All right, so let me see who's present here. All right, okay, Joseph's here. All right, Joseph reporting is in. Rosa Crispin reporting, she's in. All right, okay, who else is here? Brian, you still with us? Brian. All right. All right, Brian wants this here. All right, we have 3. All right, do we have anybody else in the line? All right, do we have a Brianna or Patty? ¿Alguien más en la línea? Speak now, forever hold your peace. The marriage vow. All right. Now I'm marrying you guys to the real CBD that matters. You know what I'm saying? I want to join you with the things that really matter in this world, man. You know, enough is enough. I had it up to here with this crazy world of just robbery of credit that belongs to the Alefbet and giving it to themselves. No more. That's not going to happen anymore. All right, so give me one more chance. Brianna, are you with us? Can you hear me, Brianna? Give me one more chance to come here. Because if it's only 3 of you guys, I'm just going to give $50 to each one of you. No point to go on the questions, you know. So one more time, we're gonna give 10 more seconds. You have to wait for. Let me sing a song, all right, and then we'll give a chance. Well, then we'll see if nobody's there. Then we'll just give the money away to the 3 of you guys. Let me just sing a song here. All right, let me think here. All right. Okay, let's do this one. I like this one. Because the one has this verse in here. Let not the wise man glory in his wisdom. Says, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches. But let him that glorieth glory in this, that he bina and that's that he understand and know me, that I am the Lord which exercise love and kindness, judgment and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, saith the Lord. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking. God doesn't measure success by the way we measure success in this world. Understand? I shared this earlier in one of the posts in there. You know, He doesn't go by our measure of success. There's only one thing, like any creator in this world. To God, is you're a success already. He made you to be a respirationaire. So if you can breathe and you're breathing, you're a success in the world of the breath economy. Because you're breathing. You're alive and you're contributing with your carbon dioxide for the plants. So if you can think and you can listen to a thought and understand somebody else's thought being communicated to you, you're a success. Also in the world of the alphabet, you know, in the world of the word communication, thought communications, you're a success in there. But in any company that you go to work, any boss or any chief executive officer, they want to know that you got those 2 things going for yourself. That you're breathing and you are thinking and you can understand thinking. If you have a success in those 2 things, then they're ready to hire you and train you, but they won't consider you a success until you have gotten the Chochmah-Binah-Daat, the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge to take care of the products and services. And when you're making money for them, then you're a success. So when you are So when you go to the workplace and you're not dedicated to live for yourself there, but you're dedicated to bring success to the products and services, that's when they call you a success. So the same with God. God said to Joshua, I know you can breathe. I know you will be Moses. I know you can think. You've been studying Torah with him 40 years. But now that you're going to go there, it says, this is what I'm looking for as a success. You're going to be a success for me because I made you in my image. That's why he told him in Joshua 1:8, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night. You know, that thou may, according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. So the whole idea of success is make sure that you are lining up the alphabet inside of you with Torah so that you end up being the conduit to the powerhouse of creation upon the face of the earth. The powerhouse of creation being the alphabet, the creator. You're a conduit to him and he's flowing out of you. So the power is then you're a success because you have followed things and your soul a prophet in such a way that you don't genuflect, you don't bow down to anything in nature, and you realize that you're only a conduit to your maker and you're happy to be stationed there. You understand? You're a sentinel, you're a watchman. You know, you shema and you shamar. You hear and you revere, you know. You listen and you cherish. Okay? So this is the whole world. So let me just sing this quick song here. All right. Let me go back here. All right. Okay. Okay. Behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also has become my salvation. For the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also has become my salvation. Behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also has become my salvation. His breath now takes my soul to give life from above. I'm resurrecting everything I see. His breath now takes my soul to give life from above. I'm not afraid of what men can do to me. All right. Very well. Okay, now let me take you back now. Let's see how we're doing. All right. So, what we got here? Oh, yeah, I did a quick one on Monday. Well, yeah. I had to because that was the day of Hawk, the day of Koyak, you know, the day number 28. And we continue with number 28 today. I'll give you the strength of Torah is the key of Chochmah-Binah-Daat. You know, we give you access to everything, and that's what we're talking today. All right, so I don't see that. Anybody else showed up? I don't see Brianna come in, right? So that's just Joseph. So I'm just gonna give it away, $50 each to the three guys that are placed. I think the first one that came today was Rosa. You came to the lessons first, and I think the second one to come, I think was Joseph, and then Brian, I think came last, right? So all of you gonna get $50, my dear fellow Davarians. Congratulations for sticking around and learning. You know, I hope you learned something from it, that you're encouraged by it. You know, and we're gonna keep on going right now because right now, I'm sorry, my friends, I'm way up above in things. You know, like, I mean, I'm so particularly patient of everybody now. You know, I understand where everybody's coming from. You know, and that's the beauty of it whole. So congratulations to all of you. You know, each one earns $50. Thank you for coming and learning Torah with me. It was a pleasure teaching it to you. You know, it's a pleasure having you here with me today. You know, and okay, let me see if I can put a commercial here. Let me see here. See.
your money where your mouth is. Show me what you can do with it. Put your money where your mouth is. Show me what you can do with it.
Alright, we're in business. All right. Okay. This is last kind of, last minute idea to share this today, because I'm going to start working in about half hour from now. But I wanted to share it because today is June 27, a very special day indeed. June 27, 2022. And that's in the Hebrew calendar, that's the 28th of the month of Sivan. 28. Number 28 is the number for Koach. Some people say Koyak, but it's Koach. Well, Koach means strength. It's the kuf, means the calf. The calf and the head. The calf is 20, that's for the palms of the hand. And the head, okay? The head is for the wall, and that stands for number 8. So when you add them together, it's number 8, and that's strength, means strength in Hebrew. So it's the strength of God. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the first 28 letters of the Bereshit 1:1, because that's where God gives us all the strength that we need to have in order to take care of all of this world. Chochmah-Binah-Daat is spelled in those places, okay? So today, just thought I will remind you, this is a special day. The day of strength, the day in which God revealed himself in the scripture in many ways. And so I thought it was very encouraging that we're going through a lot of changes right now. Good changes, everything is standing for life right now. So I'm lending myself for that service. I'm here for the service of life and to make sure that we all come ahead in that game. All right, so today we're celebrating that, and that's why I have the picture here of Theo of Telly Savalas, the actor that played him, Kojak. I remember used to watching that program. I used to enjoy watching the program. I had no idea. Like, his name was Theodore, and the character he's playing was Theodore, Theodore Kojak. And Theodore means a worshiper of God, God and worshiper, or Dios adorador. Okay, Theodore. But he called himself in the show Theo Kojak. But Kojak was the main, series that was going on. I used to watch it, and at the time I had no idea about the meanings of the name. But Theo in Greek means God, okay, and Kojak, which is close to the Hebrew word Koach, means strength. So that's why I'm putting it that way, because I use similitudes of things to help us memorize. That's part of the memorizing process. So that's why today, very special day. The courage, my friends. We have it all. Everything is under control. Nothing is going out of whack. Everything is being placed in order. So in order for some things to be placed in the right order, some old stuff has to be shaken out of the way. The dust has to be cleansed. So there's a lot of cleaning house. And when spring cleaning or any time of cleaning comes, there seems to be a lot of craziness, but God knows where He's putting things in the right place. So the strength of God is revealing itself. And if you have Chochmah-Binah-Daat, you already have that strength. And that's the revelation that is brought to you in Bereshit 1:1. So take courage, my friends. Do not be dismayed. No matter how bleak the situation we do, remember, the markers tumble, if the nations are cast down into the sea, if the powers that be, can be shaken, that means those powers were not of God. because the powers of God cannot be shaken. Only those who try to imitate him or try to pretend that they have some powers that be, but at the end of the day, they show themselves that they're nothing but vapor. They're nothing but smoke that goes up in the air. That's how God works the situation, my friends. So at the end of the day, only his powers remain. That's the beauty of everything. Everything will collapse except the power of God. Because everything in the world has been made with Chochmah-Binah-Daat, with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. And that's what is referred to in the first 28 letters of Bereshit 1:1, or what you know as Genesis 1:1. In the first 28 letters, God introduces in a way of functionality. As a sentence of functionality, he introduces the wisdom in the word Bereshit. He introduces then the word in the next two words, Barar Elohim. In the next two words, he introduces the Bina, which means the understanding. Then the Barar Elohim, which means created and then gods, or means created powers or fattened powers or filled up powers or configured powers. Okay, so that's for Bina. And then in the rest of the four words, I believe, okay, it talks about from A to C, the heavens, and from A to C, the earth. So in the beginning, God created, that's Chochmah-Binah. The heavens and the earth, in the Greek, in the Hebrew actually says from A to C, the heavens, and from A to C, the earth. So the A to C is the ether that is missing in all the Bibles. And that's what I call the field of energy for the soul. Because the soul is wordectric. It operates by words. The words lets up 1,000 neurons and we know what to do. Because we can make sense of pictures. So we're wordectric. We're word-driven creatures. In the Mahashava world, the word rules supreme. The world of thought. Okay, so therefore, everybody that has Chochmah-Binah-Daat, wisdom, understanding, and knowledge will not be suffering during this time. Because at the end of the day, it's those that exercise the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge that are the ones upholding all the commerce, all the products and services in any society at any given time. Nothing is held by currency. Currency is nothing, even gold currency, no matter what. Currency is nothing to get into your head. Currency is nothing but an encore to knowledge. Okay? You can pile and heap all the fortunes of all the tycoons in the world. You can put a whole mountain of all the money that Warren Buffett had. You can put a whole mountain of all the money that Bill Gates has. You can put a whole mountain of all the money that Jeff Bezos has. You can put all the mountains of all the money that Elon Musk has. But at the end of the day, that mountain of money is not going to create a single thing. It doesn't have any ability. It doesn't have any Chochmah-Binah-Daat in of itself. It's that matter to which we have attributed what we do have inside of us. The currency that makes everything in life and remakes it and reshapes it and keeps it going is CBDC. You will think that means CBDC. I am referring to central bank, the central bank digital currency, which is what the world wants to trust in, because they think that that's going to be the new money now, backed out by the silicon chips made out of, the electronic chips made out of silicon, from the people of Silicon Valley, which means dust, by the way, a far of dust. So that's what people think. That's the going to the right direction. But this is the great deception of all the masses right now, that all this time have thought that what gets you the best things in life is money or any type of currency. No currency, no money, no fiat of any kind has gotten you a single thing ever throughout all history. Everything has come from somebody having an idea lit up in their head, which is the equivalent of Chochmah, wisdom. Then they develop that idea. That means they get an understanding of what they want to make. That's Bina, and then they proceed to get some deep knowledge of what they're doing. That's knowledge. That's science. And that is the currency. That's the Chochmah-Binah-Daat, CBDC. That's the currency that God uses and has always employed and is always found inside of souls that have an Alefbet or an alphabet. So at the end of the day, all the currencies have fooled all the masses into making them think that it's this fiat or this currency that has gotten them the things that they have. But at the end of the day, they cannot inculcate, they cannot teach anybody any wisdom, knowledge, or understanding. All of that comes from the letters of the alphabet. We are the ones that we have been stupid enough to yield what is within us from the powers of the alphabet that work within us and give it to external things, to facades and to buildings, and think that they have any power whatsoever. They are dead things, my friend. We are the powerhouse. We are the mitochondria of all corporations. We are the ones that keep the products and services going. And we have the Chochmah-Binah-Daat within us, which is the currency that the Father uses. And that's our strength. You understand? So that's why in the first, let me make sure I have a little short time because I start working. So that's the main thing to remember. Okay, so this is a beautiful day. It's the day of God's might. So happy, God's might day. That's why we use Theo Koyak, because Theo means God and Koyak is close to strength. So happy Theo Koyak. That's why I put that. And I like the guys that are wearing hat lately. So I like his hat. So I put him up here so as to make it more memorable. But don't forget that. So this is a very important day. God is moving His mighty hand. He's restoring the confidence that His people need to have. And we're going to be moving in that direction. And that's what we need to be encouraged about, right? So behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For the Lord my God has become my strength. That is the koach, my strength. Also another word for strength is miod, but it's koach. He's become my koach. My strength and my song and my inspiration. He also has become my salvation. I'm going to be singing that to end it. But I just wanted to bring a few words of encouragement. The whole world seems to be collapsing. But like I say, all things that collapse are only of the dust. And it's only because we take our hands off of it. But as long as our soul is connected with the alphabet, we can remake, reshape, renew, restore, refresh, reinvigorate, bring to new life, improve, and do all these things. Because at the end of the day, the Chochmah-Binah-Daat-Currency, the CBDC of God that comes from the alphabet, is the one that's in charge of everything. And that's what is being presented with you with the 28 letters of the first verse of the Bible. The Chochmah-Binah-Daat, the means by which God makes everything and sustains everything, all right? So once you realize that, once your eyes are open to that, nobody can make you afraid. Nobody can make you feel like you lost anything, because at the end of the day, you will see that all the currencies of the world, all what the Rothschilds and all these money machine banks have been trying to do, and the red shield, which means Rothschild, and the red stands for Edom. So the economy of Edom, which is represented by Edom, means red, by the way. So the economy of Edom is about to collapse. The shield of Edom, because all the Edomites are trust in the currency of this world, because they have, manipulated the mindset of people into thinking that that's what gotten them everything in this life. And not for a single second has it ever done that. Every time that everything has been done in the society, whether to do the product or to service it or to renew it or to refresh it, it has always been done with the Chochmah-Binah-Daat that is within the soul that has an alphabet. That's with the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge that is within us that comes from the alphabet. Tell me that I am wrong. The thing is that this has been the way. So that at the end of the day, you have suffered amnesia for a long time, my friend. You have forgotten the rock that begat you, the strong, mighty rock of the alphabet. You have forgotten that, and therefore, in your amnesia, the whole world of leaders, of the elites of this world, have taken advantage of you and had their heyday with you. But that's going to be no more, I'm telling you. Because we're coming into an era right now when all these things are open up. And God has opened my understanding to see these things and to share with you. And that's what I'm about here, to encourage you to hang in there. You're about to see the things that are going to collapse have nothing to do for keeping your soul alive, for keeping the alphabet within your soul, and for allowing you to retain Chochmah-Binah-Daat, so that at the end of the day you can construct the whole world anew, and you can even make a whole better world than the way it has been brought up so far, to try to deceive everybody with deception. And so everybody thinks that they owe their being to something in creation. We only owe our existence to every breath that we take.
And every breath that we take is the process of respiration powers. And that's exactly the meaning of Yhvh Elohim. It means the process of respiration's powers. That's what each letter stands for. Because at the end of the day, I cannot do anything, I cannot think, I cannot taste, I cannot move, I cannot hold anything if you're not aware for the single breath. For each one of those acts, I have to be breathing. So in the process of breathing, I am kept alive. I am kept resurrected. I'm kept going, and I'm able to sustain myself by the pronunciation of Yhvh and the functionality of me doing respirations. So this is our strength, my friend, is to have an understanding, okay? So take courage. Do not be dismayed. Take comfort in that we're moving forward. Things are getting better. The things of the wicked are going to be destroyed because the wicked trust in this world as if this world is their papa. But we know better. The alphabet is our papa. The alphabet is our father. An alphabet means powerhouse, okay? The house that is in charge of all the energies that run all the world. And at the end of the day, that's what we earn in the breath economy. You and I, do not forget, even though the condemnation to Adam came, he was told he is a brick. I mean, he's made out of dust. A brick is made out of the dust. Dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Even though he was told that, God did not say, you're no longer breath, because at the end he made him from his breath. And he made him into a neshama, a breath of life. So that means you're going to forget you were made to be a breath. But that doesn't mean you're going to stop being the breath. So all you need is to the Zechariah, you need my name, you need to remember. What God said, remember the rock that begat you. Remember that you made from the Ruach. And so in the Ruach economy, with all the words is your treasure, all the earnings that you get is Elohim. All the earnings in the breath is to get all the energies that energize the plants, that energize the flesh, that energize everything, and that keep you alive. So energies are your earnings. And energies or powers in the scripture means Elohim. So at the end of the day, you earn Elohim, you earn powers. Elohim abides with you. Because when you're in Chochmah, all you do when you study and you learn, you earn abilities, skills, powers, masteries, expertise. All of that means powers. All of that means Elohim. So that's your earnings. And the earnings in the fellowship of the breath is once you earn, an expertise, you don't lose it. You get to give it, you even get to teach it, and still within you is the currency that never dies. Chochmah-Binah-Daat is the currency that has made everything in this world. It's described by the first 28 letters of Bereshit 1:1, Genesis 1:1, and the rest of the 304,777 letters is all for us to see the magnitude of what Chochmah-Binah-Daat can do to run the world and keep it going. So take courage, my friend. Though the nations may crumble and everything rushes into the sea, all the systems of this world are going to collapse because nothing that is not based on Torah has any standing, all right? But we have a rock in which we stand. And so in that, we take comfort, all right? So let me see if I can, so that's why I share this thing today. Let me just read this thing here that I said here. So he said here, Happy Theokoyak Day. This is the 28th of Sivan, 5782. That's in the Hebrew calendar. It says, we close to June 27, 2022, which is, the way that we know our dates. So 28 is numerical value of koach, which means strength. Okay, Theo is God in Greek. So have a very happy God's strength day. And then 0627, 2022 equals, when you add each letter, like 06, you add them up, is 6. When you add up 2 and 7 is 9. When you add up 2 is 6. So when you add all of this 6, 9, and 6, you get 21. Okay? And when you add 21, you end up with a 3. And what is 3? 3 is the numerical value of Aleph, is 1. Bet is 2. So Alefbet means 3, and that means Father. So at the end of the day, what are we doing? We're celebrating a very happy Father's Strength Day. But the Father that created everything, the Alefbet, the powerhouse of everything, of all the energies that keep everything alive and resurrected and restore and renew every day. So this is the amazing thing that we have, all right? So this is what we're celebrating today. And so that's why I put this guy here for us to be easy to remember. Okay, so take courage, my friend. Take strength.
And I'm gonna just finish with a song right now called, let me see here, Behold, God is my salvation. Let me see if I can put it in here. All right, I'm gonna drop my pick. Oh, here it is. All right. All right, let's see. Behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation. For the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation. Behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation. For the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also become my salvation. His breath now takes my soul to give life from above. I'm resurrecting everything I see. His breath now takes my soul to give life from above. I'm not afraid what man can do to me. Oh, behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. Oh, the Lord my God is my strength and my song. So it's become my salvation. Oh, the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation. His bed now takes my soul to give life from above. I'm resurrecting everything I say. His breath now takes my soul to give life from above. I'm not afraid what man can do to me. You know what I'm talking about? That's the courage that we need to have, you guys. We're celebrating God's strength. You know, when that means we saw our salvation. That means we have the whole heritage. In the first 28 verses, you know, and the whole Chochmah-Binah-Daat. You know, the keys to that is the man that asked for wisdom. Remember who is the man, the 12-year-old that asked for wisdom in the Bible? That's Solomon. Solomon asked for wisdom. And God was so pleased because God made everything with wisdom. So that he gave him everything. The whole world and everything. He became the king of the whole world at that time. Because that's why? Because when you have Chochmah-Binah-Daat, your eyes are open. Nothing has been made because of money. Money has never gotten anything in life. People say, I guess one of the things I used to tell my high school students was, I'm going to give you the currency test, I would say. What is the one thing that gets you the best things in life? The best lawyers, the best schools, the best engineers, the best architects, the best of everything. You know, what's the one thing that comes to your mind when I say that? What you need to get that? Don't hesitate, just tell me. And then right away all the students say, money. Mr. Guy's money, you know. The moolah, you know, the money, you know. And then I will tell them, okay, that's a test I used to give that's what I call the currency IQ test, you know. And say, so let me tell you, if I can get you all the money of everybody, that all the rich people, I can put it below your feet, but there's no knowledge, there's no wisdom, there's no understanding, you know, to make any of those things. Would you still be able to get all those things for yourself? You know, if there's no knowledge to train the architects or to train anybody or to train any experts to do anything, so then who gets you the best things in life? You know, wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. So what has happened is that the currencies of the world has stolen the credit that belongs to Chochmah-Binah-Daat and have given it to themselves. And you have so stupidly let them have it.
But no more. Say no more. I'm not going to be brainwashed that way. So that's why Solomon was given everything. Because at the end of the day, we understand that Chochmah-Binah-Daat has always resided where a soul has an alphabet. At the end of the day, we have that power. And we have the one that have been lending us strength and yielding our credit to something that has no life whatsoever. So let's wake up, my friends, because this is a day of strength indeed. All right? Okay. Behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation. For the Lord my God is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation. His breath now takes my soul to give life from above. I'm resurrecting everything I see. His breath now takes my soul to give life from above. I'm not afraid what man can do to me. And I'm going to read the verse at the bottom there to close from Jeremiah. Let me see if we can close here. All right, here from Jeremiah. All right, from Jeremiah 9:23-24 says, "Thus saith the Lord, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glory," that's going to brag about something. You have something to brag about? This is what you need to brag about. It says, "But let him that glory in this, that he that he understands and knoweth." And you have that, and you are intimate. So you have an understanding, and you have that. You have science of knowledge, intimacy. That he understand and knoweth me. That you understand me and you know me. We're one mind. We fuse together with one breath. Okay? That I am the Lord, which exercises. I am the Lord. That means, the process of respiration. Because that's what each one of the letters means. I am the process of respirations. You're kept alive with every breath that you take. And which it says, I am the process of respiration which exercises loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, saith the Lord. All right? So let's get to apply our Chochmah-Binah-Daat to look into Torah so we can understand the mind of God and we can fuse with Him in intimacy from Aleph to Tab in the ether of the Alefbet. And then, we can glory in how we see things this way. And nobody will take that joy away from us, all right? So this is what I'm encouraged and I'm sharing with you, my friends. All right, so let me see what time we have here. Okay, let me just finish with a song here. Okay, let's see. Wow, pow goes the powerhouse. I think I can do that here. All right, let's do this. Pow goes the powerhouse. And the COVID-19 has come to deliver you from the empty land, from the ones who have been silenced to the promised land of the Alefbet, which is the original place for the soul of a man, where he can now get his Yhvh and abide safe like he's never been in the power of the Father, in the powerhouse. Cause that's what Word Davarians in the Alefbet we're connected. Word Davarians in the powerhouse we're connected. Truth in the Torah where it is, that's right. And whether you like it or not, I just don't give a damn. Cause in this thing, the end is gonna be for sure. It's got a date before the song began to score. This ain't no lie, we about to fly. Cause in the truth there's nothing that can be denied. Here's the COVID-19 man is hooking you up to the Alefbet, to the powerhouse, with the waving. The COVID-19 man electric, Davarians, in the Alefbet we're connected. Word electric, Davarians, to no one else I'm genuflecting. Word electric, Davarians, to the powerhouse I'm connected. And then I want to get your power back, cause you will find it there. The powerhouse not scared, you won't be silenced. Nobody can touch what you will find in there. Gets to cut the masking back of lies. The righteous now they cries, cause the COVID-19 is gonna hook you up to the powerhouse. Live the power show, ride this mule around.